Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and, well, everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to Fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams. That's Fanatics.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles. That's right, every product is thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Our candles are hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks, offering a long-lasting burn and rich fragrances. Create a cozy, safe ambiance for your home with candles from Alley Rose Fragrances. First-time customers use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Podcast Network. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, guess what? We have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Use the QR code on your screen right now to check out InsideEdgeNetwork.com. That's InsideEdgeNetwork.com.
And welcome in, everybody, to the Inside Edge Network schedule release special. Oh, we're excited. We are excited. You can tell us we're playing football tomorrow, and we're right there with you. We got an absolute jam-packed 2 hours of football action talking to you about who's playing who. And, of course, who's playing who, when. We're going to talk about all that and the big storylines coming out here on the Inside Edge Network. We're with you for the next 2 hours, and when I say we, it's not just me, of course, it is to my right, up, down, everywhere in between, TK Dandridge, Omar Clausel, and Chad Bryan. We are rocking and rolling here on the Inside Edge Network. Going to be with you again for the next 2 hours. Going to ask the fellas how they're doing in just a second. Want to remind everybody out there tuning in, of course, if you've enjoyed the content all week long, all month long, all 8-9 months long, then make sure you like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net on all the socials. Again, that's Inside Edge Net, so you can stay locked in with everything we're doing here, weekly, daily shows, so much great stuff, and we appreciate you for being a part of what we're doing here, supporting us as Cleveland's digital leader, your source of sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. We couldn't do it without you, so thank you so much. And of course, check out the website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Of course, over to Chad's right this time, his right, and your right at home is the partners page. It'll take you there, that QR code, where you can check out our great partners, Fanatics.com, Alley Rose Fragrances. You can check out W Energy, Sports Memorabilia, Mosser Moments, all of our great sponsors, our partners. We appreciate you because, again, we couldn't do it without them. We couldn't do it without you at home for watching. So buckle up. We're going to be with you for, again, the next 7-ish hours or so, because we'll have 2 hours of this schedule release show. Then Chad and I will have Primetime. Then at 11 p.m., a special edition of Midnight Run with Anthony Alford. And then, oh my goodness, there's more. The brand new episode of the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast with Kyle Cornell and Anthony Alford at 1 a.m. So you're going to be with us till 2 a.m. Buckle up, grab a drink, grab 2 of them, and let's rock. All right. Again, I introduced the fellas to my below me, to my right, to my diagonal. I was never a math major, or geometry wasn't my thing. But of Chad Bryan, Omar Clauso, TK Dandridge. Want to ask how the fellas are doing. We'll talk about the Browns here in a second, but I'll start with you, Chad, and you can pass the baton. How are you doing this evening, my friend?
I'm doing well. I'm excited. I mean, we get to talk about football stuff that's going to actually happen on the field, right? I mean, there's all kinds of stuff to talk about. I mean, I guess it's happening on the field, it's practice stuff, but these are things we're going to see on the actual football field during a game, which is going to be all Sundays at 1:00. But that's okay. We'll get to that in a moment, probably. But I'm just going to drop the baton right below me. Baton drop right there. Oh, sorry, Omar.
Oh, yes. We got there. Yeah, man. Excited to see who we're going to play, when we're going to play. You know, it'll be exciting. Our preseason schedule just dropped too. So.
Oh, okay. A lot of good stuff there. TK Dandridge, how are you feeling this evening?
I'm amped tonight, brother. I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. It's been a very good day today. Been juiced up since about 4:00 today, so ready to get this thing on the roll.
Heck yeah, good stuff. We're gonna talk to the fellas, get all their thoughts and all your thoughts, obviously at home. If you're watching here, comment. We'll put it up on the screen and we'll get you involved in the conversation. So make sure you tell us what you're thinking. But let's get the fellas' thoughts here. The Cleveland Browns, they have a schedule that came out, and I believe it's time we drop that, right? I think that's time. All right. Let's go ahead and show that Cleveland Browns schedule. Boom, there it is. All right. So we're going to break it down here. I'll give you the rundown, and then I'm going to get some thoughts from the fellas. Of course, week 1, we have an away game at the Jacksonville Jaguars. We'll stay on the road in Florida. So enjoy that Florida weather, Cleveland. The Browns, that is. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the road. The Browns go to Tampa Bay. They come back home against Carolina. At home against Pittsburgh on Thursday Night Football. They're going to go on the road against the New York Jets. That's an away game. They're going to be at home against the Baltimore Ravens. Then week 7, they're on the road against Titans. Stay on the road. Week 8 against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Week 9, also on the road against New Orleans. Back home against Houston. Bye week, which is a challenging one sometimes. Week 12 at home against the Las Vegas Raiders. You have week 13 that's over at home against the Cincinnati Bengals. At home against the Atlanta Falcons. They're middle December. We're making our way to January. Week 15 on the road against the New York Giants. Week 16 on the road against the Baltimore Ravens. Week 17 at home against the Indianapolis Colts. And back home, in Ohio, but on the road in Cincinnati against the Cincinnati Bengals. A very, very interesting schedule. We knew the opponents. Now we know how it formulates, and a lot to look at here. I'll leave this graphic up for just a second, fellas, but I mean, I got to ask you this. I'll start with you, Chad. That game against Tampa Bay, a lot of people aren't going to talk about it nationally as much as we think here in Cleveland, right? We're Cleveland's digital leader. But this game, this week 2, almost feels like it's going to be as personal as a division game. This is Baker Mayfield. This is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers against the Cleveland Browns. And I'll pull the graphic down here. We'll get Chad's live reaction. What do you make of the Browns and Baker week 2? We're not going to have to wait very long. They get week 2 against Baker in the Buccaneers. What do you think of that?
Well, we can watch the quarterback special, right, over the summer, and then we can kind of watch and see maybe what Baker's thinking going into this game. I don't know. We might get some tidbits. He's not always closely guarded with his words. Sometimes he just says what he's feeling. So, that happens. But it's how fun is it that we're playing the NFC South this particular year, right? We've got week 14. Don't forget about the Falcons over there with Kevin Stefanski. There's a lot of potential for revenge games this year. I think it's kind of fun. Yeah, going on the road to play Tampa Bay. Beside the hot Florida weather, who knows? There'll be some hot tempers on the sideline. I don't know. I don't know if Baker holds much animosity toward Cleveland anymore. I mean, he's doing fine in Tampa, right? Maybe he feels like he's better off. But yeah, that's an interesting story. Right?
These days, it's more towards Stefanski. So,
yeah, and then you almost wonder, right? Because Baker's been gone for 3-4 years now out of Cleveland. Omar, you bring up a good point, but still, it seems to be some animosity still in Cleveland amongst some Cleveland fans and Baker Mayfield, the way it ended and everything. Regardless, this will be the first time they've played since the Carolina matchup in week 1. And that was a weird one, right? Baker never really was going to last long in Carolina. So you look at this now. This is Baker settled in as the franchise quarterback of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers against a Cleveland Browns team that is trying to find out who is their franchise quarterback, who's their franchise running back, all that great jazz. I mean, do you think? Yeah, I mean, do you think it's? I guess I'll lead with that question, Omar, to you, because you see Atlanta on that schedule. Stefanski, it sounds like you're circling that one as a Browns fan a little bit more than the Baker Mayfield. Is that right?
Yeah, they're going to play each other twice. Why wouldn't I? It's going to be
No, I'm saying the Browns against Stefanski.
Oh, the Browns
the
against
Atlanta. Yeah, is that a bigger one than the Baker versus Browns?
Probably. I'd have to say, yeah. I mean, we just booted him out of here. We'll see what we'll see what we have to offer. I don't think this team's going to do much this year, but that's just me.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. Obviously Atlanta, Tampa Bay, some division games in there. TK, what do you make of them being on the road? They're going to spend some Florida sun. I wish I was joining them for a little bit of Florida sun. I need a tan. What do you think of the Browns spending the first 2 weeks on the road? They're in Jacksonville, a team that they're tied to currently a little bit still because of the previous Travis Hunter trade. There's still going to be talks of who won the trade, and we'll find out in the next coming years. And then you have, obviously, the Tampa Bay game, which we just highlighted. But what do you make of 2 games on the road? And I thought there was a good point brought up from the Voice of the Land podcast earlier on today here on the Inside Edge Network about that heat in September. I get it. We get heat in Cleveland, but it's not Florida heat in September. And does that play a factor? I mean, what do you make of 2 road games to start the year for the Browns?
Well, I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of waiting until the last week of September to have our first home game. And the thing you mentioned about the Florida weather, you would think, man, these 2 Florida games would have been really helpful in December when it gets really cold out, take a break from that Lake Erie cold that we got to deal with every winter. But, to start the game off on the road, you get a little homesick a little bit, maybe you're hungry to play that home opener against Carolina. Maybe we come out with some type of, massive fire when we end up winning the game, some wild, crazy way or something like that. But to start the game off with 2 games on the road, I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I do think it's a bad thing that we start the season out twice on the road, and we also end it on the road. I thought that was a bit brutal. But at the same time, you get 2 Florida games. You can get some of the September heat in Florida that is legendary, as we know in years past. So those are going to be conditioning tests more than anything. So you get those in very early just to see where everybody's at shape-wise, and we can get a good look at what the season's going to look like from those 2 games, I think. Pretty good teams at that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll keep an eye on that. You mentioned about the away games. You mentioned, you look at this Browns schedule, right? You don't really have a grouping of home games for the Browns unless you're ready to get bundled up next to your neighbor and their neighbor and their neighbor and get ready for some Cleveland Browns winter football, because that's when the Browns have their biggest stretch of the year in terms of home games. Raiders, Bengals, and Falcons. That's November 29th, December 6th, and December 13th. Other than that, they have another 2 back-to-back. It would be September 27th against the Panthers and October 1st, Thursday Night Football against the Steelers. I think that's interesting, and you mentioned it. What a perfect time, right? We get winter football and the Browns are at home. I'm not sure what to make of it. There's a few things that stand out to me. Another thing that stands out, and we'll talk a little bit more after the break after this, but Omar, I want your thoughts on this. Fernando Mendoza, he's the new number 1 overall pick. I mean, he is the church boy going to Sin City. That's basically what it is. And you look at Fernando Mendoza, he's playing the Browns week 12. Week 12, it'll be in Cleveland. So if you're a Browns fan, you can get your tickets. If you're a Mendoza fan, you can get your tickets. Is this going to be a game? And I know you kind of already revealed your hand a little bit. Is this going to be a game where the Browns are going to be able to maybe play for something other than draft positioning against a team in the Raiders that on the other side, and we'll talk about the NFL as a whole scale in the second hour, but on the Raiders, they are a team that is trying to determine whether Mendoza's the guy and where the franchise can go. Do you think this is going to be a game other than draft positioning come week 12?
I really hope so. I like to stay positive and stay hopeful that the Browns are going to but just this is the lowest I've ever felt about this team. Even after 0-6 16, 0-17, whatever. Like, I do not feel comfortable starting this season off with Deshaun Watson and, all that hoopla. I'm hoping, maybe the whole Deshaun thing fizzles out. Sanders comes out, balls out. Maybe we are in a position to like do something, but I just don't see it.
Chad, is this going to be? Go ahead, Omar.
I will bring up the one thing that I do like about this schedule is kind of where the spacing is between our division opponents and the bye week at week 11. So
yeah,
I'll take the away games at the beginning of the season or the end of the season, but our bye is basically in the middle of the season. Yeah. Like, you can't beat that.
No, you can't. And you wonder, and you make me think, my bro, about the Browns week 12, what they could look like. And you talk about it, Shador. I mean, is this a case where we will get Shador Sanders week 12 against Fernando Mendoza? Will it be Deshaun Watson against Fernando Mendoza? Will it be Deshaun Watson against whoever the Raiders else have at quarterback, right? I mean, there's so many different things that could happen. You've heard some analysts and other outlets talk about Fernando Mendoza. I believe Charles Davis during draft night was talking about he thinks Mendoza is not going to play as much as everybody thinks he's going to. Or excuse me, he was debating, I believe, with Daniel Jeremiah about whether this was going to be a full rookie season or not for Fernando Mendoza. So, Chad, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's the quarterbacks for the Browns and the Raiders week 12?
I mean, I think by then you'll be looking at Fernando Mendoza. I don't think we're going to see a Raiders team that's going to be like 9-2 or anything with whoever it is that they have. I don't think Mendoza's going to start the season. I really don't. But I do think we'll see him by week 12. I think it'll just be like, okay, let's turn it over to him and let the rookie go, right? As long as you can figure out some things with the offensive line. You don't want to put him behind an offensive line like the Browns had last year. That would be a bad idea. But the thing that it makes me laugh a little bit is if the starter is Mendoza by week 12, which you think it would be, you would think it would be for the Raiders. He's going to get Myles Garrett in that defense coming off a bye week. That's interesting for him. So that's like a welcome to the NFL moment for Mendoza possibly. But yeah, I mean, I think like Omar said, the bye week being pretty much right in the middle of the season is nice. I'm looking at we can get into some other things, but I'm shocked that they have a primetime game. Everything else is, like I said, Sunday at 1. And I guess my only hope for that week 12 game is just to see a graphic on the screen where it says the playoff picture, right? And the Browns are just at least in the hunt. Like, that's my goal as a Browns fan for November. Yes. Just to see the Browns in the hunt. And I don't care, you're coming in, whatever, you might be 4-6, but in the hunt, right? You're there. You're on the bottom. You're on the precipice. You lose one more game, and you're not in the hunt. You got to turn your rifle in. They make you give your camo up and your tree, the stand's gone. Forget about it. You're not in the hunt anymore. But I like to see just that weekend after Thanksgiving, the Browns still be in the hunt. There's just a few games left, and I don't know. Guy can dream.
Yeah, sure can. And we'll keep dreaming as the Browns have released their schedule. We'll hope and breathe some positivity here into the city of Cleveland. We'll talk about more of the schedule for the Browns. We'll talk about the NFL. They released all the schedules. All the schedules are out. We're going to find W's across all of them and see where they're all going. Of course, if you're enjoying the great content so far, we appreciate you joining in. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow all the great stuff at InsideEdge Net on all the socials, and check out the great website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. You can check out the partners page. All of our great partners, our sponsors, we appreciate you. Our personalities, you can read about all the great personalities, TK, Chad, Omar. You can read about me if you like, and everybody else, of course, on the network, and of course, the merch shop. If you missed Unfiltered this week so far, Kyle Cornell is leading the charge. If we get, all of us, 10 purchases, 10. Now I want to be specifying here, 10 unique
rules. Come on, you keep changing the rules every night, man.
10 unique identified purchases that are not from the Inside Edge Network talent. Then,
I'm good. Then I'm not talented. I can buy anything I want. I'm good. Right?
We'll talk during break. All right. Inside Edge Network gear. You buy 10 items. We got 10 purchases. Then Kyle will, on June 1st, get to give me a new hairdo live on Unfiltered here on the Inside Edge Network. So if that's not enough reason to go buy it, I don't know what is. But buy it, rock the stuff, rock the swag, as Kyle called it earlier, rock the great Inside Edge Network gear. Support us because we appreciate you and couldn't do it without you. Again, thank you so much. We're rocking and rolling, though. We have an hour and 40 left of some scheduled release talk. Cannot wait to talk more Cleveland Browns. Cannot wait to talk about the rest of the NFL. Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. Oh, my goodness, so much more.
Happy holidays.
It's not even summer yet. But Merry Christmas. All right. With that being said, that's Omar down to my perpendicular right. That's TK Dandridge below me. That's Chad Bryan to my right. I'm going to go study my shapes and geometry book that I have from high school. We're back on the Inside Edge Network schedule release show right after this.
Whether searching for a baseball autographed by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source of authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have the satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Go to sportsmemorabilia.com by using the QR code on your screen right now. Sportsmemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Podcast Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, and no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Clean energy, no jitters or crash. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. With over 15 flavors to choose from, you can't miss. Order Dubby Energy right now by using the QR code on your screen and use the promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
special 2-hour edition of Midnight Run coming up tonight. Obviously, the Cavaliers, they're up 3-2, but you're a little nervous about what you saw last night, and can they close out the series? Hopefully they can at home. We'll talk about that. Also, the big story, LeBron James, what is next for him? And is there any possibility that his future is here in Cleveland? And even as a fan, do you want his future to be here in Cleveland? Also, as part of Super Thursday here on the Inside Edge Network, we react to the Cleveland Browns schedule. I bet you there's going to be a ton of 1 o'clock games. I don't know. All 17 games might be at 1 o'clock. Boy, the benefits of being a bad football team. But it might be for the best. We'll talk about the schedule and a lot more coming up tonight. Special 2-hour edition of Midnight Run beginning at 11 o'clock tonight here on the Inside Edge Network.
And welcome back to the Inside Edge Network schedule release special. You see the names there, but my goodness, wait till you see their faces. We are back here on the Inside Edge Network. Oh, look at these guys. Omar Clausel, TK Dandridge, Chad Ryan. We are rocking and rolling. I'm Eli Moon, and we are thankful and grateful that you're here with us, choosing us, the Inside Edge Network, as your breakdown of the NFL schedule release. We're going to talk some more Cleveland Browns. Later on, we'll talk about the holidays, and we'll talk about just what to expect with this NFL season, guys. It's going to be very interesting. I'm very excited about that. Of course, if you're just now tuning in, thank you again. Like, subscribe, follow Inside Edge Net and all the socials. Stay locked in with all of our great weekly coverage, our great daily shows, everything going on. A lot more to come, so we're excited to bring that to you as Cleveland's digital leader and your source of sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And, of course, the website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. To my right, Chad's right, is the QR code. It'll take you right there to the website, and check it out. Our partners, we appreciate you. The great merch store. And, of course, you can read all the personalities and find more out about your Inside Edge talent and who's your favorite. And you don't have to tell me. I know Chad's everybody's favorite on Primetime. I get it. All right, back in the saddle here. Cleveland Browns schedule released. One more time for people tuning in. I think we'll do them justice. If you haven't seen the schedule yet, we're gonna pull the graphic up one more time. They went Street Fighter edition. Street Fighter. Let me just be real for a moment here, guys. I've never played Street Fighter.
What?
Yeah. I've never played Street Fighter. But what I can tell you is I played Mortal Kombat before, and then I got the sticks passed because I had to pass the sticks because Mama Moon was just whooping my ass in that game. So hopefully that's what the Browns are going to do, right? Like Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, like whoop some ass, take some names, and maybe win more than 3-4 games. All right. That's the schedule. You see, they're going to bring it back to the guys here and myself. Boom, back, rocking. I want to talk to you guys about this. The Browns, obviously, we talked a little bit about the Baker situation, talked a little bit about Stefanski. We're not going to harp on it too much. If you've followed us since January, we've talked all year long about the ramifications, the unfoldings of the tenure of Kevin Stefanski, the departure of Kevin Stefanski, the Browns moving on. We've talked for great length for years about Baker Mayfield. So now it's about time to see how they, get after it on the field. And if there's going to be that bad blood, if there's going to be that feeling, or if, they're just, rocking and rolling, just guys playing football. We'll see. We'll see about that. I think another thing that stood out to me, though, guys, you're looking at this Browns schedule. I wanted to ask you about this one. Steelers, and we talked about it, Thursday Night Football. Omar, Chad, TK, and I'll defer to TK here on this one first. TK, week 4 at home in Cleveland, October 1st, the month of Halloween. It could get spooky. Browns could be, hear me out, could be 3-0, could be 2-1, because this isn't a schedule of you're playing the Patriots and then you got the Seahawks and you got somebody else. I'm not saying these are pushover teams. Jacksonville, a playoff team, I get it. Tampa Bay, a team that very well should have been in the playoffs. I get it. And then you look at, this team here, week 3, you got the Panthers, and the Panthers, a playoff team. We'll see if they're able to bounce back. TK, I'm not going to get into it with you. I know you love those Panthers. We're not gonna duke it out here on air. I like to stay friends. But I want to ask you about that game after Carolina, TK. At home, Thursday night football against the Steelers. This could be a big game. I mean, it's a lot of what ifs, and if they win a few, but even going in 1-2, you get a home game Thursday night against a rival. They don't think of us as much as a rival anymore in the Steel City, I suppose, but you can reignite this rivalry again for what it's worth. How important is this week 4 game? Because this could really build the momentum. It's your only primetime game. You go out there and you take care of Pittsburgh. You win by, I don't care if you win by 1. You win the game at home. That could be absolutely phenomenal for the Browns and whoever is at quarterback. What do you think, TK?
No, absolutely. It's going to be a huge game. It's going to be the first reiteration of the Browns-Steelers rivalry for that season. I do think the rivalry is starting to pick up a little bit of steam, especially since we demolished them in 2021 with that playoff victory that we had. Even more so to the point, Thursday night has not been kind to the Pittsburgh Steelers at all. They have lost their last 8 Thursday night games. I hope to the good Lord above that we can make that 9 and embarrass the living hell out of them while doing so. But yeah, this is definitely an important game. Obviously, when you get a rival early in the season, you want to take control of your standing in the division and to be able to get on a team that went to the playoffs, 1 and 2 won the division. So to be able to get a leg up on them will definitely be important. And I hope that is the case, especially with our one and only primetime game.
Yeah, the good news is if you missed the Browns primetime, you could always get primetime weeknights here with Chad and I, but we hope this primetime's a celebration as well. Omar, my goodness, we've talked about the Pittsburgh Steelers ad nauseum, I feel like, at times. Can we, hold up? And this is the Pittsburgh Steelers team. Let's focus on this game for a minute because I think it is very important. The whole schedule is important. We talked about the other games, and we'll get to more on the schedule. But this game, the Steelers, is Aaron Rodgers going to be the quarterback? Is he going to show up for camp? Is he going to be ready? There's that question. Mike McCarthy, a new head coach. I mean, not a new head coach to the league, but a new head coach in Pittsburgh. His dream job, really, it seems like, back home for him. Is this a chance for the Browns to truly, finally say, go rebuild Pittsburgh? It's not working out anymore with veteran quarterbacks. We slap them down in Cleveland and send them on their merry way to maybe a struggling season because it does feel like, and hear me out, bud. I know you're smiling at me. I know you know me for over a decade, and I've said this for 10, 11 years. But hear me out. If the Browns can take care of business, find the right guy at quarterback, and whoever that is for you. I mean, a lot of us here on the network believe it's Shedeur Sanders, but whoever it is. If the Browns can really mold this young offense under Todd Monken, the defense stays sharp, this could be where Pittsburgh finds themselves in a spot where they aren't better than any of the teams in the division, because I don't think they're better than Baltimore. I don't think they're better than Cincinnati. So now it's a matter of, can the Browns finally jump over them, go grow as a team while Pittsburgh has to regroup? Am I thinking too much about a week 4 game, or what do you think?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is going to be coaching, right? You have 2 new head coaches coming into the season, and both of them will be fighting for their footing. The Steelers haven't done as well as they have previously at home. So Browns sweep the Steelers. I mean, that'd be amazing. That'd be great for your season. Definitely a morale booster and something to grow on for next year. But we'll see. We'll see how this first part of the season all shakes out, because if they, need to win this Pittsburgh game, then that's going to be rough.
It could be. And maybe I'm putting a little too much pressure on the guys, in Cleveland and, over there. But if they're listening, one Eli Moon says week 4 is pretty important because this is a division game. It's at home against a team that you truly can beat, Chad. Let's pivot here to you for a moment. The Browns can beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. I know that's a statement we haven't uttered very confidently here in Cleveland for a long time. They can beat this team. They're not the same steel curtain that they were 10, 15 years ago. They don't really have too many standout wide receivers. I get it. They acquired Michael Pittman, who was doing some things in Indianapolis. He's a good pickup. DK Metcalf, great receiver. But this isn't the Antonio Brown years where he was single-handedly changing a game. I just think for the Browns, this is so important because this is the game you can get a leg up on the division and really build some momentum because, Chad, and I'll pivot to you here in a second, you look at these two other games, Jets, Ravens, Titans, and then back at Pittsburgh 4 weeks later. I mean, that seems like a pretty important stretch right there.
Yeah, that steals my entire thunder. That's exactly what I was going to say. No, honestly, that's really what. Yeah, you've got the Steelers there in week 4, and if you can come in, after that game, if you're 2-2, you've got what? Listen, no offense to the Jets, but that feels like a very winnable game. I mean, it's almost like not a winnable game, like you should win that game, right? We don't really know what the Ravens are going to look like, minus John Harbaugh. It's going to be a little weird there. They're going to have there's going to be a transitional period. The Titans haven't gotten that much better. And then the Steelers, you're still kind of in the back of their head. You just, like you said, you smacked them on a Thursday night, although we're not very good in Pittsburgh all the time. It happens. But yeah, all of a sudden now you're looking at a team, if you're 2-2 after those 4 weeks, now, I mean, honestly, you could be, even if you lose to the Steelers, you're 5-3 after that second Steelers game, and you're feeling pretty good. But you're going to have to figure a lot of things out. You're going to have to know who's playing quarterback. Personally, I think we're at a place where if Deshaun Watson starts the season, he doesn't make it to that second Steelers game physically. I don't see that happening. And that's why it feels like a waste to me. I get it. From a financial standpoint, you've got all the money in the world invested in the guy. You feel like you want to get something back, but I don't know. I feel like it's a good opportunity. I mean, looking at the beginning of the season and a couple of tests on the road against the Florida teams in the heat, right? Then you come home, you got Carolina, Pittsburgh on a Thursday night. I think it's just, I don't know. It's a good, for me, maybe I'm just a Shedeur guy. I don't know. Maybe I saw the flashes of the way the offense moved at times under him last year, or with him, I should say, with him under center. But and that offensive line, remember, was terrible last year. They've addressed that. They've addressed those issues. They've hopefully addressed some issues at wide receiver. They've got a different look. They're kind of, and I still don't expect more than 5 to 7 wins. I'm looking at the schedule, and I'm trying to find the wins, and I'm looking at best 7-10. Okay. But I could be wrong, right? And I would welcome being wrong. I mean, I don't know. If you find out that Shedeur's the guy, you don't need to, everybody's like, well, the march for Arch or whatever. We always have to rhyme the quarterback. It's so dumb. Why did we do that with Mendoza? It was, I know why nothing rhymes with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll grab a. Yeah, that's what I was going with.
I don't know, whatever.
The bulldozer for Mendoza. Come on.
It. You bulldozer your way to a 2-15 season. You go get Fernando Mendoza, but
Mendoza.
That's it, man. See, there were options.
Oh no, not.
And now the show's just going to turn into, we're going to rhyme every quarterback's name in the draft next year. When we come back, no. I think it is an important stretch, and I think, like you said, there's a lot of winnable games right there, and you can find out really who you are as a football team, because if you can come out of that 5-3, you got to feel pretty good going into those last 9 games of the season.
Yeah, no, exactly. And you look at this Brown season, and I know it happens to me every year. Every year, I get so excited.
I know.
On paper, the way it lays out, it looks a lot better than what I would have thought. I mean, I did the math on it. Here's the thing. The Browns have some familiar faces on the schedule, too. They're going to play, obviously, the division rivals, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, twice, each of them. But they're not getting away from John Harbaugh. And, TK, I'll bring it back to you here for a minute. They're not going to get away from John Harbaugh. Yeah. They thought they could, TK, but week 15, they'll be in New York or New Jersey, however you count it. But they'll be playing the New York Giants. And they'll be playing John Harbaugh. They'll be playing Cam Scatteraboo, Jackson Dart, Malik Neighbors. He just had a second surgery. I saw that it was reported that he had a second surgery. They remove scar from his knee, scar tissue, and see if he can get back by week 1. I'd imagine he'd be back by week 15, TK. And this Giants team, they're feeling the love. They're feeling the Harbaugh effect already. I mean, what do you make? Let's talk about the Giants here for a minute. Let's just pivot to the Giants. What do you make of the Giants, their offseason, and what this could mean for a week 15 battle? I mean, this could be a Browns team, in my eyes, hopefully in the hunt, like Chad said, but a Browns team against a Giants team who could be winning their division this year.
Well, I'm actually kind of upset you said it before I did, but I've actually brought this up a couple of times, but I do expect the New York Giants to win the NFC East this year. I definitely thought they had a beautiful offseason, bringing over a third of the Baltimore Ravens over in their free agency haul, especially bringing over tight end Isaiah Likely, who I think is going to have a humongous year I think those two tight end sets with him and Theo Johnson are going to be absolutely monstrous. Not to mention Daniel Bellinger will be coming back this year. I definitely think this New York Giants team is complete. Obviously, the biggest acquisition being head coach John Harbaugh. I thought they had a wonderful draft as well. Somehow, some way, the Jets decided to hand wrap and gift Arvell Reese to them, and Francis Malinois was able to fall to the 10th spot in the draft. I definitely thought they had a very good draft overall. They were able to fill in some needs. I think this is a complete team. You get a lot of healthy guys back. For starters, Malik Neighbors and Andrew Thomas, you get those guys back in the fold. That's going to be an instant boost for that football team already. And not to mention the creatine Caucasians, Jackson Dart and Scat Daddy, who we love to death. And we think they're going to be great going into year two. Those guys coming back and going into that rebuilt team, it's going to be a lot of fun in the Big Apple. I definitely think the New York Giants are going to win 12 to 13 games, and they're going to take over that division from the Philadelphia Eagles.
Going to be interesting, TK. You look at Philadelphia, you look at the Washington Commanders, Jaden Daniels making a return. You look at, these other teams, the Dallas Cowboys, and we're always going to talk about the Cowboys. We were joking before we got on air about the Cowboys, and we'll talk about them a little later because, like I said, it is your duty as an NFL fan, media member, reporter, analyst, talking head, whatever, to talk about the Cowboys for at least a few minutes. So we'll do that a little bit later. Yeah. Well, that was it. Actually, thank you. No, but I want to pivot back to you here for a moment, Omar. Baltimore, we talked about John Harbaugh being in New York. Well, the Browns are going to get a taste of some John Harbaugh action in New York, but they're also going to get Baltimore 2 times a year and new head coach Jesse Minter. Obviously, we've spent a lot of time looking at what Todd Monken's going to do here in Cleveland, but really, Minter, probably one of the better signings, I would say, out of the head coaching carousel. And I'm curious to see what he does with that defense that struggled mightily, very uncommon for a Baltimore defense. And then you look at, this is for Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, almost in a way like the New York Knicks in basketball. Put up or shut up. Are you going to be better than the Bengals? Are you going to get to the AFC Championship and win? Are you going to get over that hump? Because we know Lamar Jackson, he's a great MVP. Obviously, he's won it. He's done it. He's done the thing. He's won the MVP. You look at Derrick Henry. He's led the league in rushing. They've done all the accolades individually, Omar. But you look at this team, are they ready under a first-year head coach in Jesse Minter to live up to that standard of really championship or bust?
I don't really see, I really don't see him doing well. I really don't. Their departures on defense alone this season, or this offseason, has been staggering.
Yeah.
Like you said, like you alluded to, like Harbaugh got his guys back in New York. So it'll be really interesting to see what happens in Baltimore and whether or not, if they don't do well, does Lamar even stay in Baltimore?
Right. I mean, that's a big question to ask. You wonder, right? He's got to be at some point wondering where he has to go, whether it's Baltimore or elsewhere, to go win a Super Bowl, right? Or at least get to the point where he's the top dog in his conference. Because you look at this AFC, you bring up a great point. Burrow, Mahomes, Herbert. I know we give a lot of, crap to Justin Herbert. He's still one of those guys, and we'll see what the Chargers do with Mike McDaniel there. But, Omar, you bring up a great point. This could be, in a lot of ways, a get it done or tear it down type of season for the Baltimore Ravens. Great point there. Now, I want to ask you this too, Chad, and we'll pivot to you for a second. You look at Baltimore. We've talked about Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Cincinnati Bengals, shall we? Zach Taylor retained as the head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, to a lot of shock, but a lot of surprise and a lot of cheers here in the AFC North, I would say, because Zach Taylor, since getting to that Super Bowl, has dropped the ball significantly. You have Joe Burrow, one of the best, if not the best quarterback in the league to some. Not going to say necessarily me. You have to stay tuned for another episode. But one of the best quarterbacks in the league. You got Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. I mean, back in the backfield, Chase Brown. The big question's always been that defense. And can they actually do something there? What do you make of this Bengals team? Because they're going to play them twice. There's no surprises there except for when they're playing them. But what do you make of this Bengals team? Does it feel like the same status quo? Joe Burrow go throw for 500 yards and hope for the best? Or does it feel different for Cincinnati?
Oh, you meant Joe Burrow. I thought you meant Pro Bowl quarterback Joe Flacco. Oh, that's odd.
Oh, my
Okay, I guess
goodness.
we're on to Burrow. I guess if we're moving on to the guy, we're going to the young guy.
Yeah.
No, the Bengals are weird to me, man, and not just because they're the other orange and like whatever team in Ohio. The Dexter Lawrence deal was odd, right? That was
Mhm.
weird. Okay, the Bengals are going to commit to stopping the run, and nothing else. That's it. They're just listen. Dexter Lawrence is going to be really good on 3rd and short and like 1st and 10. And like 4th and goal, right? Like he's going to be a monster in there. He's going to be a problem. He'll be a factor on those downs.
Mhm.
But anytime you have to throw the ball against the Bengals, it's pretty much free reign. They have no pass rush. They have really no defensive secondary to talk about. I mean, they added some depth or whatever. Fine. They've got guys that are going to wear jerseys and play back there. But and they're better than me. Let me put that out there. I'm not throwing stones. But as far as NFL guys go, right, they're not the cream of the crop. So that pass defense is going to be, and the Bengals are another team too. Like if they're healthy, they could go 10-7. If they just get 1 or 2 injuries, they could go 3-14 and completely bottom out. They're like the biggest wild card to me in this division. Even with the Browns being here, I mean, the Browns here's the thing: the Browns don't have the ceiling that the other teams have in the division, right? The Browns could go 1-16 or 6-11. It's like that's the ceiling. Like it feels like that's it. But the Bengals could be really good. The Bengals could be a playoff team. They could be a wild card team. They're not going to win the division, most likely. But they could be good, right? Or they could just be really, really bad, and it's really hard for me to call that.
Yeah, and you wonder, Chad, right? You talk about this 7-10, and you know what? We're gonna have some discussion on Primetime throughout the weeks, because we're at Friday tomorrow. But we'll talk about that. You look at this though, right? You get 6 division games, guys, and I know I'm making a big deal about the division, but for a team that we're trying to figure out where these wins are coming from, Omar, you just brought up about Baltimore, and you don't believe, and you know what, bro? Me and you usually got the same hunch. I feel a little differently about Minter. I think he'll have a better than maybe what you're expecting. I just think they'll do better than they did last year. But I do think that's an opportunity for the Browns to steal at least 1, if not 2, from Baltimore. You could get 1, if not 2, from Pittsburgh. The Browns primarily play pretty well and historically play well against the Cincinnati Bengals, at least at home.
Hey,
So you
against
look
Zach Taylor, we do well.
Exactly. So you guys do the math, right? And maybe I'm being overzealous, so don't yell at me. That's 4 to 5 division wins right there. If they can just take care of what's in front of them, which is the division, they can pile up 4 or 5, and then Chad, all they got to do to get to your 7 is finding two out of division games. And you look at some
Titans. I mean, they're there. The wins are there. I don't know.
And I think that's really, and guys, we got to go to break here in a moment. We'll come back. We'll talk more Cleveland Browns. Thank you again for tuning in here. We got another hour, over an hour of this release show and a whole lot more. We're here with you at 2 in the morning with a ton of programming. Get to that after the break. But I really think, and the more I've thought about it, I saw the schedule released, and obviously anybody that's listened to me on the Inside Edge Network has heard my yells about the quarterbacks and everything else. But I sat here today and I just did the math, and my brain hurt after. And I sat here and I go, okay, if the Browns, they just win, okay, there's 6 division games. They just win 4 or 5. Then this is a way different season than I think we're all anticipating. So I think, and I know we always talk about how the division's important, but the Browns also play a last place schedule a lot of times, just based off how they finished. I think this year, mixed with the last place schedule, the division is so important because it's never been as wide open as it is now. You have complete change of scenery for John Harbaugh, so Jesse Minter's in there. Put up or shut up here again for the Ravens. Bengals, Zach Taylor. Why did they keep
coaches? 3 new head coaches.
Thank you. And you look at
You
Zach
don't know.
Taylor.
You have no idea what's about to happen.
And you look at Zach Taylor, Omar, the only coach that stayed, and people are still wondering how he has the keys to get into Cincinnati's front headquarters still. I mean, it's crazy. So I just think with all that uncertainty for the first time in a long time, meanwhile, Pittsburgh's starting quarterback hasn't reported for camp yet. I think there's an opportunity for the Browns here. Now, you're not going to get a proclamation of me saying they go 12-5 and 13-4. Stay tuned. Maybe in a few weeks you'll get that, depending how much I really buy into this team. But they're going to have to do
Aaron Rodgers doing ayahuasca, man. I don't know. I don't know about 13-4, but okay.
They're going to have to do some things, Chad, Omar, TK. They're going to have to do some things to make the fans buy into a fact that they can win this division. And it's going to come down to the quarterback. That's ultimately what it comes down to. This defense is lights out. It's gotten only better with some of the additions on defense. I mean, you look at Emmanuel McNeil Warren, the safety out of Toledo they picked up. I mean, they are only getting better. on defense. Offensively, you have the weapons. You have Judkins. You have Fannin. You have Boston and Concepcion now. You have weapons. Yeah. Can you put the right quarterback on the field, and can he produce? And then the other question, we'll answer this when we come back, guys. I'm very curious your thoughts. When we come back, can Todd Monken get the most out of these guys and shock a lot of people in Cleveland? Can he bring this, what once was the number one offense in Baltimore? Can we see anything similar to that? And could we be talking about a party all winter long in Cleveland? This is the Inside Edge Network NFL schedule release preview show. We are so happy you're with us. Again, like, subscribe, follow all the great stuff Inside Edge Net. Check out the website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And, of course, thank you, Omar. You are so kind. That's Omar Klossel. That's Chad Bryan. That's TK Dandridge. I'm Eli Moon. You're you. We appreciate you. And we'll be back right after this.
Mosser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northern Ohio but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more at monstermomentsphotography.com by using the QR code on your screen right now. monstermomentsphotography.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
And we thank you for your support of the Inside Edge Network. And don't miss my show, Midnight Run, right here on the Inside Edge Network. You won't miss a single episode when you like and subscribe at Inside Edge Net.
And welcome back to the Inside Edge Network schedule release special here on the Inside Edge Network. We are so happy you're here with us. We have been talking a ton about those Cleveland Browns. Oh my goodness, I see so many W's. Jameis Winston would come eat W's with me. I can't wait. Yes, oh my goodness. And here's the fellas. TK Dandridge, Omar Clausel, and Chad Bryan. Oh my golly, fellas, we have a lot to talk about here. A very jam-packed next hour. Yes, Omar, we are eating W's. We are eating W's somewhere, some way, somehow. When isn't it fun with Jameis Winston? All right, look, let's just focus on what's important right now. All right, the Cleveland Browns, they have a schedule. It's out. They released it. And now they're going to play games in September. And I wanted to ask you guys, before the break, I asked a question about Todd Monken. I asked about Monken and this Browns offense. I'm going to start with you, Chad. Yeah, caught you off guard. I'm going to start with you. Do you think the Browns, and I'm not saying they have to be the number one offense, do you think they replicate in any way, or at least look similar to what Todd Monken was able to do in Baltimore? It's a different kind of roster. It's not a veteran team. It's a little different. But do you think that Monken can create the same vibe in Cleveland?
I don't know. I think he's going to try. I think he's going to try with, and that's why there's all the talk about Deshaun Watson, right? The mobile quarterback. He who hasn't played meaningful football in, I don't know, almost a decade now. It's been like 7 years. Yeah, I mean, this is a great time to rebuild the offense with a guy who hasn't played in yeah, how many days is it? Like 2,300 days, 2,400 days. It seems like a great, yeah, they'll be the number one offense in the league. Why not? No, they're not going to be.
He snapped Achilles. Who cares?
Yeah, listen. Physically, I don't think he's going to make it through if that's the starter. If Shedeur Sanders is the starter, I think all they really need to be is like middle of the pack. They don't need to be top 10. They don't need to be top 5 in offense. If they've got the defense running at the capacity that we know that it can, that it ran at last year for most of the season, until the offense, I mean, how many weeks did it take them to score 20 points in a game last year, right? Yeah. It was like from the previous season it was like 13 straight weeks without scoring 20 points. That's insane. I mean, you can't do that again, right? So you've got to be better than that. Can they be better than that? The answer is yes. Can they be top 5? No, probably not, but they don't have to be. If they've got a legitimate top 5 defense across the board, which they can do, all they need to be is like 15th or 16th in offense, and they're a playoff team.
Yeah, I mean, look, Omar, I wore my orange for a reason. I don't wear orange very often. I don't think it brings out my eyes as much as I'd like it to be, but I wore it tonight because I'm feeling good. I mean, Todd Monken, can they replicate at least somewhat close to this offense? I mean, what do you think, pal?
I think we'll do better than last year. I mean, there's nowhere else to go but up, right?
Yeah.
You have to figure out who your receivers are and trust those guys and hope that they can just catch the ball, because that's one of the major things that we struggled with last year, is just drops and too many guys just not catching the ball. So we need to be able to score points and move those chains.
You're dang right. You're dang right, bud. And you know what? Chad, I don't know if you heard him up there. He was yelling. I think he was in between Chad, what did you have for dinner tonight, pal?
I don't remember. I ate it so quickly between the breaks. I don't really. It looked like a sandwich and some fries. I don't know.
Did you put mayo on that sandwich?
There was some mayo. So it was actually a lot of mayo. I didn't put it on. I would not have been as, I guess, liberal with the mayonnaise as whoever made my sandwich was. I'm not gonna lie. There was a pretty significant layer. I thought it was like a really thick piece of Swiss cheese.
Was that like a chicken sandwich from the chicken sandwich list? Or
no, it wasn't one of the list sandwiches. Yeah, no, we don't need to. It doesn't need to get any airtime. It was just something to put in my mouth and try to swallow it before we came back from break. To be honest with you.
Fair. No, I will ask you this.
Yeah, it's so fast I didn't even chew.
No. Now, I won't even ask you. I've been asked a lot of questions. I'm just going to say a statement. Omar, I don't know if you heard Chad. He brings up a good point, and then we'll pivot to TK here, and hopefully he can
give chicken sandwiches again or no?
No, I'm going to keep you on talk.
All right.
But Chad did bring up a good point. You said it can't, only way to go is up. Omar, let me remind you, we went 0-16 one time. And Chad said, don't say that. I just want to be very clear.
Words. Don't say that.
Yeah,
but always
Todd Monken doesn't like bad football.
Well, then he's got something coming.
I hope not, fellas. TK.
No.
TK. I mean, these guys, I got to do another hour with Chad on Primetime after this. I mean, I talk to Omar every day. These guys are making me rip my hair out. TK, I'm not going to make it to June 1st. I'm going to just shave it myself.
I was just hear that, Kyle. He's already defaulting on the deal. Where's Kyle when we need him?
Yeah, listen, I'll see him tomorrow Unfiltered 5 to 6 p.m. here on the Inside Edge Network. TK, come on. My bro, give me a little bit of positivity. Todd Monken, Funkin', running the football, passing the football. What are we thinking?
Yeah, I definitely think this bunch will definitely be improved. While I do think it is a bit taboo to probably assume that they will be, a 10, 11, or even a 9-win team this year, I definitely think a lot of improvements have been made across the board to where this team can be extremely competitive and not just in that lovable loser sense either. I definitely think that this team can rack up some wins. There are some very good teams that we play to start off the year. Regardless of what the strength of schedule may say that we have the easiest schedule in the league. Listen, the first 4 games that we've played, all of these teams, except for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, have made the playoffs. So these are all good football teams. Trevor Lawrence just had the best season of his career. Sunshine was looking deadly last year, especially late down the stretch during the midst of that 8-game win streak to conclude the season at 13-4. And like you guys mentioned earlier, we're still going to have to find out who truly won that Cleveland-Jacksonville trade because we haven't even seen a tip of the iceberg with Travis Hunter yet, and I think we're in for a show. Not to mention the Tampa Bay Buccaneers lost the craziest 3-way tie I may have ever seen in all my years of watching NFL football. I do not know how the Carolina Panthers won that tie at all. I understand they did beat them at home earlier in the season, but at the same time, to lose the final game of your season to the team that didn't get into the playoff, wild, but still a very good team nonetheless. I do believe that they got better this offseason. I like the addition of Jalen Phillips and especially Devin Lloyd. I definitely think Rasheed Walker was definitely slept on. The market for him was very dried up, especially after what happened with Dan Moore, him getting the $82 million deal with the Tennessee Titans, and him not being the top level of offensive tackle that needs to be paid $82 million. So that kind of pinned him into that, 1-year prove-it scale in which Dan Morgan was happily to oblige that and bring him in as a Carolina Panther. Again, this is another solid team. The Pittsburgh Steelers won the division last year. Listen, don't get caught up into the strength of schedule garbage. This is still a tough slate to go through. These are still teams that were good last year, and they're only looking to get better. They may have some internal issues to figure out within the season. Who's going to be the quarterback in Pittsburgh? How does the defense look in Carolina after the additions that they've made? How's the offense going to look in Tampa Bay after losing Mike Evans after 12 seasons? Is Chris Godwin going to be the number one? Is Emeka Egbuka going to be the number one? What do we expect from Cade Otton, this, that, and the other? And will the Jaguars improve from their 13-4 season last year? It's kind of hard to do that, especially when you only lose 4 times. You're thinking of those Jacksonville Jaguars of the late 90s, early 2000s that seemed to win about 14, 15 games every year. Yeah, this is a tough slate. I definitely think this is a brilliant start. Not necessarily the gauntlet that was last year, but these first 4 games are definitely going to be a tall task for us, and I definitely think it's a test that we need early in the season to go against some former playoff teams, to go against some good teams that are looking to do damage this year, and to see how we hold up against them. I'm actually very excited for this year.
So what you guys are telling me is trust in Todd.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. We get an old school coach that does not like stupid football, doesn't like bad mistakes, had a lot of success with the Baltimore Ravens. This is a guy that led the NFL in pass attempts with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with Ryan Fitzpatrick and Jameis Winston as his starting quarterbacks. He is not afraid to let the ball loose, especially when he knows the running game isn't up to stuff. But when you have a guy like Quinshawn Judkins in the backfield, he's going to be our bell cow yet again. He's went back to his college number. I expect a huge season from him, 1,200-plus yards, hopefully 1,600-plus yards from scrimmage, hopefully as well. So I definitely think Todd Monken is going to have his way with this football team. His personality is going to rub off on the squad a ton, I hope. And I definitely think we're going to see much improved football this year. Much more competitive team than last year.
I love it. I'm rushing to the box office right now to buy all my tickets. I cannot wait. Cannot wait. And I hope everybody else out there is excited. We are talking. If you're just now tuning in and wondering, talking football, it's May. You're damn right it is. And we're talking the NFL schedule release. We are excited. It is a great time to be a Browns fan because excitement's in the air. And the schedule release was presented with Street Fighter. And who doesn't like Street Fighter? Who hasn't played Street Fighter? I mean, I couldn't imagine there'd be a person out there that has not played Street Fighter.
They did Street Fighter because this year's going to be like a street fight. Like we're gonna have to be scrappy for every round.
Yeah, no, that's fair, Omar. That's a great point. Street Fighter-esque, Mortal Kombat-esque. Gonna be very good, very good, very excited. And we're gonna talk a lot more. We haven't even talked about overseas. You guys want to take a trip across the world? Let's take a trip across the world. When we come back, Omar, I know your no usually means yes. So with that being said, we'll take a trip across the seas, overseas, international. Omar's going whether he likes it or not. Somebody get the bungee cord. We're bringing them with us. And we're going to talk about the international games of the NFL season coming up when we come back. Who's going to Paris? Who's going to Australia? Well, spoiler alert, it's not the Browns. But there are other teams that are going overseas. We'll talk about that here on the Inside Edge Network NFL schedule release preview show when we come back.
Discover our collection of body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. Handcrafted with natural essential oils and clean ingredients, they offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances. Perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you or your special someone. Courtesy of Alley Rose Fragrances. First-time customers, use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Hey guys, had a great show today on Unfiltered. Jake Underwood stopped by. We talked about the data center failing to get approval from the city of Cleveland. What's next and what we need to do in Northeast Ohio to get things done. Jake and I had a great conversation on that. Plus, we talked about this gas discrepancy thing with, stations having one number on their signs on the outside, different number on the pump. Crazy to think about. Believe me, it's going to be a developing story. Tomorrow, we'll talk Cavs. It's Game 6. Can they get the job done? We'll see you on Unfiltered tomorrow, 5 o'clock here on the Inside Edge Network.
And we thank you for your support of the Inside Edge Network. And don't miss my show, Midnight Run, right here on the Inside Edge Network. You won't miss a single episode when you like and subscribe at Inside Edge Net.
And welcome back to the Inside Edge Network schedule release special. Not just any schedule release, the NFL schedule release special here on the Inside Edge Network. My goodness, I'm so hungry to eat a W. I could probably eat all of them right now. Oh my goodness, I'm ready to eat some W's this year, and I hope the guys are too. Who, you may ask? TK Dandridge, Omar Klossel, Chad Bryan, and of course, I'm Eli Moon. We'll be here with you for the next however many hours. Omar and TK for another hour or so, about 45, 47 minutes. Who's counting, fellas? And then, of course, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you guys. How about that? And then after that, we have, of course, Inside Edge Primetime with Chad and myself, and then Midnight Run, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. The 11 p.m. run for one AA Anthony Alford. He'll be running, and somebody catch him before 11 because he needs to get in his seat, ready to go, and be unhinged with all of us. Can't wait. Make sure you stay locked in here. Of course, like, subscribe, follow all of the platforms at Inside Edge Net. So you stay locked in with our weekly, our daily coverage, all the great stuff. If you missed Unfiltered earlier today and you heard the promo from Kyle, you heard him talk about the show. He had Jake Underwood from the Jake Underwood Show from 14:20 a.m. on the show. He's going to have him on every Thursday. He had a great conversation, very eye-opening for stuff going on in Cleveland and just current events, news, a little sports talk. We try to keep Kyle's blood pressure down because after Cavs games, he gets a little upset. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But obviously, Kyle Cornell on Unfiltered, 5 to 6 p.m. Great show. And then Primetime, typically 10 to 11 p.m. And it'll be 10 tonight again with Chad and I. And then that's weeknights, Midnight Run with Anthony Alford, typically midnight to 1, weeknights. Of course, all of our great weekly programming as well. We have Real Talk with Papa Moon, Saturdays at 5 p.m. We have Jersey Chasers with Autumn and Christie, Wednesdays at 7:30, Voice of the Land, and Commissioner's Couch. That's Ryan Mosser and Kevin Arnold for Voice of the Land, and Commissioner's Couch is David Calhoun and Ryan Mosser. Those are both found on Thursdays, and you saw them earlier today on our jam-packed Super Thursday that we appreciate you for being part of. So again, we're here with you until a little bit after 2 a.m., and we appreciate that.
By the way, Eli, really quickly, I just want to say this. First of all, I got my travel specs on because we're gonna fly, right? I gotta have my glasses.
Are you Brian Chad right now? Is this your alter ego?
Whatever it takes, man.
Okay.
Honestly, whatever it takes to get the job done, that's me. Here's what I want to say. So speaking of Jersey Chasers, I thought Christie did a very cruel thing the other night. Did you notice this? It's 50 degrees and raining in Northeast Ohio. Okay.
Yeah.
And Christie decides to not only do Jersey Chase. That's great. Jersey Chasers is fantastic. She's in her pool. And I'm like, listen, I get it. You're in Florida. It's warm. It stays warm 984 days out of the year. I get it. It's fine. You don't have to rub it in. The rest of us, Christy, are in Northeast Ohio. We don't want to see that. Quite honestly, that hurt my feelings a little. I can't even mow my yard, right? It's cold, it's rainy, it's muddy here. I've got my lawnmower stuck twice in my yard, and she's just recklessly in her pool, splashing around, with the floaties and probably some drink. I don't know what's going on.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, it's probably good. Made me feel bad. Whatever.
Well, here's the thing. There's only one thing to do then, Chad. I guess we'll have Christy on. We'll see what her schedule's looking like for next week, and we'll have her on in her pool next week.
Yeah, we're going to make her
make you mad again. So, anything I can do to help out, pal.
With
that being
list too.
Chad, don't open Pandora's box. I've been so good tonight, not roasting you for your lack of knowing a chicken sandwich, and I don't even have that much of a palate. I don't eat onions. I don't eat peppers. I don't eat those things. I like vegetables. I eat some vegetables. I eat some like broccoli and spinach and what's a collard green anyways. All right. So we're going to get back into the NFL schedule release show. That's us. We're here. And we're going to go international for a minute. Omar didn't want to go, but I said, grab your passport. We're heading out. We're going. We're leaving. Come on, fellas. And we are going international. So let's take a look at the international games. Boom, right there. International games. You see Melbourne, Australia, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, London, England, Paris, France, Madrid, Spain, Munich, Germany, and Mexico City, Mexico. Some big games. I mean, week 1, week 3, weeks 4 through 6, 7, 9, 10, 11. I mean, just a lot of games there. And, this is what I want to talk about here for a moment. Imagine 10 to 15 years ago telling an NFL fan that nearly half of the year will have a game international. I mean, we've talked about it. They have had a game here in London, a game here, a game there, but they've never really had this many games. They're hitting Australia, Brazil, England, France, Spain, Germany, Mexico, and of course, obviously in the States. That's a no-brainer. But looking at this, guys, I'll leave this graphic up here for just a half second. Looking at these games, which one, I guess, stands out to you? It could be for this the country they're in, or it can just be for the matchup. It could be both. What game stands out to you? I'll start with you, Omar. What game stands out to you the most here?
Well, obviously, it's the Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, they have to play in England twice. They might as well put a monocle on the Jaguar itself. But it is what it is. They always go overseas and play, and I'll be excited to see the Melbourne game though at the cricket grounds. It'd be fun to see all the crazy Australians going wild for American football.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Chad, obviously the Jaguars got their work cut out for them. They're going to be spending a lot of time in London.
Yeah.
What do you think? I mean, is that the biggest standout to you, or is there something else that catches your eye here on this graphic?
Well, I mean, you look at Patriots-Lions in Week 10 in Germany. I mean, I don't know what the Lions are going to do. I mean, it seems like the excitement for the Lions is kind of like it's waning now, right? It's not there. This isn't we don't look at the Lions the same way we looked at them a couple of years ago coming into the season, or even just last year coming into the season. They sort of, I don't know, they just sort of fell apart. And it's like I haven't really heard anyone mention the Lions as a contender. But man, it seems like this would have been like a marquee matchup coming into last season. But then you would have had the Patriots coming off of a tough set. So I don't know. I mean, I guess, listen, the NFL is built for parity. We talked about the Browns. They have probably not probably, winning percentage wise, the Browns have the weakest schedule. But the NFL, it's weird how the NFL doesn't really follow those rules, right? There's so much parity. Teams can get good right away. Look at Jacksonville, the Browns thought they had 2 top 10 picks likely. And the Jaguars' success kind of, they leveled that a little bit. They pulled the rug out from under us. So unfortunately, things like that don't seem to apply to the Browns either, right? Where the quick turnarounds that you don't see that very often. That they've had a turnaround or two since they've been back, but they haven't sustained anything long term. So to me, I guess, I don't know. Yeah, if the Lions can come back and I guess be where they were a couple of seasons ago, that Patriots-Lions game in Week 10 is going to be a lot of fun in Germany. That's actually probably one of the best representations of NFL football overseas, other than, I don't know, Niners-Rams is going to be pretty good, I guess, too. But it might be the best representation that we have. Maybe Eagles-Jaguars there. It could be a good game. I don't know.
Absolutely. I guess the big question I have, too, is what game are we sending TK Dandridge to? I mean, Melbourne, Rio de Janeiro, Paris. I mean, TK, You got to have your passport first off, bud. But I mean, if you had your passport, what game are you going to? What stands out to you?
Well, obviously, the week one game in Melbourne is definitely an eye opener, new location as far as these international games go. But I'm definitely looking at the one in Madrid, watching the Bengals and Falcons go to Spain to duke it out. These are two franchises that are in limbo right now. Both quarterbacks are coming back from season-ending injuries, looking to figure out, how to get back to their respective standard of play. Two head coaches that have been grilled constantly these past two seasons, in Zach Taylor and Kevin Stefanski. You definitely want to. It's very interesting to me to see how this one pans out. I definitely think the Falcons have a chance to be very good. They have everything there. They have the top three running backs. They have a brilliant wide receiver one in Drake London, and of course Kyle Pitts is one of the best tight ends in all of football. Had the best year of his career last year. You think Michael Penix Jr. is that guy? I most certainly do. I definitely think they need to stick it out with him a little bit longer. As for the Cincinnati Bengals, you talked about the Dexter Lawrence trade. Hopefully that helps the run defense out a lot. Maybe it triggers down to the back end as well. Maybe Dexter Lawrence gets back to that pass rushing aspect of his game. Remember, he isn't too far from having 9.5 sacks in 2024. So hopefully he gets back to that form soon. This is just a game that came to my mind as the most interesting out of all of these. New location, two teams that are in limbo. Should be good ones. I like some of these matchups, to be quite honest.
I do too, guys. And you guys brought up a lot of good points. I think the game that stands out to me the most is that London game. That's week 4. That's going to be week 4. You look at the Colts against the Commanders. This is two teams, guys, that you look at the Colts. They had everything going for him. Daniel Jones playing the best football of his life. Jonathan Taylor having an MVP-esque year. They seem to be rolling, and then Daniel Jones gets hurt, and it kind of just fell apart from there, and he wasn't starting to look like New York Giants Daniel Jones right before the injury, but that was a thing too. And you look at Washington. Can Jaden Daniels return to rookie year form, which, reminder, was only 2 seasons ago. It's not like he's in his 6th, 7th year. Can he return to what many were saying, one of the better years by a quarterback that year? I mean, he was having a great year. Can he get back to that? It's going to be a tough road for both these teams, a lot to prove, and they're going to play each other week 4 in London. I think that's a really interesting game because you have a lot to prove on both sides. I think that's what stands out to me the most, but a lot of great games. You guys mentioned the Niners and Rams. You got Patriots and Lions. Watch out for those Vikings. I'm going to tell you. Watch out for those Vikings. I know Chad's not a big Kyler Murray guy, and I'm coming back to us here, fellas.
Kyler Murray's not a big Kyler Murray guy.
Well, here's the reality. Well, I'm not going to go as crazy as some have said and said he'd be the best NFC North quarterback by the end of the year. But let's not forget these Vikings. 8-9 last year? I believe they finished 8-9. They were in the division hunt near the end. They were making it tough, a playoff hunt rather, near the end. They were making it tough on teams. And they really were lacking, for a better lack of better words, at quarterback. JJ McCarthy.
You're telling me they came up short, so they went and got Kyler Murray.
So I love it, Chad. So Kyler Murray and obviously JJ McCarthy, one of the most lackluster quarterback battles you'll probably see this training camp. But I think Kyler Murray is going to be just enough to get Minnesota back into the playoffs. And I think they're going to be a sleeper team this year. I mean, they have a rough and tough defense that, makes plays. I'm not going to say they're one of the best defenses, but they make plays when they need to. And they obviously have one of the best, if not the best, receiver in the game, Justin Jefferson. TJ Hawkinson, we'll see if he can kind of return back to his elite form. We'll keep an eye on Jordan Addison. If he can stay healthy, if he can stay out of trouble, if he can just stay on the field, that's a big, big if. But if he can, he's a great asset to have for Minnesota. And you look at some of these guys they have obviously added along the way. I think Minnesota could be a problem. And we'll see that's week 11, week 12. They're going to be playing that game. You look at that. At that point, we'll know. Is Minnesota for real? Or are they not for real? So I think that stands out too, fellas. I really, really am excited for the international games. And obviously we see, boom, right there. Just in case you needed to know. Oh, my goodness, look at that. Look how crazy that is. I mean, that's the world right there. Wow.
Yes.
All right. Coming back to us, fellas. That is the world. This is us. We are the Inside Edge Network, and we are going to talk a little bit more about this NFL schedule when we come back. Guys, I'm going to be real with you. In the Moon household, it's typically always Christmas.
Ah.
It's always Christmas.
All right.
It could be January 5th. It's Christmas. It could be October 8th. It's Christmas. It is always Christmas in this household. And shout out Papa Moon because he keeps the Christmas spirit alive to the point where I'm saying have a holly jolly Christmas in February. We're
every day
having a problem. But we're going to talk about those holiday games. We'll talk about Thanksgiving Eve, Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, Christmas, all the holidays. We'll talk about those. We're going to spend some holiday cheer on the next segment here on the Inside Edge Network NFL schedule release preview show. We're so excited that you're here with us. Thank you. Make sure you follow, like, subscribe, all the great stuff at Inside Edge Net so you stay locked in with us. And, of course, the website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Check out the personalities. Read all about us. Read everything about us. We'd appreciate it. So now you know more. And, of course, check out the shop page. Get some great Inside Edge Network gear, cups, mugs, to be exact. A little coffee mug. You got shirts, polos, hats, jackets, all the great stuff there on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And, of course,
no leashes, though.
No leashes.
Nope.
Of course, our great partners.
For your pets.
Great.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. We had Kyle on yesterday, Omar. We just check. Okay. But, of course, our great partners as well, Fanatics.com, SportsMemorabilia.com, W Energy, Alley Rose Fragrances, Fanatics. I mean, Monster Moments. We have all of our great partners that support us. We appreciate them, and we appreciate you for rocking with us. So, again, check out the website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. When we come back, it's the holiday. Well, let me not get copyrighted. We're back after this.
Whether searching for a baseball autographed by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source of authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have the satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Go to sportsmemorabilia.com by using the QR code on your screen right now. Sportsmemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Podcast Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Special 2-hour edition of Midnight Run coming up tonight. Obviously, the Cavaliers, they're up 3-2, but you're a little nervous about what you saw last night, and can they close out the series? Hopefully they can at home. We'll talk about that. Also, the big story, LeBron James, what is next for him? And is there any possibility that his future is here in Cleveland? And even as a fan, do you want his future to be here in Cleveland? Also, as part of Super Thursday here on the Inside Edge Network, we react to the Cleveland Browns schedule. I bet you there's going to be a ton of 1 o'clock games. I don't know. All 17 games might be at 1 o'clock. Boy, the benefits of being a bad football team. But it might be for the best. We'll talk about the schedule and a lot more coming up tonight. Special 2-hour edition of Midnight Run beginning at 11 o'clock tonight here on the Inside Edge Network.
Autobots, roll out. That's what it sounds like. Come on. All right, welcome back to the Inside Edge Network NFL schedule release special here again on the Inside Edge Network. There is no Autobots and there's no Decepticons. There's a whole lot of familiar faces here that you'll see on your screen in 3, 2, and 1. That's Omar Colossal, Chad, God dang it, TK Dandridge, Chad Bryan, Omar Colossal, I'm Eli Moon. Chad, listen, bro. Listen. I didn't want to do this on the air. I'm going to have to unmute you because you're just out of control, pal. You're out of control.
Been known to happen.
All right.
That's why I always get yelled at on Midnight Run.
Yeah, well, no, you get yelled at for... No. You get yelled at on Midnight Run because you have an egregious list, and then you pull me into it. You get me in trouble. Yeah. You get me in trouble.
I'm taking anybody... Listen, anybody that can go... Anybody. Taking anybody that can... Yep.
I mean, who's next? Omar, TK? I mean...
Probably.
Goodness. All right.
They're Jason.
With the... Rut-row. All right. The NFL schedule is out.
Yes.
Of course, we've been talking about the Cleveland Browns, and we've been talking international. Of course, we're going to come back to the States and talk some holidays, because it's not, but it will be the holiday season.
Feels like
and there's some games that stand out, fellas. Going to go over some of these here, okay? We obviously have the Thanksgiving Eve game, Green Bay Packers at Los Angeles Rams. Thanksgiving Day, we have the Chicago Bears at Detroit Lions, Philadelphia Eagles at Dallas Cowboys, and Kansas City Chiefs at Buffalo Bills. Black Friday, that Friday will be Denver Broncos at Pittsburgh Steelers. And then you got the Christmas week. Christmas Eve, Houston Texans at Philadelphia Eagles. Christmas Day, the Green Bay Packers at the Chicago Bears. Christmas Day again, Buffalo Bills at Denver Broncos, and concluding that triple header on Christmas Day, the Los Angeles Rams at the Seattle Seahawks. Guys, it's a lot of good football. That's a lot of good football. I mean, we've talked about, and we've made sense of the Cleveland Browns schedule. We've made sense of these international games, which there are some good international games, and there's some like, sorry, London, you got to kind of have this one. But, like, what do you make of these holiday games? I'll start with you, TK. I want to pivot to you here for a minute. And also, I want to also just let everybody know, as you see the lights have got a little bit brighter here, It's because it's almost prime time. Got to get the lights on. TK Dandridge, talk to me about these holidays, man. First off, I want to start with an off-the-wall question. What's your favorite holiday dish? And then tell me what your favorite holiday game is of this slate.
Ooh, favorite holiday dish, man. I definitely think turkey's a cliche to answer, but I would definitely go. I'm a big ham guy. I like sliced ham. Ham is good around any holiday. Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter,
Tuesday,
what have you. But yeah, I would definitely say I'm a ham guy. I like apple pie too. I'm a big apple pie guy, so those are my two things.
Okay, I love it. And Papa Moon makes a mean cheesecake, TK. So maybe we'll get one of those over to you as well. Makes a real mean cheesecake. Okay. Talk to me about these holiday games, TK, though, because now I'm getting hungry and we got to pivot away from the food.
Why would you do that? What did you?
I'll be asking you about your food in a little bit. Don't you worry, TK. It's about you right now. Don't worry about Chad. What's your favorite holiday game of this slate?
Well, the Thanksgiving games are usually. I know it's a sensitive topic for a lot of football fans in America because you usually see the same two teams playing on Thanksgiving, and that's the Detroit Lions and the Dallas Cowboys. Mm-hmm. But I definitely think the Christmas games are starting to make a lot of noise as well. We got to start showing love to these Black Friday games too. These November, December holiday games are really starting to pack their punch as of late. I get Thanksgiving may seem still to a lot of fans, and I get it. The NFL is definitely trying to include different teams for these Thanksgiving games. Especially with some of the later games, the primetime games. You'll probably see Detroit at 12:30. And Dallas at 4:30. So that's usually the regular there. But I definitely think Thanksgiving and Christmas are definitely the top ones. The Black Friday games are pretty interesting as well.
Yeah, no, it's going to be an interesting Thanksgiving and Christmas, and I know how to make my guy TK Dandridge happy. I just got to bring some ham to the Thanksgiving dinner table. All right, well, I think we can work that out. Chad, I think I was going to go to you next, but I think I would just rather make you more hungry before prime time. Omar, I'm going to go to you next. What is your favorite holiday dish, and what is your favorite game or day out of this holiday slate?
Well, I'm Puerto Rican, so I have to have the rice. No matter what holiday, doesn't matter what. I make it myself, My grandmother passed. She gave me a recipe, so I have to make it now. So I'll make it for myself.
I love it. But
you mentioned that Chiefs game. When did you say that was again?
Yeah, so I'm going to go back to it here. Chiefs at Bills is actually Thanksgiving Day, but it's the evening game. It's at 8:20 p.m. on NBC.
Yeah, so that'll be a pivotal game for the Bills to see where they are and how well they do against the Chiefs because, they struggled in the playoffs against the Chiefs, and that'll probably be a good benchmark for them at that point of the season to kind of figure out where they're at and if they're even ready for the playoffs. And the Chiefs are the Chiefs, man. As long as Mahomes and Kelsey are there, they will be the Chiefs. Take last year with a grain of salt. Mahomes had his struggles and all that, but they're the Kansas City Chiefs. It's Andy Reid. You have to take him seriously. But like I said, with the Bills, it's kind of like, who knows, right? They got a new coach. Gotta beat the Chiefs, though, I think, on Thanksgiving to kind of see where you're at and to see if you can even get close and sniff the playoffs at that point.
No, I agree with you, Omar. You brought up a few great points there. Joe Brady, the new head coach of the Buffalo Bills, has a lot of experience, obviously, with Joe Burrow at LSU, has experience with Josh Allen, being the OC as most recently as last year. So we'll see what he does at the helm. That's a great point. And then you bring up Mahomes. First real injury for him that has sidelined him. He missed a good chunk of the year, obviously season-ending injury. He's trying to get ready by week 1. I agree with you, Omar. I think as long as Mahomes is ready by week 4 and the Chiefs can just tread water just enough to get to week 4, week 5 when he's ready, I think they win this division again. And I know we could talk about the Broncos another day. We could talk about the Chargers. We could talk about the Raiders. I mean, we can talk about these other teams, but let's be real. This is Mahomes' division. As long as he's healthy, as long as he's got his sidekick Travis Kelce running with him, and Taylor Swift up in the crowd singing, then they're going to continue to win that division. I mean, that is just what a reality is. I agree with you, Omar. That's a big game, a big game, and you made me hungry. Look, bro, I've never had any of Omar's rice, the made rice. I'm going to have some rice. You made homemade pizza. Now that was good. That was good. So I trust you. All right, perfect. All right, Chad, I hear your stomach growling.
Yeah. I just ate too. I mean, yeah. Listen, the hell with the schedule. I just want to talk about food. Omar, what kind of rice? Like what's the specifically?
Well, we call it arroz con condoles. It's basically rice and pigeon peas, but it's like if you go to any Spanish restaurant, you get the yellow rice. That's basically what it is.
Okay, so like a arroz con pollo, they have the little peas in there, kind of that. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Cool, got it.
I love it.
I love it.
Chad, now that you've heard everybody's favorite meal, I'll save mine. I won't make it.
Hold on, we're getting some comments on it. I think first of all,
yeah.
Omar's rice is fabulous. And then I think maybe the most important comment from a moment. Hi, Omar's mom's in here. I love that.
Oh, that's amazing. Look at that. That's
way better than talking football. That's awesome. So,
it sure is.
Mom, how you doing?
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, Mama Omar, and hello everyone out there. Yes. I can't wait. Look, Omar, here's the deal. I know we kick it. Obviously, pull the curtain back here we kick it quite a bit. I'm about to just have to come over here this weekend and get some rice.
I got all the stuff for it.
And I got an appetite. All right, Chad. Your favorite holiday dish and your favorite game or day of these holiday slates.
It's a holiday dish. I've always been partial to Omar's rice.
You never had it.
I've never had it. It's fine. Okay, I lied. Okay. No, so listen, I'm a sweet potatoes guy, man. Like if we're not gonna do the main dish, right? We guys covered turkey and ham, all that stuff's good. Side dishes, man, it's like green bean casserole, mashed potatoes, sweet potatoes for me. That's my wheelhouse.
Do you have to do the marshmallows on top?
Yeah. I'm not able to mouth the water, man. The game, I don't care about the game. I just want to talk about food. We have how much time? We have 15 minutes left. We can talk about food the whole time. Okay, fine. I like the Bears-Lions matchup on Thanksgiving. I like that afternoon. I always like when I was a kid, man. I always watched, Barry Sanders, like growing up watching the Lions on Thanksgiving. And I think also with the Bears, the Bears they're the opposite of the Browns. They have the toughest schedule, right? As far as winning percentage goes. So I think the Bears looked like they were ready to take a huge step forward. I think we'll know a little bit more by Thanksgiving. I think that'll be a fun game. Who knows? I mean, if the Bears come in, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 wins, whatever, we'll know they took that next step. But if they're struggling, I think that could just be a barometer at that point. Are the Lions back? Do the Bears take the next step? Is that going to be a huge divisional game? That could be a lot of fun.
Sure could. And I think you guys have all made great picks between food options and games.
Cabbage rolls.
Gosh.
Man.
Cabbage rolls. Okay. All right. Phew. All right. Okay. Come on, man. Okay. Papa Moon makes a mean cheesecake. Did you not hear me 2 minutes ago? He makes a mean cheesecake.
I heard you.
Okay, just making sure.
I need to mute you.
Yeah. My favorite holiday meal, man, or like dish. Oh, there's so many. You guys have hit on all the great ones. I mean, sweet potato casserole. I mean, it's pal. And then you got to get the pecans in there, like the pecans. You got to put some of that in there, and the brown sugar.
Do that. We have a nut allergy in the family, so we can't do that in my family.
All right, well, don't do that. Yeah, don't do that then, Chad. But I just take my word for it. It's good. Yeah, we'll avoid that. But I will say, my favorite though, and it doesn't matter if my sisters or if it's Mama Moon's, but if they make the mac and cheese.
Okay.
You might as well give me a whole bowl to that myself. I mean, you might as well say
not like the store mac. You're talking about homemade.
Yeah, we don't play Kraft mac and cheese on Thanksgiving. I mean, that's a sin that usually you can't come back from. Yeah. The reality is mac and cheese, 4 to 5 different cheeses in there. Man. When you lift it up, you just see the cheese. It's like, I mean, my goodness gracious. I mean, I don't know what to do with myself. I start getting excited. They tell me to get out of the kitchen. Dinner's not done all the way. I said, well, the mac and cheese is done. Then we're done. And, you put a little hot sauce, just a sprinkle in there.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe barbecue sauce you want to get real quick. But you don't even need it. I'm going to be honest. My mom and sister can throw down.
Yeah.
And my golly.
You just throw my fork in there. That's it. Maybe my hand. Maybe I don't even use the fork. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, you know what? Maybe we do an Inside Edge Network Thanksgiving dinner. Maybe that's what we need to do.
Wait,
Or
what is happening in the comments? It's getting worse. Peanut butter cheesecake.
Yeah.
Oh my
Goodness. Again, we can't have that in my household, but I can go somewhere else and eat it. I'm not allergic to things. I can eat that. I just have to, don't tell my family. But no, that sounds amazing.
Yeah, peanut butter cheesecake. I love it. And you know what? Peanut butter cheesecake. It sounds like Omar and the fan were in a lot better position last weekend with their options of food than two of these teams that stand out to me as my holiday game I choose, which would be Christmas Eve, the standalone Christmas Eve game. It's Houston Texans at the Philadelphia Eagles. We throw the term around dumpster fire at times when talking about the football team here in Cleveland. I think this is the battle of two dumpster fires. You have the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown, he's got his bags packed. He's waiting. He's just waiting for the flight to be booked to go to Foxborough. He's not going to probably be an Eagle. That's the reality. If everything we've heard and the reports are true, then he's going to be a Patriot. He's out. Saquon Barkley. Chad and I have discussed on Primetime. We've talked about on this network about Saquon Barkley. Can he get back to 2K Saquon? I mean, can he get back to that kind of era, that run? I mean, we don't know. Running backs typically over time don't get better. They usually more tread on the tires, so we'll keep an eye on there. Jalen Hurts. There's been some really interesting reports coming out about Jalen Hurts, about is the offense being tailored to him and not working out? Can he get ready for the offense? Can he adjust? I mean, I believe they have another OC. I think Kevin Patolo, I believe, they're in Philadelphia. So, I mean, they have another OC. Philadelphia is a mess, man. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Nick Sirianni yelling at fans and then 1 week loving the fans. I mean, you look at Philadelphia, it is a mess. And not to mention, they threw snowballs at Santa Claus. They literally threw snowballs at Santa Claus. So to get a Christmas Eve game, I hope Santa visits Philadelphia, because if they're throwing snowballs that evening, he might just say, you know what? We're skipping Pennsylvania tonight. And
honestly,
you look,
Eli, it's the tush push of holiday games. I mean,
yeah, I mean, some love it, some hate it. And that's exactly why I chose this game, Chad, because then you look at the other side, the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
Everybody's talking CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
The rookie allure has wore off. They are not feeling CJ Stroud like they did a few years ago. And after that playoff game, where that playoff stretch really, where it just didn't look good for CJ Stroud, you have to wonder where his psyche's at, where his confidence is at. Obviously, he still has his running mate, Nico Collins, but they got a lot of questions to answer. They have a lot of questions to answer. And I think by December, these questions may have more questions, sub-questions, and questions after that. It is two dumpster fires. And I feel confident saying that as a Cleveland Browns fan. That is two dumpster fires I don't want any part of, but I will gladly watch on primetime on Christmas Eve with the fam.
There you go.
So, yes.
I just
I love
it. From a marketing standpoint, I thought the Thanksgiving Eve game was brilliant. That's a big night out. People go out, the night before Thanksgiving. People, college students coming back from whatever. People go out. So the Packers Rams. I thought that's a good time to have a game, right? Is this the first time we have a Thanksgiving Eve game?
I think they've done it I think this is the first Thanksgiving.
I don't remember
game.
another Thanksgiving Eve game.
They've done Black Friday, but
yeah,
this is either the first or second year. It's very relevant, or really recent, for the NFL. So hey, there's some people out there that will complain about more football and spread across the week. You ain't gonna find it here. Nope. Yeah, I watch football on a Tuesday. I don't care. I will watch it whenever. You could put football on at 3 a.m, right after Love Island, which I guess I got to study because Autumn's grilling Double A and I. We got to watch Love Island.
You gotta hurry up, man. You where are you at? What season? What episode? Autumn, if you're listening.
And we're gonna go to a quick break after this. No, I have not started. I haven't started. All right, look, the weekend's typically my time to get at least a little bit of chill session out for a minute where I can actually watch some of it. So my goal is to watch at least 2 to 3 episodes, and I hope that suffices. But I know I'll pass Double A. Double A hasn't started either. I know I'll pass Double A. So that's all that matters sometimes, it's just inching ahead forward in our battle. It's not about how fast I get it done, Chad. It's just, can I get it faster done than Double A?
You know what? Measure yourself against yourself, Eli. I think that's the true measure of success. Don't measure yourself against other people. Just try to beat your own personal best every day.
Wow, that was heartwarming.
It was.
That was very considerate.
First time I've been serious in a while.
It's almost like you have to do a show with me for another hour, and you're trying to stop yelling at me for the last hour and a half. I love it. Chad Bryan, I love it.
For the next hour.
No, you're good. Well, of course, a reminder again, promo for Inside Edge Primetime. Primetime here, 10 to 11. Chad and I will talk to you about more reaction to the Cavs. We'll react a little bit more to the schedule release. Some things that maybe stood out we didn't get to here in these jam-packed 2 hours.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk a lot more great stuff. And that's your tease to make sure you stay into the end of the show, because we don't even know sometimes what we're going to finish with. Things pop up randomly during the show that we have to attend to, so you never know. Inside Edge Primetime, Chad and I, 10 to 11 p.m. here weeknights, following on Filter with Kyle Cornell, 5 to 6 p.m. weekdays. And, of course, I'd be remiss without mentioning, hold on, guys, do you hear that?
Is that coffee? Is that
Sounds like a
water dripping into a cup? What is that?
Is that? All right, well, that means... Oh, no. Okay, with that being said, AA is brewing the coffee. He's a little early. Way early, buddy. But he's getting ready early. You know what that means. That's our bat signal. That's when the Keurig starts up. AA is getting ready. We are literally an hour and 9 minutes away from Midnight Run at 11 p.m., a 2-hour edition. So we're excited for all that. If you've enjoyed the content so far, the talk we've had here about the NFL schedule release and all the weekly and daily shows we have here, make sure you go smash that bell. Like, subscribe, follow Inside Edge Net on all the socials. YouTube,
Don't break
X.
our bell. Don't break our bell.
Yeah, because then we got to get it fixed. And
push it nice. Yeah.
YouTube, X, Facebook, IG, TikTok, all the great stuff. Twitch, Inside Edge Net, and of course, the great website. And look, we're going to be a little biased because we're on the Inside Edge Network. But unbiasedly for a moment, if I were to step over here and be unbiased, it's a great website. A lot of cool stuff there. It's very smooth operating. A lot of times, just to be real for a moment, a lot of people get complaints about pop-up ads or random stuff or having to click through 7-8 different pages to get to where you want to get to. It's all there right for you. Personalities, you can read about all the great personalities on the Inside Edge Network. You can read about our partners. Click on the links to go to our partners and support our partners, which supports us. And we appreciate that. And then, of course, go to the merch shop, buy some Inside Edge Network gear. And guess what? When we start stepping out here real soon to the community, we'll take pictures with you. We'll have our Inside Edge Network gear on. You'll have yours. We'll be twinning. It'll be
Twinsies.
Yes, I love it. I love it. So make sure you check out InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Again, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. All right, we're going to take a quick pause. When we come back, we are right up against it, folks. When I bring these fellas back and they decide to rejoin with me and don't leave during the commercial, we're going to talk about very early. So no pressure. We're not talking September, but I want you guys to think during the break. Who is, out of all these schedules and everything and offseason moves, who is your team that is going to surprise TK last year with Carolina was spot on? Who, very, very early, who is going to surprise us this year in the NFL? And what team is going to disappoint us and be a travesty? We'll talk about all that. We'll get the guys' reactions, and then we'll put a bow on this thing and get ready for prime time. This is the Inside Edge Network NFL release show here on the Inside Edge Network. We're back right after this.
Hey guys, had a great show today on Unfiltered. Jake Underwood stopped by. We talked about the data center failing to get approval from the city of Cleveland. What's next and what we need to do in Northeast Ohio to get things done. Jake and I had a great conversation on that. Plus, we talked about this gas discrepancy thing with, stations having one number on their signs on the outside, different number on the pump. Crazy to think about. Believe me, it's going to be a developing story. Tomorrow, we'll talk Cavs. It's Game 6. Going to get the job done. We'll see you on Unfiltered tomorrow, 5 o'clock here on the Inside Edge Network.
Sound the alarms, because we're back here on the Inside Edge Network schedule release special. Oh my goodness. You guys will never believe what I did during the break. I went and I found the best ham, rice, not Omar's rice, but the best that I could find in about 5 minutes or so. And yeah, I had some sweet potatoes as well. If you're wondering why we're talking about the holidays, because we just talked about the holidays, and we're going to talk a little bit more about these NFL teams. Let me bring back the guys, Omar Clausel, TK Dandridge, and Chad Bryant. There they are. Look at them. Oh, my goodness. They didn't leave and go get food. I'm gracious with that. We are back here again. Make sure you smash that bell, hit the notifications. Make sure you know when we're going live. Like, subscribe, follow, all the great stuff. Inside Edge Net across all of the platforms. Make sure you check out the website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Again, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. All your great personalities you can read about. The merch store, and of course, our partners page. We appreciate our partners, Fanatics.com, SportsMemorabilia.com, W Energy, Alley Rose Fragrances.com, and of course, Monster Moments. All of our great partners, we appreciate you. We couldn't do it without you, and we couldn't do it without you watching at home or wherever you may be. You might be at your local bar turned on, with us. Yeah, you might have us on, and we appreciate that. We appreciate that. Of course, we have just a few moments left. We actually running a little bit, a little primetime hour, so that means we're running a little behind. With that being said, we're going to get into it before we let the guys, Omar and TK, get back to their busy evenings. Of course, we appreciate them. Yes. Reminder, TK Dandridge, our new senior analyst, so he will be making appearances through Primetime and, of course, Midnight Run. He'll be making appearances on some of the shows throughout the next few weeks and foreseeable future to give his thoughts as you heard him throughout tonight. He has a lot of knowledge, and again, we give him credit where it's due. He told us the Carolina Panthers were going to win that division. He said, watch out for those Carolina Panthers, all right? So we give TK a lot of credit where it's due. Of course, Omar, we're going to keep an eye on Omar because we got a lot of cool stuff planned in the future involving Omar, so we'll keep an eye on that. You keep an eye on that at home, too, okay? Got a lot of great stuff. You've seen Omar. We've talked to Midnight Conversations, and the fact that Omar keeps coming back after we've asked him if water is wet and why limes aren't called greens never ceases to amaze me. But I love you. I appreciate it. Love you both. Appreciate it. Chad Bryan, you're stuck with me, pal. You're stuck with me for another hour. So I'm sorry. That's what it is. But he's back here too. We're rocking and rolling. Yes, sir. Let's get into it before we get out here and let the guys get back to their busy days. All right. Before the break, I asked a 2-part question. And I'm going to go to all of you for both parts of the question. We'll start with you, Mr. TK Dandridge. What team, based off the schedule we looked at, based off just what we know about their offseason moves, what team is going to surprise fans and do better than we expect? And what team is going to disappoint? And when I'm talking disappoint, I'm saying like disappoint, TK. I'm saying like a sequel of a movie you shouldn't have went and seen. Like a bad sequel. What do we got? What do we got?
Well, I've already mentioned how highly I believe the New York Giants are going to be this year. I definitely picked them to win the EMC East. Another team that I would expect to surprise a lot of people, believe it or not, the Las Vegas Raiders are a lot closer to being a competitor than what a lot of people give them credit for. I questioned the Kirk Cousins signing at first, but when you really think about it, this is really a 1-year, $20 million deal with an option to be a $5 million, $170+ million. as what it was inked out to be in the first place. So it does seem strange, especially when they had the number 1 overall pick and they took Fernando Mendoza. Anyway, I definitely think this is a perfect mentor/player that can still contribute type of situation with the Las Vegas Raiders. Not to mention they had wonderful free agency as well. I thought, being able to bring the Georgia Bulldog guys back together and Kobe Dean and Quay Walker, that linebacking core is going to be absolute filthy McNasty with Devin White. Give him a little bit help in that back seven to tighten up the defense a bit. Eric Stokes had a solid year. They drafted Tredain Stukes, the Arizona safety, who I think is going to receive a lot of snaps early. He may even be a starter for those guys. I just think of the world of what they have done this offseason. You get some reinforcements in there in the receiving room. You got an improved Trey Tucker. Brock Bowers is the best tight end in football. I definitely think Ashton Genty has a much improved year. You get back Colton Miller in that fold. Obviously, that's a big key piece of that. He is one of the best left tackles in the NFL. I definitely think the Las Vegas Raiders have a chance to surprise quite a lot of people. I'm not necessarily saying a division winner or, maybe even a playoff appearance, but I do expect anywhere between 6 to 9 wins from Las Vegas Raiders. And for my team that I think is going to disappoint, I think we all know where this is going to go. The New England Patriots, for me, are a tough one to try to gauge. I do like a lot of the talent that they have on the team. Obviously, Drake May is a wonderful quarterback. I love their left tackle, Will Campbell, even though he struggled at times. I definitely thought it was going to be a rough year for him, especially, being asked to anchor an offensive line your first year in the league. It's definitely a tall task for anyone, especially with a guy that was projected to play inside due to the discrepancy of his short arms and what have you, this, that, and the other. I definitely thought he got through his season about as beautifully as he possibly could. I definitely think he did a solid job of showing the world that, hey, listen, even with the short arms, you're not just going to bulldoze me and pound my face in every single play. Yes, there are things that I need to improve on, and I definitely think he will be able to take the jump in his second year, like many left tackles that were drafted high before him have done. Colton Miller and Andrew Thomas of the New York Giants definitely come to mind. I definitely think that he's going to follow in the footsteps of that. But for everything else going on, I just thought it was a weird end to the season. You get rid of your number 1 receiver. Granted, he was acting like a diva off the field, getting into a bunch of stuff that nobody really wants to have to deal with. And, of course, Mike Vrabel bringing his own form of ghetto to the organization with his relationship with Diana Rossini and whatever else happened on with. I just think there's a lot of crap going around that organization right now. Granted, they have had worse situations happen to them in the past, with the Spygate and all the cheating that they were doing in the early 2000s. But I just think with players moving on, you still got to figure out what you're going to do with that rookie tackle, Caleb Lumu. Is it going to work on the left side? Are you going to flip-flop the bookend tackles? Are they going to be the same team as they were last year? Probably not. Still got to figure out who's going to be the number 1 guy in the receiving core. I just think there are a lot of things that are going to trickle down that are going to make us say, maybe this team wasn't as great as we may have thought they would be. Now, I don't necessarily see them going from 13 wins, 14 wins to, 6 or 7. I don't see it being that bad. But at the same time, I don't expect things to be as well-oiled as they were last year. That schedule's gotten a little bit tougher. That team has gotten a little lesser in talent. You just want to see where things fall into place as the season goes on. And for right now, I just think the New England Patriots aren't going to be as good as they were last year.
Yeah, well, TK, I will say this, however. I mean, great points, as always, but if the New England Patriots and scandals, you follow that theme, usually leads to, Super Bowl appearances. So I just get worried. There's multiple scandals going on, multiple things going on. Does that mean that?
Right.
All right. We'll revisit this later on, TK. Very good stuff. I appreciate that. That's TK's thoughts. A Raiders surprise, a Giants a surprise, Patriots not. Omar, let's kick it over to you. Who is going to be the biggest surprise in the NFL this season, team-wise? And who's going to be a disappointment, Omar?
You know, I'm going to piggyback off of TK with the Patriots. I think they're going to be the biggest disappointment. I think the off-the-field issues are just too glaring right now, and I think that'll just be too much of a distraction. When you take away from the game, the team usually doesn't do well. So I'm going to say the Patriots. And then for the most, my team that I'm looking forward to watching is the Tennessee Titans with Cam Ward. You got a guy in there who basically didn't have a head coach for half a year, right? They were ass. They were hot ass.
Yeah.
And I think they they went out, got a receiver, who I think could be really great for them for a long time. Cardinal Tate, he's insane, man. The list goes on and on. You have Alec Airmanor from last year. So I think the weapons that they put around him, and that defense is great. If they can replicate anything or take anything from San Francisco and kind of implement it into their style, I think they can be dangerous.
Okay.
I think they can be dangerous, especially because they play. Who do they play with? The Colts, right?
Yeah.
They seem a lot weaker this year, and I think it's kind of wide open for the Tennessee Titans to come and take this thing.
All right, we'll keep an eye on those Titans.
A lot of people are down on them, but I'm pretty high on them.
Well, you make Papa Moon smile wherever he's at because he has some Tennessee roots. So if he's not the Browns, it's Titans are in that mix of teams he'll root for and rock with. So you just probably made him smile wherever he's at. All right, Chad Bryan, my guy. Who is going to disappoint you this year as an NFL team? And who is going to surprise you as an NFL team?
You want the good news or the bad news? You want the disappointing team first or the surprise team?
I say you do the bad news. You do the bad news last, and then I'll do the bad news first to get good news to end this preview show.
Okay, I'm confused.
I don't know what I just said. All right,
I'm not sure what you said either, but I'm going to start with my team that's going to surprise you. Okay, so my team, I think that's going to be a surprise this year is that I mentioned them earlier, and I said they could go either way. They're the only team in their division that didn't change their head coach, even though sometimes he can't quite figure out how to coach his way out of a wet paper bag. I think that in this division, with all the transition, you may see them be a little bit better if they can stay healthy. They did address the defense. They got a little bit better along the defensive line. If the offense, the key is the quarterback. If the quarterback remains healthy, I think the Bengals win the AFC North, and I think they're a playoff team this year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, okay. Yeah. Whew, all right. That was a juicy one there, pal. All right.
Who else is going to win this division? I mean,
I don't know. I mean,
you've got a 72-year-old quarterback in Pittsburgh. Baltimore, like I said, there's so much transition in Baltimore. They lost their center. They lost their tight end. They lost a lot of their identity of really who they are, right? They lost their head coach, lost their offensive. They lost everybody.
Yeah.
There's a lot of transition there. The Browns are just the Browns. They're just. It doesn't matter what they lost or gained. They're not going to win the division. I mean, they're just not going to do it. So
you don't have a quarterback, can't win.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. No, I'm with you, Chad. I'm with you. Now, I don't know if Papa Moon, he must have heard you with those tight ends, Omar. I don't know if he's saying the biggest disappointment or surprise. We're going to need some clarification. But real talk with Papa Moon, a man of usually many words, just with Ravens.
One word.
Ravens. So we'll need clarification on that. Luckily, I know the guy, and I'm sure I can figure out very quickly if he's surprised or disappointed. So, Papa Moon, why don't you let us know if they're disappointed or surprised? Because they could fall under in the category, right? They could be the biggest surprise with Jesse Minter and this team, or they could be the biggest disappointment because of the expectations we talked about earlier with Lamar, Derrick Henry. The clock is ticking. I'm not saying Lamar is an old man by any stretch, but I'm saying the difficult
chances, like the amount of chances he's had,
right?
Just squandered.
There are
completely.
miles on those legs. Yeah.
And how many? I mean, really think about it, guys. How many franchise quarterbacks have won in their 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th year the first Super Bowl of their career? Usually, you got to get it.
Stafford.
But that's a rarity, though. I don't think I guess my point is it's an outlier. It's very rare. So Lamar's got to get it early, and this is like that year. This year. So what'd you say?
Oh, Peyton Manning.
Yeah, but Peyton won one earlier than his 10th year.
But
I mean, I get your point, but they're outliers, Homer, is the whole thing. They're very rare. You're not talking about guys 10, 13 years in winning it. That's why the discussion about Kurt Warner doing it with Arizona was as big as it was, because he couldn't get it done with the Rams, and he was still trying to get it done and he couldn't. So that's what stands out to me on that end. I guess for me, the biggest disappointment for the season is really ultimately a lot of eyes are on a lot of teams, right? A lot of teams. I think the biggest.
Do you want me to finish mine or no?
Did you not do your biggest surprise?
Oh, I didn't do my biggest disappointment. You guys started talking about birds.
Oh my gosh! Well, back to you, pal. Back to you.
It was the crowd participant. We said, "What's your favorite kind of bird?" And someone said ravens, and that's all we got to.
Oh, that's fair. Okay, go ahead. Go back. Sorry, Pablo. Go ahead.
That's okay. Listen, the most disappointing team to me is it might surprise you. It's a team that I've mentioned them in this show. They have the toughest schedule in the NFL. Do you know the last team to come in with the toughest schedule and win a playoff game? Do you know when that was? No. 2016 Falcons. Okay.
Wow.
The 2016 Falcons are the last team to come in, and 7 of the last 10 teams to come in with the best schedule or the hardest schedule in the NFL have missed the playoffs. I think it's the Bears. I think the Bears are going to disappoint you this year.
Wow. Okay. All right. We'll keep an eye on those Bears. We'll keep an eye on it, Chad. Now that you have concluded officially.
Okay, I'm sorry. You can go. I'm so sorry. Just wanted to answer the damn question.
Listen, bro, you will have a lot of questions in the next hour or so. All right, you'll answer them all. No, I'm kidding. All right, let's get into it. The Denver Broncos are my biggest disappointment. They are going to disappoint a lot of teams or a lot of fans or whatever. I mean, not disappoint a lot of teams because they won't be in the playoff picture. In fact, I think they could finish the worst in this division.
Wow. Okay.
Bo Nix, we've talked about a Chad on Primetime. We've talked about the injury, the Bo Nix ankle injury, if that's as serious or more serious than they're making out to be. I think their receiving room isn't crazy. I think they've overplayed past their abilities, and that's not a knock or a slight or anything. That's just they have played above and beyond what anybody expected out of this receiver room. I just don't think the Denver Broncos, regardless of how good that defense is, going to be able to replicate that success. And like anything Sean Payton, it could turn into drama real quick. And I just think there's always that in there. I mean, you could hear the discussions already when you talk about Jarrett Stidham and the AFC Conference Championship game and all this other stuff. I think the Broncos are going to disappoint. I actually wouldn't be shocked if they won less than 7 games. I think they are a 5 to 6 win football team next year, this season coming up. Biggest surprise. Oh my goodness. I'm so excited. And I'm going to go ahead and say it. The New York Jets. The New York Jets are going to surprise a lot of teams this year.
And win 5 games.
Smith, you know what? They wrote me off, but I didn't call back. Or whatever he said back then. He is going to do it. He is going to take the Jets to a second-place finish in the AFC East. You guys have mentioned the Patriots in their fall-off. I think I'm right there with you. I think the Bills are going to have a little bit of a tougher time. They still win this division, but they're going to have a tougher time than a lot of people think. And the Dolphins, well, you know, they'll be good enough to get third. This Jets team makes the playoffs this year. Led by Geno Smith. Breece Hall just inked an extension. He obviously sees something there in the future. That guy was on the way out. He was ready to get out of New York any way he could. For him to go ink an extension, I get it. Money. Okay, go get your next contract. He's going to get a contract anywhere. Breece Hall is one of the best running backs in the league. So the fact that they got Breece Hall back there, Garrett Wilson's there, they are considerably improving that defense after moving on from Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams. The Jets are going to surprise a lot of teams, and they're going to make the NFL playoffs this year.
Okay.
That's it.
Yo, real quick, Moody. Real quick.
Yeah.
I wanted to get you with you on that Jets take. The big thing with the New York Jets that I wanted to talk about, that offensive line. I love this unit in its entirety. Going from left to right. Olamuyiwa Fashanu. You get Dylan Parham away from the Raiders to play that left guard position. You continue to work with Josh Myers as your pivot. Joey Tippmann was excellent as their right guard last year, and I am totally high on Armand Membu, their bookend right tackle. Granted, he gave up 8 sacks last year. He was very efficient in the run game and showed flashes in the pass protection game that I definitely think he can improve on next year. I definitely think that sack allowed total will definitely drop from 8 to somewhere around sub 5. Maybe even less than that. I definitely think this offensive line is going to be a big picture, a big fixer for Geno Smith, who was absolutely terrible with the Las Vegas Raiders last year. But I definitely think the cohesion of this offensive line in New York is going to help him a lot this year. I definitely think the signing of Breece Hall was big too, getting Garrett Wilson back to lead their receiving core, and also having guys like Kenyon Sadiq and Omar Cooper Jr. Entering in that offense as rookies. It's going to be a lot. So, yeah, I definitely like your take with that. I just wanted to add that little bit in there.
No, I appreciate it. And anytime anybody wants to strengthen my points, and you can go ahead, TK, any day of the week, buddy. I appreciate you. And I'll tell you this, guys. The Jets are going to be a problem. Your TK just strengthened my point. If you didn't hear from me, you heard from TK too. The Jets are going to be a problem this year. Mason Taylor, another guy to keep an eye on at tight end. What are their plans for Mason Taylor? But they have options there at tight end. They have options on the offense side of the football. And one thing is the Jets are going to be able to move the football. Geno Smith is going to throw the football. Whether to his team or the other team, we don't know. But he's going to throw the football, and he's going to get it moved down the field. And that's the biggest thing. So, Chad, what are you laughing about?
I just wanted what's your take on
Papa Moon, Unhinged next hour. Unhinged is next hour.
We've had a lot of talk about
I like a tender.
The tenderloins. Papa Moon, we know you're hungry too. I know you are.
It's all about
starving.
That's okay.
What is your take on the loins?
Wow.
Well, we'll look at that, and we'll look at the Lions as well a little bit later here on Primetime. We're gonna let Omar and TK get back to their day. We appreciate them so much. Again, TK Dandridge, the senior analyst of the Inside Edge Network. We'll see him throughout various shows, giving his takes, just like you heard for the last 2 hours. And Omar, we will hear more to come with him. He'll be, of course, with Midnight Conversations as well. It's all right, Papa. We love you. We love you, buddy.
Thank you so much, man.
We love you. It's all good fun. All right. Omar and TK are going to depart when we come back. It's time for prime time. We told you we run a little behind every now and then. Yeah. This is going to be prime time for the next 40 minutes. And we got to hurry because that Keurig I don't think it's stopped brewing for the last 30 minutes.
Never seen a Keurig brew for is it a bucket of coffee?
How much coffee does one man need?
Oh, he's going 2 hours. So
he better have his Inside Edge Network mug. That's all I know. All right. That's Omar down perpendicular to me. We'll see him, of course, in the future here in the Inside Edge Network, one of the newest talents of the Inside Edge Network. And TK Dandridge, our senior analyst, you know him as well. We will see those guys a little bit later on in the coming weeks. All right. When we come back, Inside Edge Primetime. Chad Bryan, Eli Moon. That's that guy over there. That's me. We're back right after this.
Whether searching for a baseball autographed by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source of authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have the satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Go to sportsmemorabilia.com by using the QR code on your screen right now. Sportsmemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Podcast Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, and no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Clean energy, no jitters or crash. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. With over 15 flavors to choose from, you can't miss. Order Dubby Energy right now by using the QR code on your screen and use the promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
And welcome back, officially, to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. I want to say a big thank you once again to Omar Clausel and TK Dandridge for their great observations, analysis, and for the conversation for the last 2 hours during our NFL, Inside Edge Network, NFL schedule release show. So that leaves me with one person left in this room. I spend every weeknight with them, and I wouldn't change it for the world. That's Chad Bryan. And we are back. We are officially here, Inside Edge Primetime. Of course, we said we're going to have a little overrun, but look, the guys were giving some real strong points, Chad, about, these teams. We'd be foolish to be like, all right, we're going to transition to primetime. We got to talk about chicken sandwiches and Chad's grass. All right.
Show the picture of my grass. Quiet about the Panthers. Let's get my grass up here. Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not going to.
Yeah, how does the Panthers stack up against Chad's grass?
I think that's an easy W, honestly.
For who?
Well, for the Panthers, my grass.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends. It could take some shoes, to be honest. It's really soft.
It'll stop the run. It'll stop the run.
For sure. It'll stop the run. It might slow down some speed too, to be honest with you.
I love it.
Well,
I love it, Chad. If you enjoyed all that coverage and all of our weekly and daily coverage, you can go ahead and like, subscribe, follow Inside Edge Net on all the socials. Stay locked in with everything we're doing. Chad and I here weeknights with you, 10 to 11 p.m. prime time before us, 5 to 6 p.m. on Filter with Kyle Cornell. Weekdays, again, 5 to 6 p.m., getting you ready for 10 to 11 with prime time, Chad and I. And Midnight Run, midnight to 1, weeknights with Anthony Alford. Again, programming announcement here on our Super Thursday. I had to check the date for my Super Thursday. It is Super Thursday. If you're just tuning in, like, what the heck is Super Thursday? It's over 9 hours of consecutive coverage. We have started at 5 p.m. with On Filter with Kyle Cornell, 5 to 6. 6 p.m. we had Voice of the Land with Ryan Mosser and Kevin Arnold. 7 p.m. we had Commissioner's Couch with Ryan Mosser pulling double duty and David Calhoun. Then 8 to 10, you just saw it. Omar Clausel, TK Dandridge, Chad and I giving you a breakdown on the NFL schedule release show. And now we're going to do prime time here all the way up to 11 p.m. And then we're going to get out of here before AA kicks us out. I'll slide behind the scenes. Chad will actually just have to. Sorry, Chad, you gotta go. I'm just kidding. I love it. And I love it, Chad. No, you can stick around. And of course, Midnight Run will be 2 hours tonight, 11 p.m. run, 11 to 1. And then Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast, Kyle Cornell and Anthony Alford, 1 to a little bit after 2 in the morning. So stick with us. We are far from done. In fact, we're like in the prime time of things, if I do say so myself. Chad, I feel like we've thrown a little bit more dukes at each other than we usually do. I feel like we've got a little
Yeah, it was
rowdy.
fun. Well, there were some other people in the room. I felt like, we couldn't like exclude. We had to make them feel like they were part of the thing. So we had to fight a little bit there. We didn't want to make it feel like it was us against them. That'd be weird.
Can we make a peace treaty right here?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, peace treaty.
Yeah. Peace treaty. Okay.
Okay. All right, we're back.
Are there details, or we're just piecing it out?
No. What's understood doesn't need to be said.
All right, that's fine. We could talk over apple pie, and
Stop.
Okay, you're right. That's my fault.
Please, both of our stomachs are going to start grumbling.
We're already in a fight. All right. That's
Inside Edge pie time. Okay, let's get back to it. Let's talk about
That's the abbreviated version.
Yes, let's talk about the Browns here for a minute. All right, the Browns. Obviously, we talked about their schedule. I'm a little more optimistic now that I've seen the schedule, and I know I'm silly. I don't know, reality check here for a moment. I don't know if they're going to win 13, 12, 11 games, but I think they're going to be in a position where they can win more than 6 or 7 games, Chad. That's what I'll stand on. If they can handle the division, they can win those games.
Can they handle the division, though? I think the Ravens and the Steelers are big wild cards. And as much as I said earlier that the Bengals are a wild card, I really think they're going to be improved as long as they're healthy. So I feel like beating the Bengals twice is going to be a tall task. I feel like you never know with the Ravens. I just don't know what they're going to look with Jesse Minter. I mean, he's going to have a focus on defense for sure. It's going to be Lamar. It's going to be everything with the offense, except, like I said, they lost Tyler Linderbaum. They lost their center. They lost their tight end. They're going to be working with some pieces missing on the offense. So they're a question. Could the Browns beat the Ravens twice? Sure. Could the Browns beat the Steelers twice? They showed you last year they completely dominated the Steelers in that game. They could. It's reasonable they could go 4-2 in the division. I know that sounds crazy. But that's reasonable. And then outside of that, they have one of the weakest schedule in the NFL. So, Eli, it's not out of the question that the Browns could maybe win a couple more games than we thought. They've addressed the offensive line better than I thought they would, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
They've upgraded the receiver room, as well as I hoped they would. I don't know if I would say better than I thought they would, but they've done a good job, right? They've put some good players in there. Now you got to find a quarterback. And I don't know if it's Shedeur Sanders. I don't know if it's probably not Dylan Gabriel. No offense. Again, I don't mean to – it sounds like I'm always throwing shade at Gabriel, and I don't mean that. He just didn't – he didn't look very good. They didn't move the ball with Dylan Gabriel at all. He didn't make a ton of mistakes. He just didn't really make any plays either.
Yeah.
He didn't really show me that ability. Shedeur Sanders made some mistakes. I'll be the first to admit that. He made plenty of mistakes. But he also showed some ability to move the ball. He showed some playmaking ability, and I thought there were flashes there. And I just don't trust Deshaun Watson physically. I don't necessarily, you know how I feel about it on the other end, but I just don't trust him physically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Taylor Green's a fun project, but he's not going to be ready to start in the NFL this year at all. That would be crazy if he were starting before the bye week. That would be a disaster. Listen, to get Taylor Green starting, he would have to either be so good and have made such huge leaps and bounds and look like a 6'6" Randall Cunningham or something on the field, or the Browns would have to be pretty much, I don't know, 1-9 going into the bye week and just go, hell with it, just see what happens, right? Like, let's see what the rookie has again. Let's do this again for the second year in a row. Let's just throw all our rookies out there. I don't know. Again, this is the team that they can go either way, and they typically go one way, so that's what you expect as a Browns fan. But looking at it optimistically, it could be a better season. 7-10. I could maybe even looking at the schedule, maybe 8-9.
Yeah, and we keep talking about the division, right? Todd Monken spent a lot of time in this division.
Yeah.
Here with Cleveland last with Freddie Kitchens as the OC, and most recently in Baltimore as the OC with John Harbaugh and that Baltimore Ravens team. So he has a lot of familiarity. So we'll keep an eye on all that.
Just real quick, I wanted to point out really quick, Omar left us. We're still getting love from the comments, and we appreciate you so much.
I love it. Yes, thank you so much. Yes. We appreciate it. And hello from West Virginia. Yeah. Hello. Absolutely. All right, Chad, we talked a lot of NFL schedule release. We have a little bit other stuff to cover here, sports related, before no grass cutting tonight. Just sports related for the last 28 minutes or so. Noise. I want to pull the schedule back up here one more time, okay?
Okay.
We're not going to do a full schedule win, loss.
Yeah, no.
I just want you to tell me where you see the wins.
Okay.
That'll narrow down on me going through and us going through, hey, this game, win, loss. Just tell me where the wins are.
Okay.
All right, I'm pulling up the graphic.
Okay.
All right, what are the wins?
The wins. This is the Browns. The wins are going to be what? I think they're going to come into that Steelers game 1-2. I think they'll lose to the Jaguars, lose to the Buccaneers, beat the Panthers. I think they have a good chance of winning that Thursday night. We talked about how bad the Steelers are on Thursday night. The Browns are in the Steelers' heads a little bit right now. They've got a new coach coming in. I get it. But I think that's even worse news for the Steelers. I think, I'm a Mike Tomlin fan. I really like Mike Tomlin. And I think he was the glue that kind of held some of that chaos together of that franchise coming apart at the seams. I think you could see them have a down year a little bit this year. And Mike McCarthy's not a bad coach, but I think just Tomlin commanded a certain respect that, and McCarthy commands respect in a different way, but Tomlin was just that guy, right? I think they beat the Jets. I think they beat the Ravens at home. I think they beat the Titans. I think they lose the second game to the Steelers. I think they'll drop that game to the Saints because they should beat them. The Texans have a really good defense. The Browns struggle with teams with really good defenses. They'll lose to the Texans. They can beat the Raiders. It's probably going to be Kirk Cousins at that point. Maybe Fernando Mendoza. He may be playing by then. I don't know. They should beat the Raiders. The Bengals. Here's where I think the Bengals, if they're healthy and they're that team, we're going to know it by now, right? There's no chance. I mean, that's December. It's not going to be a question. The Bengals we'll know, right?
Mm-hmm.
They could be leading the division at that point. I think they lose that first game to the Bengals. The Falcons is going to be a tough one, man. Lose it. I think they lose to the Falcons. They lose to the Giants. They lose to the Ravens. They lose to the Colts. They lose to the Bengals. I think they end the season with at least 6 straight losses, Eli.
Gosh.
I know. This team just keeps getting to the point, right? And then that's where and they don't have a tough schedule, but that's the toughest run of their schedule right there.
Okay. Well, I'll run mine here real quick then. I think.
Sorry, I went game by game. I didn't mean to, but I tried to go really fast.
No, you did a great job. This is exactly what we envisioned when we said, let's not do what almost everybody does and take full analysis for 30 minutes on each game. We'll have plenty of time to do that.
Coming into the third quarter, they'll lead 21-20 with it. Yeah, we're not doing that.
I love it. All right. I'm going to say this. They'll win against the Panthers to get their first win of the year. They'll be 1-2 going into Pittsburgh, and they'll go to 2-2.
Mm-hmm.
Then they will struggle. They'll have a loss against the Jets.
Yeah, you really like the Jets, yeah.
Yeah, they'll lose against the Jets.
Okay.
They will beat the Ravens, so they'll go to 3-3. They'll beat the Titans, so I guess not much of a struggle. So 4-3. This is where it gets a little rough. Steelers, they're going to lose on the road. They're going to lose to the Saints. They're going to lose probably to the Texans, if I were to say right now. The bye week's up in the air. No, I'm kidding. All right. But
you never know with the Browns. It depends on C.J. Stroud, too, with the Texans. But I think their defense is so good. They'll stifle the Browns' offense at that point.
Yeah, Chad, that's exactly where I'm at. It's just really depending on C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Because the Browns' defense is lights out. And if they aren't really cooking offensively, I could see the Browns winning. But I see them losing that one.
Stroud was awful against the Steelers last year in the playoffs, and they won 30-6. So, I mean, they still, they can win games without him being great. They just need him to not, trip over his own feet and whatever, right? Okay.
Yeah, it could be interesting. I will say this. I think Fernando Mendoza, and this is a discussion for another day, I don't think he goes to week 3 without starting. I think he's a starter by week 3. So I agree with you. I think for sure by week 12, he's got at least 7-8 starts under his belt. And I think the Browns get it done there. So I think, again, Panthers, Steelers, I'm going to say they win against the Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
They go on a tear where they don't really have much success after beating the Titans. They're going to lose the Steelers, lose Saints, lose Texans, beat the Raiders. Oh, no. Yeah, they're probably going to lose the rest of those.
This last stretch is it's brutal.
Yeah. So what is that? So what did I have them at? So what? Quick math on the fly. 1, 2, 3, 4. No way. So I have them winning. All right. Damn, dude. 5 games? See, the schedule looked a lot better when we were doing this.
They have the weakest schedule, and this is what I mean, though. It makes you realize when you go through this and you really think about every game. You realize the Browns aren't ready to win because they don't know who their starting quarterback is. And you can listen. All the Mary Kay Cabots can know that it's going to be Deshaun Watson, and everybody else can know that it's going to be Shador, and it should be Dylan Gabriel, and let's throw Taylor Green out there, whatever. But that's the problem. We're still talking about 3 guys or 4 guys in that room. We're really 2 that could be the starter, right? We're talking about Shador Sanders and Deshaun Watson,
right?
But it's the old adage, right? If you have 2 quarterbacks, do you have one? Right? We don't know who it's going to be. We don't know who that guy's going to be, and I think that makes it tough to not only to guess when you look at the schedule, but it makes it tough coming into the season mentally. You don't know, like, as an offense, who's the guy? Like, who's the guy that we look to? I mean, Shedeur Sanders is in town. He's doing all the things that you want a franchise quarterback to do. He's saying all the things. He's showing up to the facility early. He's leaving late. He's there every day. He's throwing. He's doing all the things. Deshaun Watson, like I said, hasn't played meaningful football in 7 years now. Played a couple of good stretches, like 2.5 good quarters with the Browns in a row. That was fun for a minute, I guess, if you like that. Other than that, it's been pretty bad here. It's been awful here, really.
Yeah.
And neither here nor there. Whatever you think about him personally, just let's look at it football-wise. It's been really, really bad. We spent a lot of money for really, really bad football from him. So I'm not optimistic there. Dylan Gabriel had trouble throwing the ball 20 yards unless he was trying to throw a 9-yard swing pass, and then he would throw it 40, whatever. You saw that. And Taylor Green is just, like I said, not going to be ready to start. Not week 1, not week 18. Not going to be ready to start in the NFL this year. He's a project, okay?
Yeah.
He's a round pick. That's okay to say. It's not a knock on him. He has amazing athletic tools. He's just not quite – it's going to take some time to try to refine that, So we'll see what happens. And he may get in there and play some. And I know, like, if he gets in week 3 in, like, a red zone, someone's going to go, oh, look, he played. That's not what I meant. You know what I mean? He's not going to be the starting quarterback and the leader of this franchise. That's not the case.
I'm waiting for the person to come on this show, like, in the comment section and be like, hey, Chad, you were wrong.
Yeah,
what about that Wildcat? What about that Wildcat?
Right, yeah, he played. What do you do, you dumbass? Whatever.
Yeah.
And it's true. That part of your comment would be true. I would be a dumbass, but not for that reason. So, yeah, I don't think he's going to make any significant impact other than maybe in, like you said, some gadget type of stuff. So that makes it hard to look at the schedule and go, well, here's where the wins are, because we don't even know really what the offense is going to look like. I mean, are they going to struggle to score 20 points? Are they going to struggle to keep the quarterback on his feet? Are they going to be able to run the football? Can Quinshon Judkins take a handoff and not run into contact behind the line? I mean, at one point last year, I think he had like 101 carries and 98% of his yards were after contact. That's not good. That's not what you want. No wonder the poor guy broke his leg, right? He's getting hit on every single play before he even gets to the line of scrimmage. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's just so many questions offensively. Can Harold Fannin continue to, improve upon what we saw in his rookie year? He looked really good. Will the new wide receivers make a difference? Will Jerry Jeudy be mentally engaged and physically engaged? Psychologically, whatever's going on with him, is he going to be back in the fold? If it's one guy and he, maybe there's, I don't know. Does he have chemistry issues with Shedeur Sanders? We don't even know. It's hard to tell with Jeudy because he was so checked out last year. We don't know what we're going to get. And that's why it's hard to get. You look at the schedule and you go, I don't know. They're going to win 5 games. They win 7 games. They don't look like a 12-5 team because you don't know what the offense is going to look like.
Right. And I guess, like, my point when I like had that realization of the 5 games, I'll say this: it's 5 for sure, though. That's like I'm for sure.
Yeah. I don't think they're worse than that. Yeah. No.
And I guess that's where it comes into, like, if they can win a few of these division games, they swing a different way. Because, again, we both picked them to lose both Cincy games.
Yeah.
They can swing those 2. There's 7 wins right there. They can swing another division game against Pittsburgh or Baltimore. There's 8 wins. We're talking about an 8-win Browns team, And I get it. They're not going to be 13.
I get the Bengals have been weird. The Browns play the Bengals well, but the Bengals are going to be different up the middle this year. They're not going to be easy to run the football on. And, I just.
But they're lacking the defensive end.
They are
lacking.
They made some improvements. I was joking a little bit earlier. They did make some. They signed some football players. They're going to play in the defensive backfield. By no means, they didn't go out and get Caleb Downs. Obviously, they gave away the 10th pick or whatever. So, they didn't get that much better in the defensive backfield. But I do think the defensive line got better. I think they're better against the run today than they were, 3 months ago. So there's that. And I don't know. Dexter Lawrence can rush the passer. I don't look for him to make a significant, impact in the pass rushing game at all for the Bengals. I don't think if he's what you're relying on, then I think they're in a lot of trouble. But
and that's, I guess, my whole point.
Okay.
Yeah, and not to interrupt you, Chad, but I guess that's my whole point. Is like, it's really to center back, bring it back. It's going to depend on the division.
Yeah.
If the Browns take care of business in the division, and I'm saying take care of business. I'm saying you have 6 games in the division. You need to go no less than 4-2.
Okay.
If they can take care of business in the division, win 4 or 5 division games, this is a team that could at least be on the graphic of in the hunt. Are they going to make the playoffs? Probably not. Let's just be real. All the excitement. I mean, I'm excited. I feel like there's some positivity, especially with the way the schedule looks. A few games. Again, we picked them to lose some of these, and me and Chad both don't have a high win total. But I'm under the impression, I can't speak for Chad, but I'm under the impression that a lot of these games are pick 'em as far as depending who's under center, and how these other teams look by the time we get to them, because that is a big thing. And I think there is a possibility where the Browns are winning more than 7 games. I'm not going to say 13 again, but Chad, I could see 8, 9 wins, maybe an above 500 record. And that would be, I'll tell you, if the Browns go 9-8, even if they miss the playoffs, that would be a huge success for Todd
That's
Monken
a
and
step
this team.
forward. Yeah. I tried to do the math on I was trying to do it, add it up while you were talking, but yeah, I've got him at 6-11. And
So you have to have more wins than me.
Yeah, and that's about what I said coming in. I said, what did I say? I said between 5 and 7 wins is realistic.
Yeah.
If things improve unexpectedly, they could win more. I don't think they win less. I think the defense is too good, and I think that there's at least a baseline of those building blocks on the offense, right? You've addressed the offensive line. It's gotten better, at least on paper. They're going to have to go out and execute on the field, and that's been a problem for the Browns. But I think that. Yeah, I think 5 to 7, maybe I wouldn't say 4. I think 5 to 7, maybe 8 or 9 wins is about the realistic range of what you're looking at.
Yes, and if they go above that, that's a big if.
Yeah.
But don't expect too much more. But I will say this again, and I know you agree with me. It seems like at least 9-8, even if they missed the playoffs, I'll be frustrated, I guess, because I'd love to see some playoff action, but it would give me a lot of encouragement. And that'd be a team that'd be in the teens, they'd have in terms of their draft pick, right? They'd be in the, 13 to 17 range. They'd be able to draft another star player, right? Or somebody that can
impact. What you're saying is we'd be frustrated for them at that point instead of frustrated with them. I think you would see the improvement. You can go, that team was close, right? Like, dang, they put it together, but they didn't quite, turn the corner. But I think you would feel optimistic heading into, next season. I think you would feel
exactly
now, yeah,
exactly. And you go snag somebody and like I said, in the mid round of the first round, instead of drafting top 10, you go mid round. You get somebody that you talk about Caleb downsliding this year, a guy like a Reuben Bain, you can get somebody like that next year if you can continue to show improvement. So we'll keep an eye on all that. It's funny, Chad and I, when we were talking during the break and pull the curtain back, we said, all right, we'll be very brief with the Browns schedule. And like anything Cleveland Browns related, it was not brief. All right. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take a quick pause. We are almost up against it. We only got about 15 minutes and counting left until it's time for Midnight Run at 11 p.m. A special edition, 2 hours with AA Anthony Alford. Very, very excited. He is going to be unhinged and at an earlier time than normal. He's going to be unhinged. So we'll keep an eye on that. Of course, keep an eye on everything we got going on. Like, subscribe, follow all the great stuff. Inside Edge Net on all the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, everything in between. Inside Edge Net to stay locked in. Hit the notification bell so you know when we're going live. Chad and I, but everybody else as well. Kyle Cornell on Filtered, 5 to 6 p.m. weekdays. Midnight Run with Anthony Alford, 12 to 1 weekdays, weeknights, and all the great weekly programming. Make sure you stay locked in there. And, of course, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Read about your favorite personalities here on the Inside Edge Network. Check out the shop page. And, again, thank you to all of our fantastic partners. W Energy, Mosser Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, AliosFragrances.com, and Fanatics.com. We appreciate you so, so much. Couldn't do it without you and couldn't do it without you at home. So we appreciate you.
We do.
Of course. Yes, Chad and I are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to put a bow on this thing. We are going to try to cross our T's, dot our I's, talk about some things we didn't get to. And if we don't get to it, well, we'll see you tomorrow on that. We're going to come put a bow on. Yes, absolutely. We're going to put a bow on this thing when we come back and hand it off to AA Anthony Alford for him to open up all the stuff we talked about and more. Very excited about what he has to talk about. You should be too, because we're not leaving. We're here with you all the way till 2 a.m.
Just over halfway through it. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Chad and I coming back with Inside Edge Primetime, the final segment of Inside Edge Primetime, right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and, well, everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to Fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams. That's Fanatics.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Mosser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by InsideEdge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northern Ohio but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more at MosserMomentsPhotography.com by using the QR code on your screen right now. MosserMomentsPhotography.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Special 2-hour edition of Midnight Run coming up tonight. Obviously, the Cavaliers, they're up 3-2, but you're a little nervous about what you saw last night, and can they close out the series? Hopefully they can at home. We'll talk about that. Also, the big story, LeBron James, what is next for him? And is there any possibility that his future is here in Cleveland? And even as a fan, do you want his future to be here in Cleveland? Also, as part of Super Thursday here on the Inside Edge Network, we react to the Cleveland Browns schedule. I bet you there's going to be a ton of 1 o'clock games. I don't know. All 17 games might be at 1 o'clock. Boy, the benefits of being a bad football team. But it might be for the best. We'll talk about the schedule and a lot more coming up tonight. Special 2-hour edition of Midnight Run beginning at 11 o'clock tonight here on the Inside Edge Network.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan, to my right, your right, I'm Eli Moon. I'll tell you what, bud. I got to be honest. Can we go open and honest here on Primetime for
Absolutely. That's what Primetime is for.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. I'm going to be open and honest with you and everybody out there watching. Can we please just get 10 purchases? I'm not going to lie to you. Part of me is like going to have a Britney moment, and I'm going to just shave this hair off myself. I get it caught in the headphones sometimes.
Leave Eli alone.
I'm just trying over here. I mean, my goodness. I'm gonna keep the hair because the goal is to donate it when we get 10 purchases. When we get 10 purchases, of course, on InsideEdgeNetwork.com, mugs, shirts, polos, jackets, all the great gear for the Inside Edge Network, and you can be a part of the network as well. Rep the network you love. Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader, your source of sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and so much more.
Yeah,
I gotta be honest, Chad.
Yeah,
we gotta get 10 purchases.
Yeah,
we gotta do. We absolutely have to. First off, so that people can rock some really cool gear and rock with us. Secondly, so like honestly, I'm not gonna let Kyle have full freedom in terms of what he's deciding. I'm not getting a reverse mohawk.
Okay, so no like unfiltered logo in the back of your.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I love him. I love him, and I love producing the show. I'm not.
That's fair.
I would like, ideally, when I have the short hair, and maybe I'll find a picture. Actually, tomorrow, stay tuned Inside Edge Primetime. I'll find a picture of me with the hard part.
It's like me mowing my grass, yeah.
Yes. Which I don't think we ever aired you mowing your grass.
No, we didn't have time. We ran out of time. No.
All right, so tomorrow. You'll get a picture of Chad's grass.
Why would you want that? But you're going to get
it. me with short hair. All right. But I used to do like a hard part or like I've debated like going the full fade, like just like the fade.
All right.
And I don't know. We'll see. But we need 10 purchases to get it done by the end of June. Very, very exciting stuff. And let's rock and roll. It'll be live on Unfiltered. Kyle cutting my hair and talking about news and sports and everything.
Amazing.
Wow. And you can make sure you check out every episode of Unfiltered, every episode of Primetime, every episode of Midnight Run, and all of our daily and weekly coverage at InsideEdge Net on all the socials. We appreciate you. Again, we just say it, and we can't say it enough, right? We cannot say it enough. We cannot do it with all of you out there watching. You are literally the heartbeat keeping us going. Thank you. Because if you weren't here, Chad and I'd be talking to each other, and we do that enough already.
Might as well just call each other. Yeah.
Yes. We appreciate you. We appreciate all of our great partners again. W Energy, Mosser Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, Fanatics.com, and AlleyRoseFragrances.com. We appreciate you guys, everybody out there, for rocking with us. Gratitude, obviously, is something you're always going to get with Chad and I. So we continue to show it because you continue to show us love. So thank you.
Yeah, we joke, we kid a lot, but that's serious. That's from our hearts. We truly, truly mean that. We appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Absolutely. And it means the world for you to be here with us. Thank you for being here. And with that, Chad, we got to get in some final thoughts, buddy. We're almost out here.
Yeah. Do you want to go first? You want me to go?
I'll go first. I got it. So I want to take this time to remind everybody that the Cleveland Browns just dropped their schedule. If you missed the last 2 hours, go back and watch it. You can actually watch it once this entire stream is done, because you're going to have to stay locked in where we're at now, and then you're going to go back and watch it. It's okay to get excited. Don't let anybody tell you it's not okay to get excited, because us, the Browns, they're going to do the same thing they do every year. It's okay to be excited. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't get a lot of people excited right now in the world and everything. So it's okay to be excited about the Street Fighter graphic and the Cleveland Browns and getting optimistic about your team. Are they going to go win 13 games? Are they going to go win 14 games? I don't think so. Chad probably doesn't think so either, obviously. But
no.
It's okay to get excited. It's okay to be optimistic about your football team. So I just want to remind you, if you go into work tomorrow, you're 9 to 5, or talking to your extended family or whoever, and they're like, "Why do you care about Week 7 against this team for the Cleveland Browns?" Well, it's because they're my team, and it's okay to have fandom, and it's okay to feel pain. I think a lot of us check out because it's like, well, they suck and that's an emotion. And yes, it's not an emotion I want to go to every Sunday at 1 p.m. or 4 p.m. when it's over, but
no, it's 1. Yeah, I was going to say it's 1 p.m. every Sunday.
But 4 p.m. is after. Usually that's when the pain's like full effect, but it's okay to ride the highs and the lows with your team. That's part of being a fan. So don't let anybody stop your momentum going into your weekend. If you want to go show everybody the Cleveland Browns schedule and show them where the wins are, we support that. And that's my final thoughts for today. Chad, what do you got?
Eli, for just a quick moment, I'm going to segue off of what you said. It's all about the highs and the lows. Without the lows, there couldn't be the highs, right? If your team won the Super Bowl or the World Series or the NBA Finals or the Stanley Cup, if that's your thing, or whatever, if they won a championship every year, it wouldn't be nearly as enjoyable. I know it sounds like fun, but trust me, I've tried to run those dynasties. You won 3 or 4, and it's like, okay, this is boring, right? Playing video games, it's boring. It gets boring after a while.
Mm-hmm.
Also, speaking of highs and lows, if you're not a cold May weather guy, not Floyd Mayweather, weather outside, hold on to your pants. I don't know why your pants, just hold on to them. Your pants are going to fly off, because listen to these temperatures. Sunday, high. I said highs and lows. High of 81, low of 64. Monday, high of 89, low of 68. That's air conditioning weather, right? That's not even that's turning the air conditioning on. Tuesday, high of 86, low of 62. And then Wednesday, it drops back down to 68. But listen, that's okay. 68's fine. We'll take that. That's almost 70. If it gets sunny, it might perk up to 70. The point is, it's going to be 89 on Monday. We're getting there. We're almost to summer, which means we're almost to Memorial Day, which means we're almost to the point where the Guardians are going to start to heat up offensively. And hopefully Stephen Kwan can remember which end of the bat to hold soon, because he is really scuffling right now. But hopefully these guys will get it figured out, right? It's almost going to be the thick of baseball season. And before you know it, we're going to have college football creeping up. And then the Browns will start on September 12th, all the way down to Jacksonville and Duval. And listen, it's a lot of fun. We're getting to the good part of the year. We're getting to the part you get outside, you get a little bit of a suntan. Hopefully not too much. Use sunblock. Some of us are a little pale. Look at me. You got to use the sunblock. You got to protect your skin. But get some vitamin D. Get out. You can walk. You can do things. It's warm. Man, it's starting to get to that really nice time of year. It's almost my birthday. It's almost Father's Day.
Yes.
It's a great time of year. I'm really looking forward to it. So highs and lows. It's about the highs and lows, right? The Browns, the temperatures, everything.
Absolutely, it is, bro. Did you know you and Kyle are birthday bros? Not like the same date, but you're birthday month bros.
There you go. There you go. Perfect.
I love
We'll
it.
have to remember that we'll celebrate our birthdays. Why not?
Yeah, maybe like find him. I think he said he's the first.
Okay.
So he's literally the first day of and I know yours is the 20th.
Yeah.
Maybe we like get something in the middle. And we beat. All right, I better stop singing copyrighted music, or we're gonna get kicked off the air. All right.
Luckily, if you can let me sing it and no one would recognize it, there would be no copyright strike, so it would be fine.
Dude, auto-tune Chad, we need it. We need it. The people need it. I love it. All right, we are gonna go ahead. We're gonna put a bow on this thing. Yeah. Usually, what that means around this time, around this time, we're usually okay, but like, got a little funky in here. Did you just see everything change?
Something happened.
Okay, it's
like
there's a skyline
in my background. Yeah.
It's I hear a Keurig. That Keurig is hanging on for dear life at this point because it has been brewing for the last hour and a half.
Wait, there it goes. And there's the chair.
Are you seeing the? I don't know where Double A's at. Are you seeing the future?
I feel like there's a chair that just got put in front of a microphone.
Okay.
I feel coffee brewing. I smell coffee. I smell it.
What's it smell like, Chad?
Coffee.
I love it. I love the smell of coffee smell. All right. With that being said, we're gonna take our
show on the road.
Yeah, get the heck out of here. Chad is going to depart for the evening. You'll see him again tomorrow with me, or him with whatever. You'll see us rocking and rolling. We'll be doing Inside Edge Primetime, our Friday edition. Get a little wacky. We got to talk about Chad's grass cutting that we didn't get to see today. We're talking about my haircut from 10 years ago and see if we should go back to that and so much more. Friday will be a lot of fun. We'll be here with you 10 to 11 p.m. Inside Edge Primetime. Of course, started with Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, 5 to 6 p.m. And then after Unfiltered, after Inside Edge Primetime, there's a show at midnight typically. It's on at 11 tonight, but midnight.
Yeah.
It's Midnight Run with Anthony Alford. He'll be with you again tomorrow, and he'll be with you tonight. We're going to say farewell for now. We're going to let Chad get some sleep. We'll see him tomorrow. After station identification, it's time for 11 p.m. edition, a 2-hour edition of Midnight Run with our program director, the man, the myth, the legend, Double A Anthony Alford. Back after this.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
And welcome, everybody. It is Midnight Run here on a Thursday night. We are on an hour early, special 2-hour edition of Midnight Run. I'm Anthony Alford. Glad to have you with us. I'm ready. You're ready. Eli Moon behind the scenes is ready. Our entire team is ready as we get things going here. Continue on Super Thursday here on the Inside Edge Network. Continuing coverage, 9 consecutive hours of live programming, a big night. We do have a quick programming note. First, my coffee. Feels good. All right, quick programming note. I have been told that if you go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com and we get 10 people to buy, I guess I got to get Eli on the screen. Come on, Eli. Come on. This is about you. This is about you. This is about you. So what the hell is going on?
Yeah, so I made a deal with Kyle. I want to say it was Monday or late last week. All the days blend together nowadays. But we made a deal, Double A, and we extended it to the end of June, which, is Kyle's birthday month. We made a deal that if we get 10 unique, and I've kind of stretched the rules a little bit, but if we do 10 unique purchases, it can't be Inside Edge Network talent, though, of course, we should grab some too, obviously, if we don't already have ours. But if we get 10 unique purchases, we track them, and they have before the end of June. It could be anything. It could be one purchase, one item. It could be 10 items, whatever. if we get 10 purchases by June 1st, May 31st at 11:59, that there's 31 days in May. God, I had to make sure. But 31st, 11:59.
Should check April. I thought.
Yeah. Then I'll let Kyle cut my hair on a live episode of Unfiltered. Don't know how we're going to produce that while I'm getting my hair cut, but we'll figure it out. He will cut my hair, and yeah, it'll be live on Unfiltered. He'll be giving his the current news, the updates and the current events of the world, his takes on that, the sports talk, all of that while cutting my hair. Now, there are a few stipulations that me and Kyle have kind of talked a little bit about, or maybe we haven't too much, but I'm kind of laying them out here so Kyle can watch this and know for tomorrow. But we're not doing reverse mohawk. We're not leaving just one patch in the back, like a little rectangle. We're not doing anything crazy. Look, the ladies love me still. Let's keep it that way. So either a hard part, I'll do a buzz. I will do a buzz. If we go like the Bieber look, like, just take it all the way down, it will grow back. I'm not worried. My hair grows back fast. So I will do a buzz cut. But that's it, Double A. We need to get the people out there. If there's not been enough reason, besides some sweet gear here at the Inside Edge Network, to rep your favorite Cleveland digital leader, then that is the extra cherry on top that you can watch me get my hair cut live. Last time I had a haircut, Double A, 2 years ago.
So let me get this straight. You agreed to a professional haircut to be done by Kyle Cornell. Archive.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's that. Well, I do have an announcement for you in our audience.
Okay.
So earlier today, we taped our brand new episode of the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast. We will debut that episode tonight after Midnight Run. And our operations manager, the CEO of all this, Peter Tellep, produces Side Hustle Podcast. And he announced on the show that there is a promo code associated with this.
Okay.
So if you go on the website, you go to the merch store, you type in the promo code Insider, you get a discount on your order. Insider.
Okay. Wow.
So,
Double A. You guys want me to cut my hair.
If you're gonna get your hair cut, it needs to be done well. I'm a little worried because you don't want to see spots, but you gotta have it taken care of up there. It's just
as long as he doesn't actually mess up and get like a bald spot, mess up the hair.
Oh, that's what's gonna happen.
No. I mean, here's the reality. If he starts trying to work on like a hard part and he messes up, I'll just tell him to take it all off.
Oh my goodness. Well, man. Oh.
If that wasn't unhinged enough for you, stay tuned for the next hour and 55 minutes.
Yeah.
Will be unhinged.
Hold up. I got to tell the people about the website. I got to turn something off real quick. Tell people
absolutely. While Double A is go ahead and doing that, again, InsideEdgeNetwork.com is where you're going to want to go. Promo code Insider. You can get a discount, as we just heard. And you'll hear later on at the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast, a discount to get some Inside Edge Network gear. Come rep with Cleveland's digital leader, your source of sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and so much more. And when we see you out in the community, we'll be twinning. How about that?
And Eli will feel a breeze on the top of his head. Boy, it'll be something. So definitely check that out. We got a lot to get to here with you until 1 o'clock here on a special 2-hour edition of Midnight Run. Let's get right to it. The Browns and the entire National Football League released the 2026 schedule. Now, listen, I know some of you may find a schedule release to be absolutely ridiculous, but I live for these type of days. I love schedules. I love the complexity of schedules. As somebody who studies broadcasting, I want to know how many D and E level CBS and Fox games we're going to get. And I want to know there's a ton, and I'm very interested in the national schedule. Peter King for years on Monday Morning Quarterback used to put together how the NFL schedule was created. And Albert Breer carried on that legacy. I was reading that tonight while the guys were going on earlier today. But a lot of national stuff. Of course, every network wants top games. Every network is begging for Patrick Mahomes and Bo Nix, the Cowboys, Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, you name it, every network wants them. And the guys earlier today did a great job. Eli, Chad, Omar, TK did a great job highlighting the different elements of the national schedule, including the international games, more than ever before. But let's zero in on the Cleveland Browns. That's why we're here. Let's zero in on the Cleveland Browns. In my opinion, the Cleveland Browns have the perfect schedule. I'm not even joking. They have the perfect schedule for a few reasons. Number one, because they've been a bad football team, every game except one starts at 1 o'clock. Starts at 1 o'clock. There is a thing that we get used to called routine. There is a routine. It's kind of a gospel Sunday mornings here in Cleveland. So, maybe you go to church either Sunday morning, or if you're lucky enough, you have a Saturday night service. And then Sunday morning for a home game, you got your tailgating, you got, this and that. Hopefully you include our Sunday morning NFL pregame show on the Inside Edge Network returning this fall. That's included in there too. You get your lineup set, you get your bets in order. You make sure everyone's situated. You get your meals, you get all that stuff done, ready to go. And then boom, 1 o'clock, you sit down and the Browns ruin your Sunday. It is a perfect Sunday. It's 1 o'clock. By 3:30, you're ready to bang your head against the wall. By 5 o'clock, you're eating Sunday dinner and you're spending time with family. It is a perfect Sunday. It's the 1 o'clock schedule. There is nothing to it. Now, the Browns do have one primetime game. It is against the Steelers. It is here at home. It's on a Thursday night. TK brought up a great point earlier today, which is true. The Steelers have lost 8 straight Thursday night football games. I believe the last Thursday night game they lost to was to the Cleveland Browns. So here we go again. Another opportunity for the Cleveland Browns to potentially get that W. So from a scheduling standpoint, this is chef's kiss, right? All 1 o'clock games starting in Jacksonville in week 1 and then in Tampa Bay week 2. Of course, you're going to see Baker Mayfield, depending on health and all that. You'll see Baker Mayfield week 2. You will see potentially Travis Hunter week 1. And week 3 is the home opener. It might be our latest home opener in years. I don't think we've, in the modern era of the Cleveland Browns since 99, I don't think we've ever had our home opener in week 3. But it's going to happen Sunday, September 27th against the Carolina Panthers. Now, from a scheduling standpoint, that's cool. Here's what makes this very interesting. If you've been watching my show over time, we have talked about extensively Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. Speaking of Shedeur, you're going to hear in this hour, we just got to put the sound in, but you're going to hear this hour. Thank you, Eli. Probably next segment we'll play it for you. My guy, Garrett Bush, G. Bush, he had an exclusive interview with Coach Prime, with Deion Sanders. We're going to play clips for that for you coming up next segment about Shedeur Sanders. A lot of great stuff there. Proud of my guy, G. Bush, host of the Barbershop. He's on Ultimate Cleveland Sports Show. Phil's at a 92.3 The Fan. Great job with that interview. We'll play that for you coming up. There's the Deshaun Watson factor. And I want to start there. No matter how you feel emotionally about Deshaun Watson, and I can't just say that lightly, there are heavy feelings about Deshaun for a lot of reasons. For a lot of football reasons, there's heavy feelings about Deshaun Watson. For reasons off the field, there's a lot of heavy feelings about Deshaun Watson. But to me, whether you believe the reports or not, it is clear and obvious that the Cleveland Browns organization, they want to go out of their way to make Deshaun Watson work. And this is where I say the schedule works out in their favor. if Deshaun Watson, let's just assume, and I don't want to go in and have the Deshaun versus Shedeur battle right here, right now. Let's just go off of, if this path happens, this is where we're going. So let's assume Deshaun Watson wins the starting job for the Browns. Let's just assume, okay? I'm not saying it's the right call, but let's just assume. There is so much pressure for him to perform here at home because there are a ton of people here at home, here in Northeast Ohio, here in Cleveland, who do not like Deshaun Watson. They don't like him. They don't F with him. They haven't seen consistent good football from him in years. You can pinpoint individual performances, but in terms of consistency, you haven't seen it. And in the eyes of Clevelanders who love football and who want to see a winning football product, the idea of putting Deshaun Watson on the field makes certain fans here sick. That's just the real of it. And there are certain things that have happened on the field and off the field that people just don't write off and just say, oh, everything's going to be cool if he's named the starter right now. We're off to the races. You know, Eli and I have had spirited debates and discussion about Deshaun Watson on this very show for that very reason. And many of you have as well. This is why this schedule is ideal. I know you got the preseason, whatever, with the preseason. Week 1 on the road. Week 2 on the road. You're not going to have in-house internal home field pressure until week 3. And by the time you get to week 3, you're going to know already, everybody's going to know what you have in Deshaun Watson at that point. By that point, you're looking at 2 full weeks of full speed, game action, live on tape. 60 minutes, 2 games. I think this is ideal. I think had they opened the season at home, it would have been a death trap for Deshaun Watson to be successful. I think the easiest thing to do, if you are an athlete who, is loaded with questions, loaded with, doubt and things like that. And we're talking about Deshaun Watson, by the way, who is very closed off when it comes to who he invites in terms of social media. He's very closed off. I told you, I'm blocked. Deshaun Watson blocked me. I'm like, who the hell am I? And I was blocked while I was working at the Fan. I never tweeted at this dude. That's a true story. That is a true story. True story. I don't hate him for it. You got to protect your peace. Part of what we do here is mental health. We got to be fair about that. So, in terms of mental health, Deshaun Watson opening up on the road, and that's the safest thing for him to do and for the Browns to do. Because by all accounts, in the locker room, he is beloved in the locker room. By all accounts, in the locker room, his teammates love him. And when you're on the road, you're only around your teammates. And the road crowd, all of it is just noise anyway. It's going to be, you have a road mentality. There's a difference as an athlete, as a performer, as whatever. You're in the road environment, road territory, you're expecting negative reaction. So that's not an issue. It hurts to the core when you get negative reaction at home. It hurts to the core when you get that at home. I want to dive a little bit deeper into this. I want to get Eli's thoughts on this too when we come back from break, because that was the first thing that jumped out to me from a football standpoint with this schedule. Yes, we could joke about the 1 o'clock starts, and it's great. But knowing the quarterback situation, I'm going to lump in Shedeur Sanders in this a little bit as well coming up. Both quarterback, and you know what? Fine, Dylan Gabriel. The entire QB room, there's a ton of pressure to succeed here in Cleveland. It might be better to open the season, the first 2 regular season games, on the road. We'll talk more about that. What if it is Deshaun Watson starting? Would this schedule help him? We'll talk about that coming up in just a little bit. Plus, Coach Prime has some thoughts about the narrative surrounding Shedeur Sanders, his son. So we're going to get his reaction to that coming up right after the break. A special 2-hour edition of Midnight Run. Later on, we'll talk Cavs Pistons Game 6. We got some news about where you can find Game 6 and maybe even Game 7 that even caught me off guard. We'll take a break, come back. Glad you're with us here on the Inside Edge Network.
Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and, well, everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams. That's fanatics.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. Handcrafted with natural essential oils and clean ingredients, they offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances. Perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you or your special someone. Courtesy of Alley Rose Fragrances. First-time customers, use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, guess what? We have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Use the QR code on your screen right now to check out InsideEdgeNetwork.com. That's InsideEdgeNetwork.com.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
Glad you're back here with us. This is a special 2-hour edition of Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. Again, follow us on all of our socials at Inside Edge Net, like, and most importantly, subscribe and follow on all of our social media platforms. If you're watching us on YouTube, there's a notification bell right down there. Make sure you click on that notification bell. We are right there. Again, thank you guys for your support of our programming here on the Inside Edge Network. We have live original programming all 7 days of the week right here. This is a special day. We have 9 consecutive hours of Inside Edge Network original programming. You've been getting those alerts at Inside Edge Net. Also, remember our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. You get details on our programming lineup, our shows, personalities, our partners, which we got a QR code up there in the corner of the screen, but our partners, and then the merch shop. Again, if you missed the beginning of the show, if we have 10 people, we got 10 orders for the merch store. My producer and Inside Edge Primetime host Eli Moon will get his haircut by our own Kyle Cornell. That will be something. And you can use the promo code INSIDER to get a discount on your orders. Listen today, the 14th. Tomorrow's the 15th. I know some of y'all get paid. In about 35 minutes. So once that check clears, head on over to InsideEdgeNetwork.com and get a nice polo, get a nice shirt, get a nice windbreaker jacket, all that stuff. InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Coach Prime on Shador Sanders coming up in just a little bit. Also, in the second hour of our show, probably in the second hour, we're going to hit on it. We're going to transition over to the Cavaliers, Cavs, and Pistons, heading on over to Game 6 here in Cleveland. Less than 24 hours from right now, we got some news. We got some scheduling news on the NBA front that we got to hit on. But I do want to ask, on the Cavs front, do you consider right now the Cleveland Cavaliers to be a tough team? Do you consider them to be a tough team? And also, we kind of jump-started the LeBron conversation at the end of last night's show. I want to get back to that. That's all coming up at 12 o'clock. But we're talking Brown's schedule, and not just the schedule itself, but the impact that the schedule is going to have on the quarterback room. And I wanted to start with Deshaun Watson and the things I laid out in the opening segment. There's so much division, obviously, with Deshaun Watson. And, obviously mental health is important for everyone. There's people who don't feel sorry for Deshaun. I'm not sitting here saying you should feel bad for him. I'm not saying that at all. He has to earn back your trust. If you feel hurt in any way by Deshaun Watson's actions, He has to earn back your trust. And even from simply a football standpoint, he has to win back your trust. I think the relationship with Deshaun here at home, and I'm going to tag in Shador for a different reason coming up, but the relationship with Deshaun here at home is extremely deep-rooted and complicated. And I think because of that, him opening up this, if he's the starter, if he is the starter, him opening the season in Jacksonville and in Tampa, I think it's ideal. I mean, if you really look at the schedule, on the road at Jacksonville, on the road against Tampa, at home against Carolina, Thursday night against Pittsburgh, and then the Jets. I mean, you remember the first 6 games last year? The first 6 games last year was like a hell ride. I mean, it was one of the toughest stretches of games ever. It was just like, man, if we only go, if we could somehow go 2-4, we'll survive. I'm looking at these first, the way the schedule's laying out, Jacksonville, Tampa, Carolina at home, Pittsburgh at home on Thursday night, and the Jets. I could talk myself into the Browns having a good start to the season. I could talk myself into that before they host the Baltimore Ravens on October 18th. And then don't do this. This is how they break your heart every single year. I could look at the schedule and I could talk myself into W's across the board. I could talk myself into it. Even the Steelers. Let me see something real quick. I'm just looking at their schedule. I'm not even joking. The Steelers, the second Steeler game, they're in Paris against the Saints, and then the very next week, hosting the Cleveland Browns. That could be a trap game. Double A, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. You're going to talk yourself into this. Don't do that. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. Don't do this. The unhinged part is not supposed to start till midnight. What the hell has happened to me? What has happened to me? I'm going to talk myself into a good Brown season. Boy, we should think positive. Boy, cocaine is a hell of a drug. Let me bring in Eli because, again, we were talking about Deshaun and the start to the schedule. Eli and our entire team, they have breaking down the schedule, every single angle, route that you could imagine. I'm sure, Eli, by now you have the entire 272 game schedule memorized.
Yeah, Double A, if you need to know where we need to go and watch the games, I know what games we need to watch. And a ton of exciting stuff. And yeah, buddy, you're starting to fall into what I fell into for the first 2 hours of that preview show. It
was funny because Kyle and I, we were listening when we stopped taping Side Hustle. We listened to you guys at the end of the taping. And we both heard it. It was like, what if the Browns start? It was from you. It was like, if the Browns started 3-0, okay, maybe 2-1. Okay, let's be real. 1-2.
I mean, can you blame me?
I know. And I'm like, how can he do that? And here I am sitting here, and I'm looking at it. I'm like, oh my God, let's do this. We're going to talk Shador Sanders later in the show, but I want to get your input on what we were talking about with Deshaun Watson and if he's the starter. Him opening the season on the road. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's the most ideal situation for him. I think you were spot on with your analysis. I mean, playing 2 Florida games, you got to think too. He played a long time ago, it feels like, for some people. To me, you just say, well, that was like, Ohio Media School years for me. But he was at Clemson University, and he was not too far away from Florida. So, that's as close to, his college stomping grounds you're probably going to get, right, besides the Carolina Panthers. I think that's intriguing enough, I guess, if we're looking at strictly X's and O's. And everything we've heard is, and the reports are true that, Deshaun Watson is the front runner to get the job. Then, okay, from an X's and O's standpoint, going and playing 2 games in Florida is not the worst start for Deshaun Watson. I agree with everything you're saying in terms of, the boos are going to be the boos. It doesn't matter if it's him, Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, me, or you out there. It's going to be boos. But yes, Double A, this is the most ideal situation. Oh my goodness. We're getting so close to this becoming a reality. And I'm going to be honest with you, Double A, I didn't really have too much of a dinner tonight. Had a quick microwavable meal, just something to throw down, and I'm almost ready to bomb it. Yeah, I'm ready to bomb it. Like the fact that we could really be seeing this again, most ideal situation. I agree with you. If he's on the road, yes. But if you want to watch a city lose excitement for the schedule just coming out and everything coming around and Todd Monken and all this other stuff, put Deshaun Watson out there. I'll continue to say it. Put Deshaun Watson out there. Do I think it's the most ideal situation if they go that route? Yes. Do I think him as the starter is the most ideal route? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, I'm going to tell a story here real quick. We got 2 hours, so I'll tell a quick story. Obviously, as I mentioned the first time, I'm a ladies' man. So, it's like when you get
our audience.
Well, yeah, I know I'm having a little trouble in that area, but it's all right. when you look at
real quick, we're going to test your theory about ladies' man. We got a story coming up in the midnight hour. We're going to test that theory real well. Go ahead.
I'm ready. It's like this. It's like, okay, you dream of the perfect woman. Like, she's just drop dead gorgeous. She does everything. She is your piece. She just looks so great. But you know what? It's a long distance relationship, Double A. And she lives in Houston, Texas. And she lives there. And you're like, okay, but like, dude, I mean, sure, all my exes may live in Texas, but this one's the one. This one, that can't get burned. You know what? If I go buy her a nice dinner, maybe like a $200+ million dinner, and I get her everything she wants, she may say no and want to go somewhere else. But if I throw a little bit of money more on the table, she'll want to be mine. And that's what the Browns have done. They got into this. The money has bought the relationship. That is what it is. He's not here because he loves Cleveland more than he loves Atlanta. He is here because he got paid. That's what it is. So the Browns are in this relationship. Everything seems great. The honeymoon stage is amazing. The first few weeks, hey, and yeah, okay, they did that in their past relationship, but that's not how they are. They won't be like that with me. And they've been like that. And he's been like that. He already came in with so much baggage. It's like if he came in with this woman that we're comparing to Deshaun Watson, it's almost like if this woman in this relationship came in with 4 baby daddies, 8 kids, and you were like, you know what? I could be the one to be Captain Save-A-Blank, for a lack of better words. Like,
that's Tyreek Hill on a Tuesday.
Yeah, it's crazy to me. The Browns literally looked at Deshaun Watson and all of that baggage and said, that's our guy. And you know what? Sometimes when you get into a bad relationship, your buddies can tell you no. Everybody can get on the phone with you. Other people in the city can tell you, dude, you're off. Like, no. But you just got to go. It's like, you put your hand on the stove and you find out it's hot. You just got to find out it's hot. And the Browns have done that. I'm just tired, Double A. I know we've spent exhausting amount of time, and we will for the foreseeable future, because this is not going away. Yes, to answer your question, swing it back and kick it back to you. It's the most ideal situation for a guy that shouldn't be in this position.
And here's the tricky part. Thank you. And to Eli's point and everything that he laid out, for a lot of fans, it's just emotional. It's very emotional. One little nugget to point out. We talked about starting on the road. Week 2 is at Tampa. Week 2 could be Deshaun Watson versus Baker Mayfield. Week 2 could be a bloodbath here in local media. I'm not even joking. Week 2, when we do main event, myself, Eli, and Rob Ruzicki, on Sunday, April 20th, April 20th, there might be a different bloodbath. September 20th. If you're angry on April 20th, that's on you. September 20th. Some of you might really be angry. I'm not even joking. Really, really angry. Because to me, That's the game. Browns and Buccaneers that could tell the story of the Cleveland Browns over the last, when did we get rid of Baker? 2022? Over the last 4 years. September 20th will be a bloodbath if things do not go. If Deshaun Watson's the starter and Baker Mayfield outplays Deshaun and Tampa Bay beats the Browns, which that part should happen. They're 5.5-point favorites. Tampa Bay, playoff contending team, but nobody cares. You got rid of this guy for that guy, and that guy stinks, according to a lot of people. That's gonna. Can you imagine? Eli, come back on the screen. I gotta lay out something to you in front of your face.
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson starts week 2 in Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
Baker Mayfield, let's say Baker, because Baker's, again, we're only talking one game. I'm not talking about the entirety of the season, everything like that. We have a book note on how Baker looks. But when Baker Mayfield's motivated, especially early in the season, because he's going to be healthy early in the season, he's going to come for blood in this game.
Mm-hmm.
So if I told you Baker Mayfield had decent stats, I'm not saying off the wall, crazy, but we'll go 2 touchdowns. We'll go game-winning drive down the field against Cleveland. Deshaun Watson had an okay start in week 1, but week 2, an okay game, but throws a critical interception that leads to a Baker Mayfield drive down the field for Tampa Bay to beat the Browns, where the Browns were this close to winning.
Mm.
Can you imagine sending Deshaun Watson on the field in week 3 here at home for the first time in a regular season game? The reaction he would get.
It would be bad. Very, very bad, for a lack of better terms, AA. This would be... oh, my goodness, bro. You want nightmare fuel? That's nightmare fuel. The fact that we could really be dealing with another run of this. And here's the thing, too, AA. I'm glad you brought me back on screen. Here's the other thing here. Deshaun Watson has already had his run with, the Amari Coopers of the world and David Njoku, and we appreciate you, Chief, for everything you did for Cleveland. We wish you success where I believe he's going to the Chargers. Yes.
And by the way, shout out to the Chargers social media team. They did not miss today.
They sure did not, bro. They sure did not. But he had his run with his, the guys that were already here established, guys that have already, okay, you messed it up. These guys are going to move on. Now you're impacting the next generation. We talk all the time about the next generation and taking care of the people that follow us. Well, the Browns should do that with their organization as well. You brought in Casey Concepcion, the first-round draft pick, the 24th overall pick at wide receiver. You brought in Denzel Boston as your first selection in the second round at wide receiver. You have Quinshon Judkins. You have Harold Fannin. You have a ton of young offensive talent. So let me just understand. This is if the Browns put Deshaun Watson out there and he flops on his face, AA, in week 2. He has an all right week 1, like you said, and week 2, bad. I mean, just not good. Mm-hmm. Then you're not only just finding out what we already knew, most of us, in our opinions, that Deshaun Watson, this experiment is over, and it has been over, but now you're impacting the next generation of Browns football. And I get it. Everybody's going to say, well, it's the same old Browns, and the Browns are going to do what the Browns are going to do. I get it. But that is such a loser mentality. And in order to shape a loser mentality, you have to win. And that's one thing I will agree with Todd Monken on. How do you shape, and get the narrative different here? You win. You can say all the nice, you can win the press conference. We have seen a lot of wins in the press conference. Mm-hmm. But you have to win on the field. And if Deshaun Watson goes out here and flops and he's missing and whatever, imagine what that does for these other guys, AA. They have to go out, trot out an offense. Their quarterback's getting booed to wherever because nobody rocks with him. Or at least a majority of Cleveland doesn't rock with him. Now Casey Concepcion's hearing that. Now Denzel Boston's hearing that. Now Judkins, Fannin, they're hearing that. Do we really want to jeopardize stunting or impacting these guys' growth and development for Deshaun Watson, for one more spin, as you like to call it, the Tesla? Do you want to really do that? I mean, that is You want to talk about some not career altering, Deshaun, respectfully, I think it's over with. But if you want to really alter a franchise again, and we've already done it a ton of times, then do this. Then put Deshaun Watson out there. Double A would be bad. And I really think besides Deshaun Watson, it would impact these other guys on offense. They got to trot out, and if they're already struggling and now they got to hear boos from their home crowd, I mean, my goodness, we've seen what it does for guys. Imagine Corey Coleman. And I'm not a Corey Coleman guy. But imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, he was going into football games already knowing he's on a bad football team. Nothing's going right. Then he drops the catch, to get the first down, at least try to stay away from 0-16. His career was over after that point.
Yeah. And you make a great point.
You
make a great point about, like, this is a mostly young team. And, you better be sure that this is the way to go. Now, there is another component to this as well. There's the Shedeur Sanders factor. And as we go to break, I want to play for you. And again, my guy G. Bush, Garrett Bush, to the barbershop. He landed a great exclusive with Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, Shedeur's father. And as we go to break, I want to play the clip for you about what hurt Coach Prime the most about the narrative around Shedeur Sanders. Let's play that for you as we go to break.
So it was never been about his maturation, man, and his calmness and his peace. And right now, he's in a wonderful place, man. He's in a wonderful place. He's working on his game. Like, I went to my daughter's graduation the other day. Time I walk in the room, I look down, football in the cleats in the bag. That means he done put in work that morning. In the bag at the graduation. So it's work. He go to work. Went to see his brother Shiloh, I think a couple weeks ago. Work. Up in the morning, work. That's just who he's always been. So when all that bull jump was said, man, now you got that somebody lying, you put your daddy hat on when somebody lying about your child, man. That bothered me. It really did. It really, really, really did. Because you know why, my brother, and I'm going to tell you this, I ain't never told nobody this public. That was the first time in my life that I couldn't fix it. I've always been able to fix it with all my kids. But as that bull jump was going on and everything, it was I couldn't fix it. And he wanted me to fix it. And I didn't have the power to fix it. And that hurt. Because I felt like I wasn't there for my son. Why we didn't have an agent? Well, you projected to go, first or second, right? Mm-hmm. Wait, I've been through this. So why you need that? It don't make sense to give somebody 4 or 5% or 3%, whatever they're giving now, and you know where you slide it.
Clean energy, bold flavors, and no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Clean energy, no jitters or crash. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. With over 15 flavors to choose from, you can't miss. Order Dubby Energy right now by using the QR code on your screen and use the promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Mosser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife, Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northern Ohio but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more at MosserMomentsPhotography.com by using the QR code on your screen right now. MosserMomentsPhotography.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autographed by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at SportsMemorabilia.com, the web's leading source of authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have the satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the SportsMemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Go to SportsMemorabilia.com by using the QR code on your screen right now. SportsMemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Podcast Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, guess what? We have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Use the QR code on your screen right now to check out InsideEdgeNetwork.com. That's InsideEdgeNetwork.com.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
Back here with you, a special 2-hour edition of Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network, a part of Super Thursday. Over 9 hours of live coverage right here on the Inside Edge Network. Again, remember to like, follow, and subscribe to us on all of our social platforms at Inside Edge Net and the website InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Show personalities, our merch shop, and our partners, all that stuff. And the schedule, you see it all at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, you can go back and check out some of our other shows that happened earlier today. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, Voice of the Land, with Ryan Mosser and Kevin Arnold. I thought Kevin made a great point earlier, and we're going to talk more about it when we get to the Cavs. He made a great point. It's like, all right, you got to be about it. You know, you guys been talking about, you've been talking about the Cavs. Now you got to consistently be about it. So I thought that was an interesting point there. Commissioner's Couch with Ryan Mosser and David Calhoun. Fantasy football prep. They talked about guys in the league, fresh faces, new places. So they got into that. So how will that impact your fantasy football season? And they get into all that on the Commissioner's Couch. And, of course, Eli, Omar, TK, and Chad had you covered with the schedule release show on throughout the entirety of Primetime. They had you covered for that. Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast, new episode coming up after us on Midnight Run, our very first edition of the WWE Draft Side Hustle Podcast edition. We taped it earlier. It's a fun episode. Stay tuned and watch it and enjoy it. It is a great time. And again, every single day we're loaded with programming 7 days a week here on the Inside Edge Network, including post-game after every Cavaliers playoff game, which did not even realize scheduling-wise, it really hits, like the Cavaliers have played every other day. So kudos to all the media, everyone who's involved with the Cavaliers, players, teams, coaches, media members who's been following the Cavs every single day. There have been no off days, really. I believe the last time, I tweeted this earlier, the last time the Cavaliers had more than one consecutive off day was back on April 27th and April 28th. That was between games 4 and 5 of the first round series against the Toronto Raptors. Since April 29th, the Cavs have played every other day since. And if the Cavaliers do not win tomorrow, the Eastern Conference Finals will be held every other day. There is no break. So we're full throttle. We're off and running. We got post-game coverage after every single Cavaliers game. We'll talk more Cavs coming up in the midnight hour. Back to the Browns, because we got some sound. Again, Garrett Bush, G. Bush of the Barbershop, Ultimate Cleveland Sports Show. He had an unbelievable interview with Deion Sanders, Coach Prime. We all know him, Shador's father. Let's play the clip for you again, and we'll kind of talk about it. Coach Prime talking about Shador and all the coverage. Just to set it up one more time. We hear the reports, and not just the latest reports of Deshaun Watson has a job locked up. Go all the way back to the draft process, which I think we need answers for. It's like, wait a minute. He was a projected top 5 pick. How do you go from a projected top 5 pick to the 5th round? How did all that happen? But let's talk about it, and let's play it for you. Coach Prime with G. Bush talking about Shador.
So it was never been, but his maturation, man, and his calmness and his peace. And right now, he's in a wonderful place, man. He's in a wonderful place. He's working on his game. Like I went to my daughter's graduation the other day. Time I walk in the room, I look down, football in the cleats in the bag. That means he done put in work that morning. In the bag at the graduation. So it's work. He go to work. Went to see his brother Shiloh, I think a couple weeks ago. Work. Up in the morning, work. That's just who he's always been. So when all that bull jump was said, man, now you got that somebody lying, you put your daddy hat on when somebody lying about your child, man. That bothered me. It really did. It really, really, really did. Because you know why, my brother? And I'm going to tell you this, I ain't never told nobody this public. That was the first time in my life that I couldn't fix it. I've always been able to fix it with all my kids. But as that bull jump was going on and everything, it was I couldn't fix it. And he wanted me to fix it. And I didn't have the power to fix it. And that hurt. Because I felt like I wasn't there for my son. Why we didn't have an agent? Well, you projected to go, first or second, right? Mm-hmm. Wait, I've been through this. So why you need that? It don't make sense to give somebody 4 or 5% or 3%, whatever they're giving now, and you know where you slide.
And courtesy of the Barbershop there, that clip, that's a loaded clip. That is a loaded clip. Let's work a little backwards. At the very end, talking about why he didn't have an agent. Yeah, he was projected to be a top pick in the draft. And your father is Deion Sanders. Like, what are you going to do with an agent? What are you going to do there with an agent? So that's one thing. And then there's but all the coverage here, right? I'm first off amazed that the Sanders family has put up with Deion has put up with as much as he has. I still believe that if they give Deshaun Watson the starting job, if they give it to him early, it would not surprise me at all, in probably the nicest way possible. They're going to want Shedeur out of here. They're going to want Shedeur out of here. The Sanders family. Because it's like they're doing their absolute best to play by the rules and things like that. They're trying to do things the right way. They're trying not to disrupt the system. Deion understands that, hey, if I do step in negatively, that it can impact my son. Deion is doing what a lot of people asked him to do, was to stay out of the way. And his son is getting screwed because he's doing the right thing, staying out of the way. I speak truth. I know I mentioned about Deshaun and, because of the reports and things like that. I saw what Shedeur Sanders could do on the field when there's talent. I saw what he could do on the field. I saw it. Now, yes, does he have to take accountability in practice? Absolutely. And we are not seeing practice. We don't see practice. But, yes, he absolutely – like Harold Fannon's out there. Look what he does, Shedeur. Look what happens when he actually has targets. And the Browns drafted 2 targets at wide receiver this year. You don't have Jerry Jeudy looking like an idiot dropping passes and then going to the sidelines acting like he knows what the hell he's doing, trying to be a fake-ass leader. You actually got a guy in Shedeur Sanders who can handle the job and handle business. And his dad, his Hall of Fame father, university head coach, is doing what people asked him to do, was to stay out of the way, and his son is still getting screwed over. So what can Coach Prime do as a father in that situation? He's stuck. He can't do anything. Unless if his son continues to be disrespected, which he is in this process, according to the media reports, get him out of here. I don't want that. Me personally, I don't want that. I speak truth. I'm telling you that's what's going to happen. I'm telling you that's what's going to happen. I think it will be worse if they drag this out till training camp and then Shedeur loses to Deshaun. Because all you're going to do is just repeat the process next year. Because if Deshaun Watson doesn't work out, he probably won't work out, then the Browns going to draft somebody else. It just boggles my mind. You do things the right way. And this is where this topic is, to be perfectly honest, this is tough. Because I'm not a father. I don't have kids. And that I know of. I don't have kids. This is a kidless show, okay? Again, to our knowledge, okay? We don't know, right? What do you do when you know that your son or daughter is getting screwed and you don't have any power to do anything about it? And the kicker is that in the past, your Deion Sanders, you could step in and do something. But you see from the upbringing of Shedeur, you see how Shedeur has carried himself since becoming a Cleveland Brown. I know he kind of joked about, a little bit of swagger, like, hey, I can, but he has been nothing but class, at least, in front of the cameras, nothing but class, things like that. And you got people, and what happens when you have power and status. People tell you stuff. People, they speak on your behalf, like what's going on. And this has to be gut-wrenching for Deion Sanders to not, and for his entire family to not be able to step in and do anything. And that explains why Shiloh Sanders reacted the way that he did. Now, what he said, you probably need to chill out a little bit, right? Probably. You don't want to, you can't listen. You're not telling the guy to make a sandwich. You're not saying that, okay? So you got to chill out a little bit with that. But you understand where the pain is coming from. You get that. Now, again, this is professional football. It's professional sports. This is how things, you got to win in practice and on the field. You got to handle business. But it has to be gut-wrenching for Deion Sanders to feel powerless and not to be able to do anything, because I have a weird feeling that this is not going to be a fair quarterback battle. I don't see it. I think it's clear what the organization wants. Tom Monken might be a different case. He's a football coach. He's going to play it fair. Try to play it fair, but we know what the organization wants. Speaking of Tom Monken, Coach Prime went on to talk about Tom Monken with G. Bush.
Coach Monken gonna make it do what it does. And I love him, man, because he's a straight shooter. He keeps it a buck. See, all these little side conversations and side relationships that was had before him, he ain't with that. He into the now. Let's do now. Quit asking me that bullshit. That's really what he wants to say. Quit asking me that bullshit, man. I ain't got time for that. And we know him. I was supposed to go actually next week, but I got to shoot a commercial to Cleveland to meet him, because I want to meet him, because I think it's vital that as a coach, not a dad, I could tell him a few things about growing, how to get him going. That wasn't asked of me a year ago. I don't understand it. I can't wait to have that conversation with Coach Monken.
That's interesting. Courtesy of the barbershop, G. Bush. Coach Monken, I don't want to crown Coach Monken. We haven't played a game yet. Okay, let's just be objective about this. He hasn't coached a game yet. Coach Monken could go 0-16. We don't know yet. What is obvious, he is a complete 180 from Kevin Stefanski. What is obvious and consistent with Kevin Stefanski's tenure was that he did not relate to players. He didn't. You can look at all the player rankings and, the NFLPA rankings that the league tried to get rid of, and it was still leaked. You can look at all those and you can see it. Players, Kevin Stefanski did not make an effort to relate to players or families. It just did not happen. Tom Monken, from that standpoint, completely different. Tom Monken, straight shooter, brutally honest. A young team needs that kind of leadership. A young team cannot operate as this is a corporate office. This is business. It's effing football. If you don't do things right, you're going to get screamed at and yelled at. And you're going to be told that you're not doing things right. I've learned more about cursing from football than anywhere else. Now, I don't do that in front of people that, I just don't, but it is what it is. So I find that very interesting. Hopefully, Deion can have that. But it goes to show you, again, back to the original conversation we had a little bit ago about the schedule, with the schedule release coming out. 2 games on the road to start the regular season for the Cleveland Browns. But that second, the more I think about it, the more I talk this out, that second game against Tampa, I'm extremely worried. I'm extremely worried because of the Baker Mayfield factor. Not simply because Baker could outperform, but that second game, that's the sequel, that's the movie premiere. That's the final, honestly, for the Cleveland Browns story. I know it's only week 2, but for us, for the Cleveland Browns, that's the final boss. Week 2 against Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Baker Mayfield's your final boss. Whoever you put out there, a quarterback, whether it's Shedeur Sanders or Deshaun Watson or whomever, Baker Mayfield in week 2 is your final boss. Everyone is healthy. There are no excuses, none of that. But mentally, they got to be in the right mind. And again, if you can't beat Baker in week 2, things will feel a little bit more at ease at home in week 3. Oh, man. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, Midnight Run continues. We will shift over to the team that is in the playoffs, about to take on the Detroit Pistons, about to host the Detroit Pistons later on tonight, Game 6. And if the Cavaliers can win, they head to New York for the Eastern Conference Finals starting on Sunday. We will get into all of that. Do you consider the Cavaliers to be a tough team? And I got one other thing to get off my chest when we come back, based on the feedback that I got something to get off my chest when we come back. I'm Anthony Alford. This is Midnight Run. We're here with you until 1 o'clock. Glad you're with us here on the Inside Edge Network.
Small business owners are superheroes, but nowadays running your business means doing so inside your shop and on social media. That's why you should make Omega Video Marketing your sidekick. With a decade of content creation experience, I create dynamic, informative, and fun videos for your specific social needs that will increase brand awareness, get you more followers, and keep your social pages and websites current and fresh. I offer flexible pricing and turn times and will work with you to understand your brand and your story. All of that comes from the heart. My award-winning expertise is just the cherry on top. So let's get connected. After all, your brand is the alpha and my expertise is the omega.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
Glad you're back here with us on Midnight Run, here with you until 1 o'clock. We're on this show every single weeknight, midnight to 1. So if you joined us tonight at midnight, thank you. Welcome to the show. We was on an hour earlier today for a special 2-hour edition of Midnight Run. But on a normal night, Monday through Friday, we're on right at midnight right here on the Inside Edge Network. My name's Anthony Alford. My producer is the host of Inside Edge Primetime. He is the golden child. His name is Eli Moon, and you'll see him throughout the show here on Midnight Run. Coming up in just a little bit, I just loaded in some sound, post-game sound from yesterday's Game 5 with Max Strus and James Harden. We'll play that for you shortly. I got to get something off my chest. You know, over the course of a game, you can you get riled up, right? In sports, right? It's sports. No matter what. You know, you take a shower and you lay your head on a pillow, you call it a day, right? At the end of it. But when I tweet something or when I have a Facebook status about the game, about something, and I say something and it turns out the Cavaliers prove me wrong, I'm not going to back down and just remove the status. Like I never said it. Hell yeah, I said it. Yeah. And this idea, so, okay, all right. If you follow me on my personal page on Facebook, I was going ham yesterday. I'm not even going to lie to you. I was frustrated. Got more gray hairs yesterday. It's pissing me off. Cavs were pissing me off. And I tweeted a few things. Let me pull it up real quick here. Okay, so at halftime, I tweeted, or it's Facebook. You don't say tweet. I post it. These are garbage turnovers by James Harden. Lazy passes. Nobody's coming to the ball. We should be down by 30 right now. And Eli and I, we talked extensively about the turnovers and the issues with the turnovers on yesterday's show. We mentioned, the Cavaliers, 7 regular season games together, the core 4. Jared Allen, James Harden, Evan Mobley, and Donovan Mitchell. 7 regular season games together, all 4 together. So rotations are new. We're noticing a lot of spacing issues with the Cavaliers leading to those turnovers. Win or lose, those are issues. And if things did not go our way, it would have been a loss. And those are one of the reasons, the turnovers. And then I said, when we were down by 15 in the fourth quarter, late in the fourth quarter, we were on our way to getting an L. I said the Cavaliers couldn't win a road game at your local community center. At whatever rec league you play at, they couldn't win. I don't care if it was Woodhill, Strongsville, doesn't matter. Couldn't win. By the way, more stupid turnovers. Mitchell, you're a superstar player. You have to make open threes. Their role players are hitting wide open shots at the other end of the floor, which was happening. Mitchell misses a shot. Somebody goes the other way. Boom, open three. Boom, they're up. Now, yes, I give the Cavaliers a crap ton of credit for coming. Again, remember, only a 2% chance of winning yesterday. 2% when it was 103-94 with 2 minutes and 43 seconds left in regulation. I give them a ton of credit for coming back and winning the game. And I don't mean to call out my friend. I'm not going to mention them by name. I'm not going to do that. But, I got friends who I love dearly. I still love dearly, but they know I got to do this. Coming at me, and it's like, oh, this aged like milk, and I don't understand why you didn't delete the tweet, why you don't delete it and everything like that. Like, no, I'm not going to delete something that I said, because here's the deal. I'll just read to you exactly what I said, because I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning angry that I saw some of these things. I said I was extremely happy that they won the game. I'm a Cavs fan. Extremely happy that they won the game. Thank goodness for Max Strus, James Harden, Evan Mobley, and Jared Allen. Evan Mobley has some key shots late in the game, some key defensive stops. Jared Allen, I think, has been pretty good to fantastic since really game 6 of the first round series against Toronto. James Harden, 30 points in game 5. And then Max Strus, we'll talk about Max Strus here shortly, but he came through a lot. But I said here, yes, I'm extremely happy that they won the game, but I am allowed to be critical of their shortcomings and mistakes. Too many turnovers, and Donovan Mitchell, and this is the wording I would change. I said this morning, Donovan Mitchell's underperforming as a superstar player. I would replace underperforming with inconsistent. That's Donovan Mitchell. I would give Donovan Mitchell credit for his performance in overtime, scoring 7 points, which he did. But he was 1 for 8 from 3. And he shot 39% from the field. Donovan Mitchell, 39% from the field, 1 of 8. Until the closing moments, did nothing. Again, me mentioning that, but they won the game. They won the game. You should be happy that they won the game. If they could carry out with this attitude, our team, these players, and they don't fix these turnover mistakes, they're going to get blown out of the gym tomorrow night. And then they're going to go to Detroit and lose. We're acting like this performance. I'm very happy that they won the game. I'm very happy they won the game. And I'm very happy that everyone stepped up. And Donovan Mitchell did step up at the end of the game. Yes, he did. He stepped up at the end of the game. We're acting like this is game 7 of the 2016 NBA Finals. No. You're up. You won game 5 in the second round, which I don't take for granted. But that means there's a lot more work to be done. There's a difference between nobody can score in game 7 of the 2016 NBA Finals, and we're deadlocked at 89 apiece, and nobody can make shots, and whoever survives wins the NBA title, versus you're up 3-2 in a non-game series clinching game where, guess what? You got to do it again. Oh, we finally went on the road. Hell yeah. Guess what? You want to advance to the next round? You got to do it again. And if you don't win tomorrow night, you got to win on Sunday in Detroit. And if you do win in Detroit, guess what? You got to go to Madison Square Garden and win there. It's not just say, oh, they do it one time. Out of here. It's not that. This is not a charity. This is not the YMCA. This is not the kindergarten league where you just get participation points for showing up and playing foosball outside. This is professional sports. When you're at this level, we expect greatness. We expect it. And it comes with the game. It comes with the game. It is what it is. And again, I'm not sitting here and be like, well, why is the sky blue? I'm not doing all that. You're allowed to celebrate and be happy, but also you can be critical. Because if you're not fixing those little things now, here's the other thing. And people at different levels of sport can tell you this. High school football in particular, if you go to the state championship, that's 5 to 6 weeks of postseason football. NBA playoffs, if you go all the way, takes a little while. Like right now, it's May 15th. Payday, by the way. Make sure you go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com and go to the merch store. First 10 orders, Eli Moon gets his haircut by Kyle. Use the promo code INSIDER. It's payday for some of you. We're not going to know who the NBA champion is going to be until June 15th. So that's still a month where there are lessons to be learned and coachable moments to be had. These are good problems. It is. It's good problems if you win the game, which the Cavaliers did. So I just had to get that off my chest. It's okay. Look, it is our job. You know, we're covering the sports, things like that. We point out the good, we point out the bad. It's not just the wins and losses, but man, winning the game does help. It does help. By the way, referees or the NBA came out with the referee report, the officiating report, that the officials made the right call in terms of doing nothing at the end of regulation. It was the right call to mention nothing. Eli, I didn't mean to get worked up like that, man. I had to just get that off my chest, man. I get it, what we do. I get it. Sometimes we come off as angry, you know what. I get it. I understand it. And I in no way claim to be what they do, professional athletes. What they do is special. You got to have the endurance. You got to be right there, right? But there are expectations when it comes to the game. There just is. You got to live up to it. We could be happy. And as fans, you're excited. It's great. That run at the end of regulation and then dominating in overtime, heck yes, absolutely. But careless turnovers, that is inexcusable. That will cost you a game. And if you don't correct those and you think you won't have a problem, it'll cost you a season. Because everything about the Cavs, all of this is high stakes. And we talked about it. If the Cavaliers cannot win this series, if they can't win this series, this team as we know it is done. I know we feel good right now, and I feel great. But if they can't win Game 6 and they can't win Game 7, this team is done. So, I don't know. But what we do know is that the Cavaliers are going to face the Pistons tomorrow or later today, 7 o'clock. You can see the game on Prime Video. But we do have some scheduling news coming up on the other side of the break. Our schedule news is that we'll have post-game reaction immediately after the final buzzer. Mike Check Take 2 will have post-game reaction at 9:30. Inside Edge Primetime at 11. And then I'm back with you for Midnight Run tomorrow night. So we'll have all of that for you at Inside Edge Net and on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. When we come back, do you feel this Cavs team is tough? We're going to hear some thoughts from Max Strus and James Harden coming up on the other side of the break. Plus, some scheduling news that you actually do need to know about. And it could be troublesome in terms of the direction of sports broadcast. We got that. And are you staying single if you have to commit to $200 per date? Back after this.
Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and, well, everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams. That's fanatics.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles. That's right, every product is thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Our candles are hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks, offering a long-lasting burn and rich fragrances. Create a cozy, safe ambiance for your home with candles from Alley Rose Fragrances. First-time customers use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Podcast Network.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
And remember to follow me on the socials. I'm on Twitter at AnthonyAlfred92. You see it there at the bottom of the screen. We'll get to Max Strus in 2 seconds. I want to show you guys something real quick. I just loaded it in here as a photo. Take a look. That is the red zone schedule. And you see the first number is the 1 o'clock window, and the second number is the 4 o'clock window. So I know a lot of fans were worried about, we're losing a ton of 1 o'clock games. First of all, if you're a Browns fan, all you know is 1 o'clock. Okay, you ain't losing nothing. Okay, what's gonna happen? 1 o'clock games. You're a Browns fan. All you know is 1 o'clock. Okay, so you ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you're a fantasy football fan, if you're a red zone fan, a gambling fan, this is good to know. Week by week, the first couple weeks, there's going to be 8 games in the 1 o'clock window. Week 3, there's 9 games in the 1 o'clock window. And then usually averaging out between 7 or 8 in that early window. That's pretty cool stuff there. Just Scott Hansen actually posted that earlier today, or just a little bit ago. That's pretty cool stuff there. One interesting scheduling note on a national front quickly. There's a lot of great teams on the West Coast, like a lot of great teams on the West Coast. So there's some windows where that late 4 o'clock slot, there's going to be some good games in the 4 o'clock window. That's only going to go to like 10% of the country. I think there's a window that CBS has, I believe in week 4, where they have Denver at San Francisco. And then their backup game is Kansas City at the Las Vegas Raiders, which normally you could sleep on, but it's week 4. That could be when Patrick Mahomes returns facing off against Fernando Mendoza. Like, that's a headline game right there. So, and that might only be seen in like 5% of the country. That's crazy. So, a lot of cool stuff there. Always love looking at the schedule, at least on the national front. A lot of my nerdy details about the schedule you probably don't even care about, but I enjoy the nuances of the NFL schedule. Again, Omar, Chad, Eli, and TK did a great job breaking down the schedule. If you missed that special, it is up on our socials. You go back and watch it when we're done here. Max Strus and James Harden on toughness. This was after game 5. Take a look.
So for you, when you were out, did you add muscle weight, especially up top? And was there something that you changed, like mentally? What's that?
You're saying I look bigger?
I do think you look bigger. I think you look like the Pistons.
Huh?
I think you look like they got a bunch of big guys. I think you look like them.
Take that as a compliment.
Yeah. Was there something?
I did not. No, I mean, you were out so long. All you do is lift. I mean, anything I could do to stay active. When you can't be on the court, you can't walk for 3 months. It's like, well, how can I get better? And found ways to be in the weight room. I am strong. I feel like I've always been strong, though. I take pride in that. And it was preparing for moments like this. I knew that I was going to come back this season. I knew that this team was good enough to make a run. And I was just preparing myself, preparing my body, preparing my mind for these moments to be the best player that I could be to help us win.
Charles Barkley. Oh, God. Oh, man. Eli, I want you to write this down for Midnight Conversations for next week. This is out of the normal. Okay, Midnight Conversations. We every Wednesday here on Midnight Run. Myself, Eli, and Omar. And don't take offense. And people, when I ask this, please don't take offense to the question. This is strictly for heterosexual men only. Heterosexual men only. If you're a heterosexual man, is it okay to say that another man looks good? Write it down. Based on what Charles Barkley said about Max Strus, the Tom Brady and all of that. That was crazy. That was crazy. That's all I could think of when I watched. Maybe the Cavs are tough. I kind of blew through that topic. Maybe they are. All I could think of was Charles Barkley. Oh man, what the hell? Oh man, and then Kenny Smith was like, "I see you have a type." How about that? Oh man. Sure, the Cavs are tough. What's the next topic? Oh no. Listen, they did show toughness. Absolutely. Cavaliers show toughness. There is a part of me that would be curious to see what Jared Allen can do consistently without Evan Mobley. But I will say this. Because I got to be fair. I ripped Evan Mobley to shreds. I'm not saying Evan Mobley saw my clip and decided to play better. I'm not saying all that. Evan Mobley has played a lot better since game 2. I have to be real, recognized as real. He's been getting scrappy in the paint, along with Jared Allen. They've been getting after it. And Mobley's hitting his outside jumpers. One of those things you get a little worried about, but he's been hitting from the outside. Can he continue to do that in game 6? That's the question. But that front court is huge. Out of all the teams that are remaining in the playoffs, 6 left, right? If the Cavaliers, I wish I could simply say, and maybe it is this simple, trap Cade Cunningham, and you can go from there. But really, you got to cut down on those turnovers, and you got to figure out the spacing. And I think this is where the pros and cons of the playing every other day schedule, because you don't necessarily have that practice, right? I mean, you have shoot-arounds and stuff, but listen, everyone's dead tired. You're not practicing. You're not doing that. So this is all learning on the fly with all of our players. So that's what's at stake. The Cavaliers are looking for their first Eastern Conference final berth since 2018. If you have no clue what's been going on with the history of this organization, it doesn't seem that long ago. 2018, you're only talking 8 years ago, but that was Cavs fans know that seemed like ages ago. Obviously, 2018, that was LeBron's final season with the Cavs. We'll talk more extensively about LeBron tomorrow. We're not going to get into that today. We'll talk more. So, listen, here's the deal. Showbiz. We get to LeBron whenever the hell we want to, okay? That is not going anywhere. We'll get to him. But the here and now is the Cavaliers in these playoffs, in the toughness. And, and listen, this is going to be because the officials have been criticized the entire series. I have a feeling the referees or the officials are going to be a little bit tighter with the calls, with the whistles tomorrow. I just have a feeling that's going to be the case. I think it's going to be very important for the Cavaliers because right now, all the momentum's on your side. Right now, if you can kill the Pistons early, tomorrow could be a blowout W for the Cavs. Could be. But it all depends on how the first 6 minutes plays out. The first 6 minutes, you're going to see the absolute best. You're going to see desperate Pistons. You're going to see a desperate young team. But I have to agree with our main event buddy and co-host Rob Rosicki. He was texting us during the game yesterday. I have to agree with him. Like, it felt like we took the soul out of the Pistons yesterday. It felt that way after a heavyweight battle. And we played so crappy. And yet we shot 50% from the field and we were down by single digits at halftime yesterday. Down by 15. 2% chance of winning, and we handled business. So I'm excited about that. Here's what I'm not excited about, because a lot of people are not excited about this. Game 6 tomorrow is on Prime Video. That was announced. Game 6. Now, people don't know this. Prime Video has been showing NBA games all season. They're as equal of a partner as NBC and ABC. But we got this news today, and as the program director of the Inside Edge Network, I have to modify plans that we have laid out, because here's why. Game 7, or let me spell out this way. Cavaliers are going to play on Sunday no matter what. Now, it was my understanding that the Cavaliers were going to play at 3:30 on Sunday, whether it was Game 7 of Cavs Pistons or Game 1 of Cavs Knicks. That's not true anymore. The NBA updated their schedule like an hour ago while the guys were on the air. Here's the new schedule. If the Cavaliers can wrap up the series against Detroit tomorrow, Game 1 will still be on Sunday afternoon at 3:30 on ABC. We will have main event at 6 if that happens. If the Eastern Conference Finals starts on Sunday at 3:30, we'll be on the air at 6 o'clock following the game. However, here's where it gets wonky. And actually, Eli, I want you on the screen as I explain this, because this involves us and Rob. So get ready.
Okay.
If there's Cavs Pistons Game 7.
Yeah.
Here are the scenarios. If it's Cavs Pistons Game 7 and Spurs Timberwolves Game 7, our game will be on at 5 o'clock on Sunday on Prime Video. And then we'll be on after for main event. So around 7:30-ish, we'll be on.
Mm-hmm.
If there's Game 7 of Cavs Pistons, but no Spurs Timberwolves, San Antonio in Minnesota. If it's only Cleveland versus Detroit, Game 7 will be on at 8 o'clock Sunday night on Prime Video.
Bro, they better win tomorrow. They better win tomorrow.
From a personal standpoint, please win tomorrow.
From a personal and a business standpoint, finish the damn job. Finish the damn job. You know, I mean, come on, man. You're gonna let Duncan Robinson and Jalen Duren go out here and look like they haven't all series long for the most part. You're gonna let Cade Cunningham send this back to Game 7. I mean, think about the people, Cavaliers.
Please.
Think about the people.
Please.
Oh,
here's the thing. For my day job on my vacation, I would like to, I ain't gonna lie to you, I would like to not have to be up late on Sunday night. Okay.
Yeah,
because you know what's gonna happen. You know what's gonna happen. We're gonna be on the air till like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning on Sunday night if we're playing at 8 o'clock Game 7. The worst part, what if they lose?
Oh,
What if they lose?
Don't say that. Don't say that, Double A, please. Please, we're positive tonight. We're positive. We're positive here. I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead. I'm just thinking Game 6, this is it, right? I mean, like, this has got to be it for the Cavaliers. You have to win this game. You've addressed all the points already, Double A. I mean, the crowd's going to be on their side. Rocket Arena, I mean, one of the greatest arenas to play in for a home team. I mean, for the Cavaliers, they thrive there. They're undefeated at home. They, in this postseason, that is, they have done a great job. And everybody's rolling, except for Don last game. It wasn't the greatest Donovan Mitchell performance, which means he's due for another big game.
Yes, he
Take
is.
care of business and let Mike Check Take 2 handle post-game, a series clinching post-game.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes. And that's my other, I told them already, David and Autumn. I'm like, the 2 post games they have done, they've done a great job. But the 2 post games they have done have come off like 2 of the worst Cavs losses of the playoffs. They did the post game after Game 4 of the Raptors series when we couldn't score at all, and we were up 5 and lost that game.
Yeah.
And then they did the Game 6 post game against the Raptors on that Friday night. That was also a bad night because the gingerbread man over on SmackDown died.
That was tragic. That was absolutely tragic. And shout out Lil Yachty for bringing him back to life. I mean,
thank you. Yes, yes.
Double A. I'll say this, and then I'm going to disappear back behind the scenes. Autumn and David deserve a win.
Yes,
they deserve a win. They deserve a win.
And I hope they get it. I really hope they get it. They do deserve that W. And David and Autumn, if you guys are listening, we are begging for you guys to have a winning post-game show tomorrow. Speaking of winning, actually, this is a bad transition. We have one more segment to go. Kyle, at the end of his shows, likes to end his shows with a kicker. So I'm going to end the show with a kicker. If you're single, are you ready to spend $200 on your dates? Or are you tapping out and say, nah, I'm good. I'm tapping out. That's it. Eli and I will discuss when we come back.
Clean energy, bold flavors, and no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Clean energy, no jitters or crash. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. With over 15 flavors to choose from, you can't miss. Order W Energy right now by using the QR code on your screen and use the promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. W Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, guess what? We have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Use the QR code on your screen right now to check out InsideEdgeNetwork.com. That's InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Whether searching for a baseball autographed by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at SportsMemorabilia.com, the web's leading source of authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have the satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the SportsMemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Go to SportsMemorabilia.com by using the QR code on your screen right now. SportsMemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Podcast Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, one more segment to go here. Coming up at the top of the hour, a special presentation of the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast with myself and Kyle Cornell. We go over the announcement of the John Cena Classic and try to explain whatever the hell that was. But I want you to stay tuned because for the first time ever, we do our own WWE Side Hustle Draft. So we drafted the champions, we drafted the top 10 men and the top 10 women on our rosters for Raw and SmackDown, and we also drafted what we call a supplemental NXT pick for 2027. We had a lot of fun taping it earlier today. We're going to have it for you right at 1 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast. It's on every Friday morning, and you can follow us there. Remember, at Inside Edge Net on all of our socials, Twitch, TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, all there. And also remember InsideEdgeNetwork.com. We'll end this tomorrow's show, by the way. We're on at midnight always on Monday through Friday. We got Unpack Fridays. We have that for you. Also, we'll react to Cavs Pistons, Game 6, and we'll see what other nonsense is going on. Something to keep an eye on real quick on the Cavs. Apparently, they got there's a stomach bug and illness going around, according to reports. So we'll kind of have to see how that's playing out. So we'll see what's going on there. But yeah, we'll have that all for you coming up on tomorrow's show, Midnight Run. That is on after Mic Check Take 2 and Inside Edge Primetime. All right. I came across this story. I want to give a quick shout out to, television personality here locally in Cleveland and Atlanta, 20 years, Scott Pennyman, on his Facebook, posted this story. And this will be a joint conversation between myself and Eli and all of you at home watching. So, way back when, well, before our time, you could take a girl out, get a pizza, whatever, and have a good time and, enjoy, put a tip in and call it a day. Well, now we're getting reports that nearly half of U.S. singles are giving up dating. They have given up because an average night out now costs $200. In what world? I'm not trying to come off as a cheap person or anything like that. In what world, on a date, are you spending, a normal person, $200? Absolutely not. That's how much money I budget for the month. No, absolutely not. No. If the requirement these days is $200 for dating, I'm cool doing this. I'm good. Count me out. I'm good. I will admit though, I can share. Dating these days, man, it's for the clout, man. It's for the clout. I mean, you gotta think about this, man. Listen. If it works out and it turns out well, that's fantastic. I'm not like, shut it all down, that's that. But, a lot of people these days are choosing peace over exploring. A lot of people are choosing to be comfortable over going out and dating. And the problem now, all right, as men, I'll say this from my perspective, from a male perspective. We go out and, we're trained to be the hunters. That's our job, is to be the hunters. We're trained for that, to do that. But these days, if something did happen and didn't work out, somebody has their phone out. They're clout. And then you go on some of the socials, you go on Threads or anything like that, and I'm looking at like 3,000 things about, men shouldn't act like this, and men shouldn't do this, and men shouldn't do that. Men, stop it. The idea that $200 on a date is like something that has to happen. And then for what? What are you doing? What are you doing for $200? What are you spending for $200? What can you possibly get on a date to add up to $200 for your bill? Well, I'm looking at this photo here. Let me see here. No way. You're going to get a couple glasses of wine and drinks that are worth $20, $30 a glass? A glass. I go to the effing gas station and get something for $5, get a case for $10. and be perfectly fine. I get mixers. Get a 12-pack for $12 and save it for over a month. You kidding me? $200 for what? You might as well pay rent. You might stop it. Eli, you want in on this? Come on in. Hell,
Oh, I sure do, buddy. I
ain't
do.
no way. This is, to use Coach Prime's words, bull jive.
Yeah, we're up against it. I did a few mathematics here in the background while you were talking. It was just throwing me for a loop. Now, I've had actually women tell me this. If they are not having at least $150 spent on them or more, they are not stepping out. That they need their nails done, they need dinner, they need a movie. I mean, they need the rights to name your firstborn son. I mean, it's just crazy out here. I did a few math. I know we're up against it. I did a few math problems.
No. This deserves a couple extra minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. I did a few math problems here, and I'm not the biggest math guy. You know, we've talked about it on Primetime. Chad and I, we're not the biggest math guys. I did do some math, though, and I used a calculator, so it helped me. And here's what $200 could get you if you didn't want to spend it on a date. $200 could get you in this economy. Gas right now about $5 a gallon. 40 gallons of gas. You get 40 gallons of gas, AA. That can fill up the pump, the fuel tank and the gas. I mean, in the car, get it going and be on your merry way. And you can go back home and chill. And guess what? You can go back out if you want to and drive back around. That's amazing. What you can get with $200 instead of a luxury date. You can get 10 months of Guardians TV. You get 10 months. So that means you can cover the entire season and then next year a little bit. 10 months of Guardians TV, save some for 2027. With $200 instead of a luxury dinner date or whatever, excursion. Do you even know the girl? Anyways, $200 on a dinner date.
Pause right there. $150 to $200 just for a girl to step out for somebody you barely know.
Yeah, and then in my favorite thing.
Absolutely not. No.
As I'm a ladies' man, my favorite thing is when the woman tells me they're interested. We do the date, we do 2-3 weeks, and then they aren't interested. Or there's a term we use that we shouldn't probably use on air. But those women.
Let me show you. Yeah. Let me show you what you can do instead of $200 on dinner. Here's what you can do. Stand by.
Okay. Want to go ahead while AA is doing this? Remind anybody
this will be quick. You don't have to plug anything. Okay. You can get this from Aldi's or wherever. This is called spaghetti.
How much does that run, AA, typically?
$2.
Okay, cool. Let me do the quick math here on this on the spot. That would be, I think, 100. Am I right here? That's 100 boxes of spaghetti.
You can feed, if you get 100 boxes of spaghetti, you can feed the entire city of Bedford.
I mean, think about that. And you're a community hero at that point. You're looking out for your community.
Yes. This is community engagement right here.
Yeah.
All you need is to buy some sauce, get some seasoning or whatever, and you're set. This right here. This.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I love it. AA.
What are you gonna do? You spend $200.
I love it.
$200.
I love it. I don't love that, but I love your reasoning, your thinking here. I think we're on the same page. I got a few more here for you before we get going. What $200 can do for you instead of spending a date with somebody you may not know by next week or blocked by the morning after. You can get 28 Little Caesars pizzas, and I rounded that up. Right now, they're not $5 anymore. They're about 6 something.
They're $7.
Okay, cool. Perfect. Then I spotted this perfectly. $7 is what I used. That can get you 28 Little Caesars pizza. And if you're into splitting a half pizza, I think it was a little bit of a decimal over 28. So, you can get about another half.
Now, let me justify this real quick. I'm not going out here and saying, be cheap. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not. But don't people want, and this is both ways, you want creativity, you want effort to be put in. So what? Instead of spending a few dollars buying a card, write a card instead. Little things like that. But
we live in a world. This is a different episode of.
This is kind of. I'm sorry that I saw this earlier today. It kind of triggered me. I ain't gonna lie to you.
No, you have every
Not
right.
For anything in the past, but just in society as a whole, that kind of triggered me.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie, it triggered me because it's happened to me. So it triggered me when you were talking about it. I just think, here's the reality, and then I'll get into the last stat that I have for you. The reality is everybody's fallen in love with what, somebody that has $1 million, $2 million is doing. Understand that it's okay to live luxurious every now and then, but live within your means too. Standing room tickets for the Guardians game, or go get a bleacher seat. It's not that much, or whatever. Go buy some food at the game. Go see a movie. That still is going to be under $200. I just think you got to get to know somebody first. Why would I, and I'm not trying to sound cheap, and I'm not trying to sound like an asshole, but why would I open up my pocketbook for somebody I just met 3 days ago and spend more money than I do on an electric bill right now? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? All right, Double A, last stat I got for you.
Okay.
What you can do with $200 instead of spending a dinner date with the potential love of your life or heartbreak very, very soon is get 6 Inside Edge hats. You can get 6 Inside Edge dad hats. You can get 6 of them. You can hand them out to everybody. In fact, you could just divvy them up. You could do 1 per sale, get close to 10 sales, and help Kyle cut my hair here on the Inside Edge Network on Unfiltered. There's so many better ways you can spend your money. I'm not saying don't spend it on the girl. And if she's the love of your life and you're going to fall, you fell in love with her, sure. But it's not that.
Well, that's the difference. If you're in a long committed relationship and you really want to show the appreciation, that's okay. That's fine. Because once you're in it, you really got to show, the initiative. You got to keep things spicy and fresh, things like that. Sometimes dropping in that major dinner date is cool. Date 1? Hell no. Absolutely not. Now, I'm not taking her to McDonald's or anything like that, but no, we're not getting a table, not a table, but we're not getting a section at a club, and we're not about to be popping bottles again with somebody who may block you the next day.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. We're not going to go to Delmonico's the first day, but I'm not going to take you to McDonald's. There's a happy medium. Why does it always have to be so extreme? It's like, why can't there be a happy medium? There's a lot of great mom and pop shops here in Cleveland. There's a lot of great local restaurants that you can just get a good meal and not spend $200. I just don't understand it. And here's the reality, Double A. Here's the reality. The next date, you're spending more. If you spend $200 on that first date, you're trapped, buddy.
That's
you're either going to cut it off.
I'm so glad you brought that up because you established that this is what it is.
Yeah.
That $200 is the baseline. That's not like the peak. That's the baseline.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do to top that?
You better marry the girl the next day because I don't know how you're topping it.
You ain't going to have any money to buy a ring.
They're going to have to
marry. You might as well give your life savings to Diamonds Direct. What are we doing?
Look.
And I went through I'm not going to call anybody out personally, and they don't know who I am, but I went through Scott Pitty. I went through the comments, some of the comments.
Yeah.
And some of the people are like, $200 is not bad. Y'all grown men are tripping. Like, stop it. And again, this person I agree with here. $200 or more is a special occasion date, like a birthday or an anniversary, special occasions, things like that. Something, if my girl did something like, if she went to school or something, she graduated, something like that, or got a promotion. Absolutely. If we got something big we're celebrating, absolutely. For a regular date night, absolutely not. No.
Yeah. I mean, and right now it's Cavs playoff season. So what do I look like going out on a Friday night spending $200 when I can watch Donovan Mitchell and James Harden bring us to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time since 2018? What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? I could be anywhere, Double A. Sorry to interrupt. I could be anywhere though.
Yeah.
Anywhere. The studio. I could be at a show handling business. I could be anywhere. At this point, and this goes to any man out there, going to speak to our fellow dudes out there. Don't let somebody take you for a ride just because it sounds like it's a fun roller coaster. Roller coasters end too, and that's not good. So just be aware of who you're dealing with and understand before you spend $200, what $200 could get you. Invest in yourself. Invest in yourself. Double A talked about it earlier on a serious note for a second. There's so many times where You want to go out and do what everybody's in a relationship, so I want to get in a relationship. Everybody's doing this, so I want to go do this. Live your life. Live your life. If it makes sense, it'll make sense. The perfect woman or women, females, ladies out there, if it's the perfect man, it'll make sense.
Absolutely.
But dollars don't always make sense, and that's my point.
No, and that's spot on. It's just we might have to get Scott Pittman on the show.
Yeah, I'm writing that down right now.
We might have to get him on the show because this right here, and again, this is not due to anything that's happened to me in the past or anything like that. But this is more of I've seen it across the scope of good men trying to do right for a good woman in a single field. Again, we're talking men who are single, trying to do something right on the first date. And then you take them out to a nice date or whatever. And it's almost like, okay, are you going to look at the check and be like, that's it? Like, this is your status. And a lot of it is status too. So all I know is this too. Like, okay, what am I bringing to the table?
Mm-hmm.
I'm helping running a business.
Mm-hmm.
I have, I have a job on the day side. I'm a program director, a host here.
Mm-hmm.
Everything we do is do this. I do this. I do that. I pay my own bills. I have a lot to bring to the table, on that front. But if you're expecting a ton of money to be dropped on date one, you miss me with that.
Okay.
I'm happy. I'm in peace with what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, I agree. Think about it like in an NBA perspective. You're not going to go show all your cards in game one, are you? You're going to wait.
No, you shouldn't.
Later games of the series. So why would you show all your cards in date one?
Yeah. And then after date one, all right, what happens when you do have that special occasion? Now you got to drop $1,000.
And she's putting
now you got to basically take out a credit card.
Yeah. She's putting the full court press on you. You are in trouble, brother. You know the Detroit Pistons play tough defense.
Woo-hoo. Man.
Okay.
All right, we're done. There's a chance Midnight Conversations might be a 2-day. I don't know. We'll see. This Scott Pennyman, though, we're gonna try to, because he obviously knows sports too, but I want to ask him about that and all that. All right, we went way over, but it was worth it. For Eli, for our entire team who did shows today on this Super Thursday, everyone was fantastic. Everyone was great. Make sure you follow the network at InsideEdge Net across all the socials. And again, remember, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, the promo code, if you buy merch, I think we need 10 people to buy merch. If you buy it, if we have 10 people buy merch, Kyle Cornell, our 5 o'clock host, will cut Eli's hair on the air during the show. Use the promo code Insider, you get a major discount off of your order. Cut the tape. We are actually cut the tape from this show, but we're not done with original programming, because coming up after the station ID is a special edition of the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast. We will do our Side Hustle WWE draft and also talk the John Cena Classic and what that could bring. That's coming up right now.
Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all the leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams.
Clean energy, bold flavors, and no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Clean energy, no jitters or crash. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. With over 15 flavors to choose from, you can't miss. Order Dubby Energy right now by using the QR code on your screen and use the promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles. That's right, every product is thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Our candles are hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks, offering a long-lasting burn and rich fragrances. Create a cozy, safe ambiance for your home with candles from Alley Rose Fragrances. First-time customers use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Podcast Network.
Listen to it now.
Can you?
Yes, I can.
Yeah?
Yes.
Can you listen to me?
No.
Aloha, motherfather.
Oh, my bad.
Welcome in another edition of the
Professionalism.
Yeah, all right. Of the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast. It's been a long day, and it hasn't even been the day yet, but it's here, and it's night, and if you're watching this live on the Inside Edge Network, it's 1 a.m.
Good for you. Thank you.
And you were in your apartment, but now you're here.
Yeah.
How does that work?
Oh, boy. Space Ghost.
Magic. Al Cornell, AA Anthony Alfred with you as always. Don't forget, of course, like, subscribe, punch the notification bell to the Inside Edge Network, Inside Edge Net, on all the socials. It's been beaten into my brain with a steel baseball bat from the mid-2000s because the new ones, the BB Core bats, suck.
Yes, they do.
The old ones where you get hit like 50 home runs in a season in high school, those ones. That's why I have a dent in my head, but I had to grow my hair out so you couldn't see it.
There you go.
And
There
by
you
this
go.
guy who did it too. And our new assistant program director. Again, congrats, Eli.
Congrats.
I said it on the air, and I cannot thank you enough for not even asking me. I was nervous, and I talked to Jake about it one time because I was like, and even like Rob, I was like, I have director experience. Fuck, he's gonna ask me to do this. I don't want to. Oh, and thank God body language is a thing, because when he brought it up at our meeting for the entire group, I think he realized when I said something, he's like, maybe I shouldn't even go down that road.
No, I brought it up to the table, and
I looked at Rob and I'm like, fuck.
I scanned you too. I scanned you and Rob, and I saw shoulders like.
I was like, dude, I barely want to watch my shit. Like, and we have really talented people on the network too, but it's like, God. Oh, thank you, Eli, for raising your hand.
Thank you.
Appreciate
thank
you, buddy.
No, seriously, thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. But if you wonder, we are in the deaf room now. I know how much you enjoy Midnight Conversations.
You're fucking wild, dude. The stuff you talk about blows my mind. Like, it almost makes me want to stay up until 1 a.m. It almost does.
Boy,
Instead of watching it the next day, it almost makes me want
I'm
to.
telling you, we get at it this time, and especially you watch us live, we get after it.
It's
late.
amazing what just being a little kooky in the midnight hour can do for you. The witching hour.
I told you,
Right?
like
Wrong? Maybe?
I told you, I did
Have
not.
you had a witch on your show yet?
Maybe in a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Okay.
It's on its way.
We got to call our exes for that.
Oh, that might be canned.
You
That's
didn't-
mental
you
health I do not want to
you didn't-
experience.
Hey, you didn't say it. I did.
I know, but no.
I didn't say which ones.
I told you. So before, when I worked mornings, and then before that, like I usually would wake up early in the morning. I never stayed up this late, ever. And this is like a new life.
Yeah, you're like
This late.
You know, they say like the Earth, the poles are shifting.
Yeah.
Your poles have shifted from when your like sleep schedule is.
Oh,
now. You're
man.
flipping shit around.
Dude,
You were grandpa for a while. You were going to bed. Now, when we actually watch like wrestling events and stuff, you'll want to stay up.
Oh,
Like,
I
hey, do you
do.
guys want to like hang out for a couple more hours? Show's over at like 9. Like,
dude, I want to watch the post show.
before
I
you're-
want to
you're
watch
falling
like,
asleep in the middle of WrestleMania.
I want to watch the classic matches and stuff after. Like I'm up now. I mean, I go to bed at like 3 a.m. these days.
It's fucking wild. Dude.
3 a.m.
That
and
was
then-
because of that one over there for me. Talking about you. Hey, you. Yeah.
3 a.m.
Yeah. I lost a lot of sleep over you. Cannot wait to make you lose sleep over me.
3 a.m. and then rolling into work the hours later, rolling into the day job.
Rolling in the deep.
Thank goodness this is work from home.
Dude.
Although I will say this. I did not mind when we had an office. You were not with us at that time
Yeah,
yet.
of course, I showed up like a month or two after it closed.
Yeah, but even then Pete, we were scaling back completely from the office anyway. Like
we basically worked from home. COVID.
Yeah.
I mean, we never went back after 2020. Not full time.
Yeah.
It was sometimes you'd come in for a meeting. I'd come in at least once a month just because I had to get hardware and for the clients, but that was it.
Yeah.
Like when I started full time at this current position, the first like 3 weeks was right before Christmas. Everyone or most people on our team that's locally based here, we were there almost every day. Terry came in, did the trainings in person. Like we had somebody else who's no longer with the company training with us, but he was training from another country. Actually, it was wild. But yeah, we was in every day, and then like after the holidays, I would walk in. I'll go the whole day without seeing a single person. I'm like, well, at that point, I might as well stay home like that because it's not worth the gas money. But because I was start prepping for our CVC basketball games at that point while I'm working and printing stuff out. I'm walking by, I'm like the whole office. Like, it's crazy. But no, I don't know what day. I messed up the date in the promo for Super Thursday.
Oh, you did?
I initially did. It got fixed. I said May 14th, not realizing when I sent it out, it was May 14th. Today, right now.
Well, yesterday.
Yesterday. All right. Today is a very special show.
And I have this coin, and we'll tell you why in a second.
Yeah, today is a very special show. We are going to make sure you like and subscribe. Please. At InsideEdge Net across all the socials, including Twitch.
See, he's beating you over the head with it now, too.
Yeah. Make sure you like it. We got a great website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And again, 5 days a week, unfiltered with Kyle Cornell.
I love how now I am the biggest graphic.
I just haven't changed it in 3 weeks.
Now I am the table.
Talent over here talking about people not change. Actually, I'm glad you brought up the gas prices thing on the show earlier today because that's bullshit.
I've seen it a few times, and I was like, well.
Like, you imagine going at the pump, and you see what you thought the price would have been, and then now, I've had it where I pull up to the parking lot. This was years ago. Pull up to the parking lot, and I already paid, and then I see the price change as I'm there already. I think it went up like 10 cents. As I was there, I'm like, oh, thank goodness my pump price didn't go up at that point. But
and you got to remember too, like I said, some stations do like the thing where if you pay cash, they'll charge you 10 cents less per gallon or whatever it is for whatever reason they do that. I don't know, but like it's like okay. But
it's credit card processing fees.
Yeah.
I mean that's what it is.
Take your credit card processing fees and blow me.
But I mean, even on our merch store, it's we get charged like 79 cents a transaction and a percentage of every sale that goes to the credit cards.
Yeah, because Will is in the back every time we do a credit card. He's got to put the transaction through, so we got to make sure he gets paid.
Yeah,
fucking stupid.
Yeah.
But it's all AI stuff that's doing it. It's all just tech. They don't need to charge money for the processing fee. Can we get like? I want to go back to. Can we just do like gold again?
People are paying with crypto and other stuff.
I don't want to lean more into the technology. I want to go like. I want to like, hey, who's got the bigger stone?
That would be nice.
Like,
I ain't gonna lie to you. That would be nice.
I'll give you this really shiny rock. for
Anthony's
that.
going to be reaching out to gold companies for
Oh,
sponsorship tomorrow.
Oh, I will be.
Yeah,
I
I'll
will
be dripped out on Unfiltered.
All right,
I'll
man,
tell you
listen.
what. I will be soaking wet in gold, baby.
Listen, I'm on vacation from the day job until Memorial Day, so I have time.
He's about to get less sleep now while not working the day job.
He's got a list of leads that he can start calling.
God.
I already told Eli, I'm like, we got things we got to accomplish, and then for Midnight Run, I'm gonna tape like 6 evergreen shows, like in a row, and the shows are gonna be basically. I told Eli, if I ever oversleep Midnight Run, just play the episode.
All right, so hear me out. Today we're gonna film 7 episodes, a week's worth.
Yeah, we're gonna film it. We're gonna do
we're
best stuff, midnight conversations, other best stuff. Like we're gonna film it. We're gonna rock it out, and yeah, that way we're ready to go.
Just do it, what Trevisano used to do on TAM. Just
record the last hour.
Replay the first. Yeah, replay the first hour as the last hour, and then deny that he does it.
Yeah, do a live show Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Re-air the shows on Tuesday, Thursday.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You know what? The 12 o'clock segment will be live, and then after 12:15, call it a day.
His clothes change. His hair's a different.
You know what? Hold on. How come there's sun outside? I'm like, well, you didn't know. I recorded the rest of the show at 8 o'clock this morning.
Knew I should have got those blinds.
All right, so now we're gonna have to do that. What is it? The portions of this program
has been pre-recorded. Like, how about the whole damn show?
I cannot wait for. We're getting so damn official. I'm waiting for the disclaimer.
Oh, man.
I have legal working on it.
Fuck. I have legal working on it. Oh, my cousin's a lawyer.
Parts of this program has been pre-recorded. What we will not do is say portions of this program was generated by AI. We will not be doing that.
No.
Did you see the iHeart? I think that's what iHeart does now. Like, iHeart is like...
They tag that it's 100% human.
Yeah.
No AI.
100% syndicated and cutting costs.
I don't know what Allen Iverson has to do with any of this.
That's who I feel bad for, because AI, Iverson, should be...
Iguodala. Blocked by James! Oh!
If there's one person who I want the ball in the final second, center of the universe, I want Andre Iguodala. Like, dude.
Hey, he won that Finals MVP in 2015.
He did.
He was that guy.
5 o'clock Unfiltered weekdays, Inside Edge Primetime, and then Midnight Run. Wonder what time that comes on. We weekdays, and we got more to come too here on the Inside Edge Network. Bless you.
This you.
Now, and those are our show social media accounts.
Yeah, because we really went heavy on this originally, and now it's a lot to take care of.
So we got some things to address.
We need Hootsuite or some bullshit like that to get this thing moving.
Spotify, iHeartRadio, and Apple Podcast.
Yeah, 100% human.
Yeah.
Right here.
So we're going to lead with the John Cena Classic, but after the John Cena Classic, what are we doing?
I have this quarter out because we're going to be doing the 2026 official Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast WWE Draft. Yeah. And we'll talk about how we're going to split this up after we talk about this thing that's about to happen at some point that has not been determined yet.
So I'm going to pull the curtain back just a little bit here. Other than this, we're going to dive into this in 2 seconds. I texted Kyle earlier today. You know, we usually go over the rundown.
I normally send you something at least the night before. Usually the night before, the morning of, I have at least 4 or 5 topics, and then if you want to add something in, that kind of stuff. Usually that's how it goes. But damn, has this daily show just fucked with me so much. Like,
it's been a combination of a lot of things here. Part of it is the daily shows, job responsibilities, things like that. The other thing, I'm not going to lie to you, wrestling's kind of sucked. It's not like from the standpoint of, like the wrong people are getting pushed or anything like that. It's just I know it's a period of transition, takes time.
Yeah.
You got a lot of people from NXT moving up, and they're getting their feet wet and things like that. But it just seems like, I don't know, some of these stories, it feels like it's just going with the motions. It doesn't, like, I couldn't think of anything memorable about SmackDown other than, like, singular highlights, like Fatal Influence doing their thing again, things like that. And then, what, are we just going to break down? I know it's engagement, but are we just going to break down a chapter of the Bloodline every single week? And it's just...
They just have no one to fight Roman. Because, again, who is believable right now that could say, yes, I believe that person could beat Roman? And right now, the only person not named Oba is Jacob, just because he's unhinged.
Mm-hmm.
And he's part of the family.
Yeah.
Like, they have no one else. They moved Gunther to SmackDown, and he's going to have his match with Cody at Clash in Italy. I forgot about that one, but that's happening.
Mm-hmm. Hey, at least it's on a Sunday afternoon.
At least it's not in the Middle East.
Right.
That one will happen.
Yes.
Italy should be relatively okay, even though it's still close to the Middle East, but not that close. You said that, and I'm like, yeah. Like, and again, now with me playing tennis Monday nights, Raw is going to be hard. We may have to, maybe a summer break on Kyle Reacts to Monday Night Raw, just because I'm not going to be able to watch it relatively live or even watch it at like 8:30 because he's going to have baseball too and stuff on Mondays.
It might be a summer break from Reacts, period.
Yeah, we might need that.
And I'll speak on the NXT side of things. There's so much change. It's a brand new show.
It's like night and day.
It's a completely different show.
Even with like Lola Vice being champion, it's different just because she hasn't been in that spot. I mean, Tatum Paxley's probably the only person who's been around and in that spotlight like really consistently. This new chunky dude that came out of nowhere that is giving me hope that one day I could pursue my wrestling dreams again and be fat. Like that's cool.
Rizicki sent me a text like, "Who the f is this dude?" It was that. It was that guy.
Yeah, whatever. What Mason Rook or whatever.
Yeah.
I guess he can do a backflip and he weighs 400 pounds. So that's cool.
He's way over with the NXT Performance Center
he's
crowd.
Way over with the 50 to 100 people that show up at NXT because they know him from England or wherever he's from. Like, okay, sure.
Yeah, he's way over.
Yeah.
But
Kevin Owens looked different, but it wasn't like egregious.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was never like a 6-pack guy, but you could still tell the tattoos, the beard. Like he was like okay, and he was just really good at wrestling. I don't know about this kid.
Yeah, and I'll also say too so I don't want to go after NXT and be like, man, this stinks while they're actually trying to get their feet wet and try to figure out, what they're doing.
They lost a lot of talent.
But you know what? That's what's supposed to happen though. Like if you have
raid the cupboards,
you got a ton of people who are like way over and who can immediately add to the main shows. That's where they need to be.
Yeah.
NXT should never consistently be the best WWE show on television. If it is, you need to improve Raw and SmackDown.
By taking people from NXT.
It'd be by taking people from NXT. And I know Shawn Michaels is pissed.
Oh, God.
His right? Because it's like...
Well, he wanted Javon. This was going to be Javon's time.
Mm-hmm. Think about it. Javon could have had even just the chase. Because I'm thinking back, too, like, all right, I think I said at the beginning of the year, all right, Trick Williams, Obafemi, they moved up. Joe Hendry would have been ideal for him, would have been him chasing the NXT championship. Well, the problem, probably got word he was only going to have him for 3 months.
Yeah.
And so,
someone
got to make him champion.
Someone that over, you kind of just want to give him a spotlight and then enhance him a little bit more and then send him on his way.
And then they blew off his last night. We're going to give you a match with King U Carver. And that's a feud that if they had time, you could have done that all spring and summer.
Yeah.
But, hey, you're getting moved up. So, we're going to have to burn this match off.
Now we got these Japanese guys doing flatliners as their finishers.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. It's just like I'm watching this, but also the Cavs are on every other night. I'm not even joking. They're on every other night.
That's that short travel schedule, man.
Mm-hmm. So because of that,
they can come home on road game, like on the road. They probably could have just came home.
They could.
I don't see why they wouldn't.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a 20-minute flight.
Yeah, and they could, and we've talked about it on our shows. But like on the flip side, on the wrestling side of things, well, if I'm trying to learn a new show, but like station obligations, or even as a fan, I'm watching the Cavs.
Yeah.
I got to pay attention to that.
The product may be a little different.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to say in the grand scheme of things. Like the product is going to be a little different when it comes to this.
Mm-hmm.
The John Cena Classic. Cena came out, and I saw some people were commenting on social media that Cena did the Club WWE like commercial. They were like, "That's what the big announcement was." Like, no, he's gonna show up and he's gonna introduce the main event because that's what John Cena's role is now. Undertaker tells people are going to the Hall of Fame. John Cena says it's time for the main event.
Still in Mark Henry's gimmick
at every single PLE. I think they're going to AI him into the shot at some point.
They should have brought in Mark Henry. He did it better for AEW Rampage.
God.
All right. The time for talking's done.
This episode, we're going to find out if MJF wants to cut his hair. Stupid.
Live from the fairway.
No.
I'll give Tony Khan credit. At least it was creative. At least
yeah, that's a word.
It was creative. It was different.
Different is a better word.
Okay.
Creative assumes it was good, and it wasn't. It's trash. It's all trash.
Zach Morris is trash.
I'll go to an AEW show because it's cheap. Because Tony doesn't care about money.
Shoot. That's actually a really good sales pitch. I am not even going to lie to you.
It's cheap. We're family friendly, even though our content is not geared for families.
It's
right?
actually cheaper. At the AEW show we went to last year, cheaper, about like $5 than the NXT show that's coming to Canton, Ohio this weekend.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you should be all on that. You're going to be off. Chance to,
Yeah, once them gas prices come down, sure. I'll be there.
Just get a ride on the NXT Express. Lex Luger's son's going to be driving it.
Oh, yeah, your boys with the Saints now. Got a lot of Saints social media account tweeting out Steiner math.
Anyway, the John Cena Classic.
Hey, welcome to Unserious Football. We do that best here.
Fucking stupid. We're going to draft a 35-year-old rookie quarterback, and he's going to be so good for that 2 years before he ends up getting and collecting AARP.
Who for the Saints is a real professional wrestling fan? That's who we need to know.
Apparently all of them.
Yeah.
And they have no choice now.
All right, let's stop beating around the bush. Let's talk about
let's talk about someone that possibly could win the John Cena Classic, even though technically the rules are so damn stupid that if you win your matches, you still don't win the John Cena Classic championship, which will be just as useful as the Crown Jewel champion, because who gives a shit? The title's never around. They wore the rings for like a minute afterwards, and they're
But
gone.
it's a bigger belt, bigger title.
Bigger bolts, you can smack someone across the ass with it. Like, no, I don't. I love John. He's one of my favorite wrestlers of all time. This idea sucks. Just being honest. I didn't need this. Nobody needed this. And they're probably going to do it on the anniversary of when he retired. I'd imagine December. A show during that month to pay tribute. It's been a year, and now we're going to do this, and it's going to be in his honor. They could have made a championship or something like that, and that would have been fine. But like this whole, and then now again, it's all interactive. You choose the winner. So this is the only time in his entire career where Otis could be on a card and he may finish as the top champion when he leaves it. Because he'll go 0-3 in matches and people will still vote for him.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah, it's absolutely garbage. It takes.
I will be double voting.
John Cena. This idea came out of Vince McMahon's back left jean pocket.
Like,
this is incubated in the mind of Vince and Jay.
We kind of talked about it during the whole Cena stuff last year. Like, in terms of creative ideas overall, outside of the John Cena, he ain't it.
What are we learning about these guys? The Jerichos, the Edges, the Christians, the Cenas now, and all this stuff like that. Left to their own devices, they shouldn't be left to their own devices. Vince did such a good job about just breaking these dudes down and basically stripping them bare, and like, you're going to follow my lead, that when they got out, they thought they had all these amazing ideas because they haven't been listened to properly in 2 decades or whatever it was. Come to find out, they probably shouldn't have been listened to in the first place, and that's why Vince did everything he did, because these guys didn't know what the fuck they were doing.
Okay, so let's spin this a little bit here. So let's say this idea existed last December, and you would have had the card that they put together for Saturday night's main event, which, sorry, I wasn't prepared. I should have referenced that card. But like Obafemi,
that was a Sol Ruca Bailey match.
Yeah, and then Javad Evans and Slater versus I forgot the tag team they were facing, but So Obafemi wins the John Cena championship. Okay, then what?
Does he get an actual title shot? Like that's why I don't understand.
Does he have to defend? No, it's with the votes.
It could have just been a tournament that included NXT stars that capulated at a Saturday night's main event or a PLE, and the winner wins the John Cena Invitational and then gets a title shot.
And then that's my other thing that you just brought up too. Like, okay, if the entire purpose is to reward like an NXT star, okay, so our main roster stars, I would imagine you're not going to be, you shouldn't be able to vote for main roster stars.
That's what you're doing. It's anyone that's there. Hell, you can vote for people that didn't even wrestle, and they could be the MVP. R-Truth could be the John Cena champion without setting foot inside, because people are going to try and write that shit.
That's what's going to happen.
It's
like opening up.
You're taking away the sports side of this and the wrestling side of it, and it's leaning heavy into sports entertainment again. And that's what John Cena knows. I don't think John Cena is a big pro wrestling guy. I think he's a sports entertainment guy.
Yeah,
which is,
I can't argue that.
Which again, there's space for both, and there's levels to both, and you can mix it. But
well, they could have. All you actually had to do was just say, "Hey, new event in my honor." Every summer, or December again. WWE main roster versus NXT, and leave it at that. People would have been excited.
Showcasing the NXT talent against the stars of today against the stars of tomorrow.
Yeah,
that's
it. People would have been excited about that.
But now it's going to be for this championship, which who the hell knows what that's going to look like.
People are going to make a mockery out of this.
If it doesn't spin.
Oh, it has to spin.
I'm turning the TV off.
It has to spin. Although me personally, I preferred the John Cena United States Championship.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the OG.
Yeah.
No disrespect to the WWE.
When the whole title spun.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not just a little W in the middle. I want the whole thing to spin.
You know what's crazy about that?
Like the rims on my 16-inch.
That Cena WWE Championship title belt, I actually associate that with Edge more than John Cena. Yeah. I think just because Edge made it look cool, and had Lita and everything,
I remember, she was looking then. I remember Cena and Edge with that, and I also very vividly remember The Rock going, "This piece of trash," and throwing it down and pulling out the new shiny. Look at the straight just logo. Title.
Oh, that was great.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was great.
The Rock can't walk around with this piece of monkey trash on his shoulder.
The red Fruity Pebble, the blue Fruity Pebble. Oh, man. That was great. Well, good luck to whoever's in the John Cena Classic.
I guess they're still very much working on this. They don't know what the final product is going to be. He mentioned some things.
Honestly, there is a part of me, there is a part of me that kind of believed that they were intending on the Club WWE to actually be the announcement.
But they already talked about it. They already announced it. The only thing I think it's live. I think they're doing it already.
Yeah.
So there's no.
I thought Cena was gonna. I'm gonna be honest. I thought Cena was gonna come out, and announce they were gonna do the WWE draft. I thought that was actually what was gonna happen.
Well, the way I could see how, because you said it's gonna shake up the company or whatever it is. This doesn't move any needles. For me.
No,
I don't know what.
I guess too like. Again, when I watch NXT right now, I'm like, who down? I mean, there are select names, but especially who's going to excite you right now?
Well, especially on the male side, there's not much there. I don't really. I mean, they pulled again when you pull all the guys, Ricky Saints, Ethan Page, Javon Evans, Joe Hendry, Trick Williams.
Were top heavy anyway last year.
Obafemi, but that's 6 names right there of guys that could all be main eventers that are just gone.
Yeah.
So it's like, geez. Now insert Mason Rook. Rook to E5, please.
And he's gonna be I did mention this in my NXT Reacts. I am a little disappointed in the Tony D'Angelo presentation because he just looks like a regular guy. I'm like,
hey.
But like attire in pro wrestling matters. Like he was. I don't know if he needs to come out, in jackets and coats or something, or even a suit and tie or something. But like presentation in pro wrestling matters. I think I don't think he's been featured that much in the grand scheme of NXT programming since he's been champion, and they're kind of stripping him away from his character. I don't know.
Well, because he wasn't the Dom when he came back. He was the quiet, brooding, angry NXT lifer.
And he was the fourth guy in that fatal four-way.
And they all left.
They all stood and delivered their way out of NXT.
They all stood and delivered their notice. Notice what? Notice me walking out the door, going to Raw or SmackDown.
You know, NXT should be the show that does the Feast or Fired match. Not TNA. If you get a pink slip in NXT, at least you're going to the main roster.
Feast or Fired. You're either going to get a Thanksgiving Day feast if you win, or we're going to set you on fire if you lose. Come on, bro. That's a great idea. Could you imagine someone on fire on TV? People are going to love that. Come on, bro. Bro.
I told them Vince McMahon approved all my ideas.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
When I went to WCW, them dipshits didn't know. When we come back from break, it is about that time. I meant to bring something. I'll find something from the back table.
I have a paper. I wrote down all the names we're going to talk about. Let's be honest. There's some names we're not going to bring up.
we were talking like, man, so how do we want to construct this draft? It's like, should we do rounds and stuff like that? Like maybe. It was like, when we start drafting Otis, the draft is over.
We're not drafting him. I'm not drafting Otis. He'll be your first round draft pick.
Hey, I got a vision.
Yeah, I bet you do.
We'll take a break. We have the very first ever. We've been doing this 2 years.
We've never done a draft.
We have never done a draft.
That's wild.
We've never done it. So it's our very first one. We're going to have some fun with this. And we'll do it live when we come back from break. But first, back after this.
Maser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by InsideEdge Network's very own Ryan Maser and his wife, Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northern Ohio but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more at MaserMomentsPhotography.com by using the QR code on your screen right now. MaserMomentsPhotography.com, a proud sponsor of the InsideEdge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Whether you're searching for a baseball autographed by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source of authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and player. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, but you'll have the satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee.
Discover our collection of body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. Handcrafted with natural essential oils and clean ingredients, they offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances. Perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you or your special someone. Courtesy of Alley Rose Fragrances. First-time customers, use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Small business owners are superheroes, but nowadays running your business means doing so inside your shop and on social media. That's why you should make Omega Video Marketing your sidekick. With a decade of content creation experience, I create dynamic, informative, and fun videos for your specific social needs that will increase brand awareness, get you more followers, and keep your social pages and websites current and fresh.
I offer flexible pricing and turn times and will work with you to understand your brand and your story. All of that comes from the heart. My award-winning expertise is just the cherry on top. So let's get connected. After all, your brand is the alpha and my expertise is the omega.
All right, so it is time. It was like we've never done a draft before.
Got to establish some rules first.
Yes.
When drafting, are we doing factions or are we doing individuals that we want because we're only doing 10 each, 10 men, 10 women?
We could mix in tag teams and factions. We could do that.
Okay, I'm still going to draft individually if I can.
That's fine. We'll play it by ear. I didn't think that deeply. We'll play it by ear.
So how this is going to break down, as you guys see behind us, we kind of did this based on the fact that we watch Raw and SmackDown. Like I watch Raw, you watch SmackDown normally. So normally you watch it.
Yes.
I can't even watch it. So that's how we'll draft. I'll draft for Raw. He'll draft for SmackDown. Round 1 will be champions. I have them listed out. We're not going to do the women's tag champions because they float.
Correct.
So, but every other champion up for grabs here. The second round will be all the 10 men we pick. The third round will be 10 women. You added the NXT supplemental. I was going to bring that up. I'm fine with that.
Yes.
Going to give you a hint. It's probably going to be 2 women. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Now, how we should start this in round 1. That's why I have this coin in my hand.
Yes.
Because most life conundrums I solve with is a flip of the coin.
That's right.
Who gets to make the first pick? And again, it's any champion. It doesn't have to be the main champion. It could be a mid-card champion, whatever it is. But of course, you have the men's titles, the WWE, the World Heavyweight. You have
so basically, if one person picks the
you're
Roman Reigns,
getting the other.
You're getting Cody Rhodes.
Exactly. So remember that when you're picking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll let you call it in the air first.
All right, here we go. Heads.
It is tails.
Ah, you got us rigged.
I'm going to do this for every champion, by the way, because we're going to run down this. Or we can do every other. It doesn't matter. So with the first pick in the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast WWE Draft, I'm going to be taking Cody Rhodes. The reason why is because Roman, after this summer, is going to be part-time again, and Cody, for better or worse, is going to be around. I can get more out of Cody as a heel, too, at some point, possibly, as one of my top stars. And I also just want to see Cody with a neck tattoo actually be the Bond villain. So
you know what? I'm so glad you picked Cody because my first pick was going to be Roman because I want Mr. OTC. I want somebody who people will pay their hard-earned money just to see whether he's there. And I got a full commitment at least through SummerSlam. I got a commitment.
I got the next few months.
I got the next few months. We're going to cash in.
Like the politicians Jake talked about. You think about the next 3 months, not the next 3 years.
Hey, listen, I'm getting paid. That's what I'm thinking about. Think about the children. Are you kidding me? Think about the future.
Okay, so you get Roman, I get Cody to start. We'll flip it again.
All right.
Ready? Call it again.
Tails.
Shit.
See, this is a real rigged operation.
Hold on. You'll be able to see it. It's heads.
Can Colton flip it next time?
I am going to whoop that, and I'm taking Trick Williams. You got Penta.
You know what? Penta's not bad. Penta is not bad.
Yeah, he's a good match.
He is. He's going to fill up.
Hey. Road Dogg thought he had something with Penta.
I know. Penta's cool. You know what? I don't have any.
We gotta get you to win one of these.
I wanted Trick Williams, man. Tells.
Heads again. I'll deviate from this. I'm essentially, if I keep going down this road, I'm picking the branded show. So I think that I'd rather have the other person, but I'm gonna take Liv Morgan.
Interesting.
Because I want Rhea, but essentially I'm just rebuilding SmackDown, and I don't want to do that. I want to add a little bit of intrigue, make it a little different. So I'm going to take Liv.
Again, oh man, that's a tough one. Because again, Rhea Ripley,
she's the biggest star in the company.
The company. I like my roster so far. I got 2 proven money drawers. with Roman and Rhea.
It's a good group.
That's a good group so far. But you got people who fans are actually like really excited for. Tails.
Hey, Tails.
Hey, let's go. Let's go. Okay. I got to get a solid heel in there. I got to get somebody who people want to work with, who I know, again, a money grabber. No questions asked. Becky Lynch.
Okay.
Becky Lynch.
That's a fair pick, and I'll take Tiffany Stratton. She's gonna be heel on my show, and again, that's why I didn't want to. I felt
that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, we're kind of going in opposite directions with but with the females I have in mind to draft, I need some heel champions to start. That's why I like Liv and I like Tiffany too. Okay,
there is one. I think we have to do the tag team next.
We do.
There is one that I clearly want over the other. Heads.
Shit. Oh, I got to reflip because I fucked it up. Tails. Give me the Vision. I'll take the Vision. I'll take Austin Theory and Logan Paul. There's my draw. There's my guy who I can eventually transition into being one of the top heels.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Give him to me. You get Damian Priest and Arch.
What am I? You know what? No.
No, be happy about it.
No. I'm not taking R-Truth. I have Ron Killings. Okay?
Yeah.
Ron Killings. I'm going to make him what should have happened last year.
You tell
We're
him.
going to correct the wrong.
You tell him, baby.
And then they're going to release him.
And Damian Priest is going to be teaming with someone new.
Yeah.
On a significantly less contract.
Oh,
all right, so my champions, I have Cody, I have Trick, I have The Vision as my tag team champions, I have Liv Morgan, and I have Tiffany Stratton.
And then on my end, Roman Reigns, the world champion, Penta, Rhea Ripley, Becky Lynch, and then Damian Priest and R-Truth. Hey, you know what? Again, established name. So when we get to the next round, whoever's the mid-card on my show, they're going to be working with some heavy hitters in the main event scene. So
all right.
We'll see.
Well, since I kind of dominated that and I won a lot of those flips, I'm going to let you pick first on the men's side. So you have an opportunity now to rack your brain and find someone to take on the men's roster with the first pick of the second round of our pseudo WWE draft.
Okay, so I'm thinking about box office. I'm thinking about who will people want to come to see my show on a Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
My first round draft pick is CM Punk.
Okay. You didn't like it.
I did not get the young audience approval.
So I mentioned my goal with all this is trying to think ahead. That's why I have Trick. Cody can still be champion for a few years, give or take. He can do that kind of thing. I look at Liv. She's still got a big future. She's dedicated. Tiffany, same thing. They kind of have their heels dug in. I'm digging into the future. I'm taking Obafemi with my first pick.
Oh, that's a good choice.
Because now I have my dominant champion, my Brock Lesnar, if you will, for the next 10 to 15 years on my roster.
We could work out a trade somehow.
Yeah, no.
We could. You want Roman?
He's my Myles Garrett.
You want Roman?
I'm almost 100% sure I'm not going to trade him. Almost 100%.
Oh man, that's a good one. That's a good pick. All right, my next one. So I got CM Punk.
I thought for sure you were going to pick Oba when you were talking about it. I was like,
I
oh, fuck,
know.
all right, I guess I'll take Punk.
I know.
I was like, all right, shit.
Okay, now it gets a little tricky. It gets a little interesting here. And again, we're just doing men. I know there's women on this graphic, but I couldn't find a men exclusive graphic, whatever.
It's because you don't see gender.
Okay. Okay. Hey, Charles Barkley didn't see gender last night.
Oh, my God. I found that out.
Hey,
I'm just going to say it. Max Drew's a beautiful man. Okay. You take the man off TNT and look what happens. He loses all the weight and he can't. Now he's Charles Barkley, a Fegula.
Oh man. Okay. For my next pick. Oh man, this now it gets tough because I didn't really prepare for this.
I wrote down 20 names each. I was just okay, I got to make sure I have something.
All right, I need somebody who is my force. my guy who, again, I know that's going to go crazy on my roster. I know he's going to elevate himself. And honestly, I kind of want to split him apart from a group that's on your show right now. Give me Braun Breaker.
It's a good pick. That may or may not have been my pick. Next up. I may actually deviate a little bit from this because there's a couple matches that I've wanted to see with him with some of the talent that I have already. So with my second pick, I know he's a little bit older. He may not have as long of a career as some of these other guys on this list. Give me Seth Rollins.
I was thinking about Seth, but I was thinking about him. Not bad. Not a bad pick.
I know we're going to have some good matches. I can picture him fighting Trick at some point. Him and Cody never really had a real feud, which would be fun to watch, too. If his heel Cody Rhodes versus face Seth may be interesting because it's different.
Yeah, it would be.
So I'm into that.
Since we could do a little bit of a snake, so you can go next.
Oh, because you don't know what you're
Yeah, because I didn't prepare. I actually had to pull up the roster.
Okay, well, since staying on the trend now back of getting into the youth, this is tough for me because there's two guys I really want to pick, and I'm afraid you may take the one if I don't. But I am going to take Javon Evans with my next pick. It was between him and somebody else who hopefully is still there in the next round. But again, 22 now?
22.
I mean, dude, that's, again, you talk about him and Oba and those guys. They're the future, and that's someone I want. So I'm taking Javon.
I was thinking about how deep I can go. I wanted Javon, but I was thinking, how deep I could go without picking him up.
I know who I want.
Yeah.
And then if there's people left over at the end, I'll be like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
But there's certain people I want on this roster.
There's a guy who, in WWE, especially on the men's side, is lacking true heels. Somebody who you put them in the ring, okay, you're going for broke here, basically. Give me my Drew McIntyre.
Oh, okay. I was waiting for that one. Purposely didn't take him. I wanted to give you a little bit of help there. Plus, on the show with Roman, that could be fun.
Yeah,
Maybe they finally come back to that. Speaking of true heels and guys that I really want to blossom in that role and could be one of the faces of the company with this pick, which would be my fourth, give me Ethan Page. One of my favorite pro wrestlers today. He's making me actually enjoy the Intercontinental title scene because he's fucking with Rusev and it's hilarious. I am all in on Ethan Page.
I meant to pick him because I knew he was your favorite.
I pick him to spite you.
I wanted to.
You trying to force that Obafemi trade?
I wanted to take him away. Okay. This next pick is going to be a little controversial. This next pick.
If you pick Otis, I'm leaving.
This next pick. No, it won't be Otis.
But supplemental draft.
On the Rumble version of this show.
Yeah, right. He's in the
It'll be on the after show of Jake's show.
See a random comment. Took Otis. What?
And a style walk in. What are you doing? Okay.
Can I take Jamie Noble 10 times?
Oh, jeez. World champion, Hall of Famer. Okay. I need somebody who, again, I know people are like, come on now. But, again, looking at who's on my roster, looking at, the crowd interactions and what I can do, I'm picking up main event Jey Uso.
Ooh. Is it bad that I didn't even write Jey Uso down on my list?
I understand, but my roster right now, I have Roman already, and then I know he can mix up with CM Punk. I know, Braun, and I could turn Jay heel whenever I want, or have him work as a babyface. I could do whatever I want with Jey Uso and be perfectly fine.
Gonna love my next one. Give me Dominic Mysterio.
Oh, I thought you were picking Big Jim.
Fuck no. I'm building a roster here. Right? I want the best, and I want the brightest, and I want a 28, 29-year-old Dom who's on the brink of hopefully bridging into the main event scene at some point soon. He's that guy that could be one of my him and Ethan Page, two of my big heels for the next 5 years.
He's on his way.
Yeah, he's there. He's working.
on his way.
And he's eventually going to be the most over babyface in the company. So these people are just going to fall in love with him.
I'm going to pick the most over babyface in the company right now because I'm going to make money. And I want this guy interacting with some of the crazy people on my show.
Really?
Danhausen.
That was going to be my last pick. If I was going to pick.
I don't feel that you are valuing the power of Danhausen.
I'm not going to lie. Your show kind of sucks right now, buddy. All right. This would be my 6th pick for the men. Give me Jacob Fatu. At number 6.
How did he get that low? Because I picked Danhausen before Jacob.
Because you picked fucking Danhausen before Jacob Fatu. And ironically enough, the guy that I was going to pick earlier is still on the board that I passed on. That I'm kind of glad I did because you don't even, which is fine with me, because he'll be my next pick.
I pass up on both Obafemi and Jacob Fatu.
You got Braun Breaker though.
I know. I'm excited about
Yeah,
that. I'm actually really excited about Drew McIntyre.
Yeah, whenever he shows up again.
Yeah, I got people who do movies on my show.
I got guys that aren't going to be there. It's the best.
There are some notable names on this graphic that have not been picked up yet.
Well, Brock is retired.
Brock does not count for this.
Yeah.
Brock is a special attraction.
Yeah. You may need to
What
take
do we
one of
do?
them.
What about? Hold up, I'm not picking him. You might pick him since I said I didn't. I'm not going to pick him. I mean, Randy Orton still act. What status are we giving Randy Orton?
So I have him on the list. I don't know yet.
And the problem, even with Randy Orton,
He's so big of a star now that it's kind of like, I mean, he can honestly float, and I'd be fine with calling him a floater. I wouldn't be
Yeah.
upset about that. I mean, if you took him, I wouldn't be mad either, but I mean, like, either way,
there's another guy up there that
you almost kind of have to take at this point, dude, because you need some star power on your show. And he's going to be there.
I know.
You kind of need to take him.
But on this roster.
Yeah, on that roster. Think about the matches with Braun Breaker. That could be fun.
It would be.
Face Braun Breaker. Him versus Danhausen.
You know what? That sold me. Gunther.
God. Oh, no.
That sold me because I could utilize Danhausen and Gunther to elevate Gunther. Never mind.
Oh, my goodness.
All you care about is merch. You're up here. This is not a game. This is not a game.
7th pick for me. Give me Carmelo Hayes. He's the guy that I was going to pick all the way back when I picked Javon, but I was like, you know what? You're going to forget he exists, and that's fine.
I
I'm gonna
didn't
wait.
forget that he exists. No, I didn't forget.
He's here. He's hurt right now, but again, that's another one of those guys who's under 30 that could be someone really special, and he's finally starting to connect with the crowd. Took some time, but he was a first overall draft pick for SmackDown before. So now he comes over to the Raw brand.
No, I have ideas. I have ideas.
Do ye?
I do. But I'm wondering if I could save this. Oh yeah, I could definitely save this person for a future round. Okay. My next pick. Let me see.
We gotta post these at some point.
No.
It's gonna be great.
People are gonna hate my roster.
Oh my god! They're gonna be like, what the fuck happened?
Actually, no. I don't think people hate.
Your champions are good,
My champions are good. Anywho,
especially your tag champs.
my. No, I'm not picking up that. You know what? Kit Wilson.
I had him on the list.
Kit Wilson. I think he has a bright future. I would actually put him. You want something fresh? I'm putting him in a feud with CM Punk.
Interesting.
I'm putting that.
Toxic? What?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You don't take this wrestling seriously. Like, who are you? Like, and that would be a good way to. I think Kit Wilson is a future star in the making.
I'm not gonna wait. My 8th pick is Joe Hendry. He's already a star. We got to use him now. He's 37.
Yeah,
Bleed him dry. Play that guitar.
Yeah, you
Tell me how
can't-
much. And he's going to be on the same show as Logan Paul, so they get to keep that guitar
Yeah,
going.
you keep it going.
There you go.
Can't wait. Can't wait. All right, so for my 8th pick, and again, we're only going till 10.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh man, there's some notable name. El Grande Americano.
God. Which one? Original or the new one?
The new one.
Okay, so Luba Kaiser.
Yes.
Because after May 31st or whatever, he's going to be Luba Kaiser again. Or May 30th.
I wonder if he. No, I think he wins. I think Chad Gable's the one that's going to turn back.
That's sad. It's amazing how that story just turned completely not in Chad Gable's favor.
Unbelievable. Man, he gets hurt, and then all of a sudden, wait a minute, my replacement can speak Spanish. Speak good Spanish.
This is going to be.
So real quick. So, for the Hispanic audience, you have Dominic Mysterio. I have El Grande Americano. We're set.
I'm torn between two guys for my number 9. I'm going to go with Ilya Dragunov with my number 9.
You're higher on him than I am. But
think-
that's not a bad thing. That's
Yeah, I think
you
that
have a vision for him.
He's also been hurt too and hasn't been wrestling, and it's just like, okay, you just need to get him healthy and on the show, and he'll deliver. The matches will be there, the energy, all that stuff.
Mm.
So he's my number 9. I struggle with that one a little bit, but
My number 9, is he on here yet? No, he's not. Bronson Reed. I know he's hurt, but again, we could pair him up with Braun Breaker, still have, because I need somebody to beat Priest at R-Truth. But also, like, the Battle of the Monsters over on my SmackDown. I think that would be huge.
since you snaked for me, I'll let you snake the last pick.
Almost wrote Braun Breaker twice. Bronson Reed.
Can we clone him? Is that possible?
No, it's cool.
It's chill.
I know. There's some good names that are not going to make it, but I have high hopes for the better Uso. Big Jim.
You're going to have both Usos.
Yes, Big Jim. But I'm unlike the current writers, I'm going to actually use Big Jim.
I want a little bit of an infusion of a veteran who I know has the ability to entertain people. The crowd still enjoys him, even though they don't really get what he's doing right now because he's in the process of changing over. Thought about Rey Mysterio here because of his legacy and all that stuff, but I think he can flow for us too a little bit. I'm going to go Sami Zayn.
That's a good pick.
With my last
That's
pick.
a good pick.
Yeah.
I thought about Sammy after the Jimmy Uso pick. That's a good pick.
With the hope that eventually I can capitalize on that Sammy World title story because, like I said, I think that could be Daniel Bryan level, Kofi Mania level story into one WrestleMania. He only has to win it once.
Now, on your show, in this draft, you're representing Monday Night Raw. Sammy and Trick Williams are on the same show.
Yep.
Which
he
means-
lives, the gingerbread lives. Gingerbread man. He saw that.
That was my supplemental.
My reaction is that.
Rest in pieces. Okay.
Rest and gun drops.
Oh man. He had a bright future.
He did.
He had a bright future.
Done so much, had done so little.
Okay, so to recap, the men that I selected for SmackDown: CM Punk, Drew McIntyre, Braun Breaker, both Usos, Jay and Jimmy Uso. I could have used them as a tag team, whatever. Danhausen, Gunther, Kit Wilson, Bronson Reed, and El Grande Americano, the current one.
And then my list: Obafemi, Seth Rollins, Javon Evans. I'm going in order I picked: Ethan Page, Dom Mysterio, Jacob Fatu, Carmelo Hayes, Joe Hendry, or as Cole calls him now, Henry every time. Ilya Dragunov and Sami Zayn.
That's okay. I'm going to have Roman Reigns on 3 segments
He's
of
going to
my
be
show.
on 3 segments. So we're going to have a balanced show on Raw. And Netflix is going to love it.
We're going to have Roman Reigns and CM Punk on 3 segments every week. Bare minimum 3 segments per show. Open, close, 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock until Bronson, what's the dude's name? Braun Strowman comes back with his show.
Now my favorite point of the program, we get to the women. I love how CM Punk is still in this picture. Now you get the other stuff. This is a refresher for Double A, so remember who's actually on the roster. All right. I did not write 20 women down, so this is going to be tough.
Yeah.
Okay, so you picked first last round. I'll pick first this round for the women if you're okay with that. And then I'll let you pick the first NXT talent because I haven't watched it as much as you have. I am going to go just because I know how much you love her, and I know that she could be a center heel on my show for the foreseeable future. Give me JC Jane.
Oh, hell no. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
I don't need Fatal Influence. I just want JC Jane. But I guess if they come with her, that's fine. I'll take it. I actually like JC Jane a lot, too. And I'm thinking about, okay, I have Liv, who eventually, let's be honest, she'll end up being a babyface again. And I have Tiffany, who I think could be a heel, too. I think that'd be a fun matchup, a fun feud. I'm looking for fresh, new. Pairing them all together would be fun to watch.
That's fine, since we're talking fresh. Soul Ruka.
Yeah, I kind of figured. I knew giving that one up was going to happen.
Yeah, that's fine.
I know.
That's okay.
I'm not happy with that, but that's all right.
Could you take her, man?
Give me
I ain't gonna lie. I'm actually pissed about that.
give me Stephanie Vaquero with my second pick.
You want Booker T too while we're at it?
I'm gonna need it now.
I want Booker T.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, you gotta be kidding me. Oh man, you gotta be kidding me.
I gave you Rio, okay? Like
I know.
I gotta load up a little bit here.
There's a name I want, want badly, but because
I'll tell you what you want. What you really want.
But I don't want this person and Rhea on the same show. I can't do it. I can't do it. But I know I'm going to get great matches. We'll make it work. Io Sky. We'll make it work.
That's a good pick.
I know. It's a great pick, but I need to keep her and Rhea Ripley apart. I know it's a great pick.
This is tough.
Actually, I know exactly who my next pick is.
So I need a baby face. I mean, Stephanie's kind of, but I still think Stephanie's best potential is a heel. Give me Roxanne Perez at 3.
Okay.
I think she could be she's my Javon Evans. Ironically enough, also picked at 3. Like, I think she will be the one that can be my star for the next 10, 15 years and be that true eventual babyface that everyone's going to love and support.
So I need a top heel. I'm trying to remember.
I see one. She may or may not be on the screen too already. You can lean into it.
I need a top heel. I mean, I could lean into it on the screen, but I'm not going to pick the one you're thinking. I need somebody who I trust on the microphone. I need somebody who I know can deliver across the board. And you might be forgetting about her because she is currently on maternity leave.
Oh, are we doing that?
Naomi.
I didn't put her down for that reason.
Naomi.
She's not going to be on TV for another year.
She'll be ready to go.
In a year?
She'll be ready.
That's the first time you thought long term.
Oh, I've been thinking long term about her for a long time.
No, I bet you have.
Wait, she just had her baby a couple months ago.
Did she?
Yeah, she should be back like right after SummerSlam.
Oh yeah, I'm glad you're going to tell her when her body's going to feel good enough to
I'm
get back.
just projecting. I'm just projecting.
No, we know you're projecting something.
I'm just projecting that she'll be back by at least after SummerSlam.
I just want you to know you should be ashamed of yourself. Fourth pick, give me Blake Monroe.
That's a solid pick.
Yeah.
That's a solid pick.
Again, I'm going off potential here, but I feel like on the main roster, I also want her and Tiffany on the same show. I think that'd be a great feud.
All right, we're not going to beat around the bush here. There are some good options.
Reggae Bush. It's best Sports Center commercial. Reggae Bush.
We haven't established this rule yet, so I'm going to test it.
It's the best way to do it.
Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss as a tag team.
I had them individually. And we also didn't take the use. We took them. I'd take one.
Oh, I got it. Okay, that's fine. That's fair.
Or it's 2 picks. And then I get to pick 2.
We could do that.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
All right, so I got both Charlotte and Alexa, which means, Kyle, you have the next 2 picks.
Give me... I want Chelsea Green on my roster. I want her on my show. So I'm gonna take,
I do too. I wish.
Yeah. So I'm going to take Chelsea.
Now, that is a medical risk at currently. We'll see what happens.
It's an ankle injury. She's fine. Or whatever it is. Yeah. And then I'm going to split up a tag team. Because I'm tired of seeing her with her, and I think it's time for her to have her own thing. Give me Lash Legend.
Man, that's good. That's a good pick.
And she's on the same show as Trick. So it works out.
I'm
making couples happy.
Let me make sure I fulfill my couples duties.
You did not, because I have Seth and you have Becky.
They hate each other anyway. They're
Yeah,
fine.
totally. My hot husband and my hot wife. Yeah.
She'll be fine. Matter of fact, I'll be her entire storyline on my show. That'll be that. No, I think that's no, I'm not picking. There is another woman. I'm not picking her though. But Maxine Dupree, she made news on Monday Night Raw.
Yeah, because she's
if you paid attention,
she's hanging out with the Vision.
but I'm not picking her.
No.
Hell no, absolutely not.
Okay.
But I am picking Bailey.
Yeah, I saw that coming. I know you love you some Bailey.
Solid talent. Fantastic.
Solid talent. Give me Lyra. I'm splitting up tag.
Great
teams.
choice.
Yeah.
And you know what? They probably should be split up.
At this point, and again, she showed so much promise in that Becky Lynch feud. I think I can make a single starter. I think she could be someone that I can, at least in the mid card, if not possibly spot main eventer. She could be up in that spot.
All right, so currently you have 7. I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you. So my number 7 pick. I'm trying to look and see. Now we got to do some work. Now we got.
I still got some names on here.
Number 7. James. Kiana James.
James Harden.
I think she's a great talent. Yeah. I think her potential, the ceiling's high. I love her performance at the Elimination Chamber.
You're welcome.
I think right now, that mix with her and Julia right now is interesting. And I'm not saying interesting in a good way, but in terms of what happens when they move forward with that, I think James has a bright future.
My 8th pick, give me Raquel Rodriguez.
Great pick.
Yep, she'll be the monster of the group. Looking forward to that. Eventually, the live thing will come to its end or whatever, but in the meantime, they can still do their little thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that works.
That's a great pick. My 8th pick. There's so many people I still want to pick from NXT. I'm not even joking.
Oh, I know.
Let me see here. I still need heels. But I can make this person a heel. Jordan Grace.
She might have to be because that's the only way she's going to get over.
Well, and honestly, and I even said this when she was in NXT, I think she would be better as a heel anyway. Go out there and basically tell these women you don't even belong in the ring. Basically disrespect these women. I mean, Jordan Grace, her disrespecting, Alexa Bliss or Io Sky or something like that. I think that'll be solid feuds there.
Well, speaking of heels that are going to be in movies soon, give me Jade Cargill with my 9th.
How does she fall that? I mean, honestly, it may not be that surprised that she fell.
Because, again, she's going to be, we all assume eventually she's going to move into the part-time type role. But this is one of those things where, in the meantime, we know Liv is petrified too, so she'll be in the main event kind of thing. That'll work.
My 9th pick. Oh, we're getting down to it now. We're getting down to it.
I still have like 5 more names on here, and I only have 1 more pick left.
Oh, we're getting down to it. We're not counting Bianca Belair at this point.
No.
Her.
She's very early in that pregnancy. Yeah, she's
that ain't happening.
Yeah, no. That's
remember also
years.
Asuka is I guess retired or semi-retired.
Oh, you couldn't pay me to take her.
Should have just handed her to you.
She could say 10 more awkward goodbyes and just get the hell out. And have EO long for her like she's in a spaghetti western. No, I'm good.
I'm gonna repackage this person and make her work, Julia.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make her work because I know she could work. It's just her presentation on the main roster, it just hasn't worked so far. But I'm gonna repackage her and make it work.
Call it nostalgia. Call it the fact that I think this new age with this talent, she could do something special with it, given a chance, and she's still barely 30. Give me Paige with my last pick.
Great choice.
I know she's a women's tag team champion, but I'm under the impression she's going to lose that pretty quickly here soon. Because that tag team is not built to last. So I'm going to take Paige with that pick.
Like I said, there's like 5 women I would pick from NXT.
Well, you get
but we're not allowed. I mean,
you're going to get hit for one.
We'll have 1 pick from NXT coming up. I need you to answer a question for me before I make my pick.
Sure.
When you took JC Jane, are you taking the entire group or just her?
I think in the spirit of how we've done this, because I made you use 2 picks to take Charlotte and Alexa, I only took JC Jane.
But if we're going to go hardcore on the rules, then I can only pick one of those 2.
It's true. I mean, there's an obvious choice if you're only going to pick one. I feel.
Who was the more recent one?
Laney Reed's the one that they just put with the group a couple months ago. But Fallon Henley was a North American champion.
Yeah, Fallon's been fantastic.
Yeah,
Fallon.
She's also, they both have personality, but Fallon stands out.
And can I pick her, make her a heel? Because I'm still kind of lacking in heels. So I can, I'm gonna go with Fallon. Split her up. Split her up. We're gonna make you work.
So no Maxine, no Brie Bella or Nikki Bella, no Nia Jax. I had her on the list just because I wrote down Lash Legend, so I kind of felt disrespectful. I didn't at least write Nia down. I wasn't gonna pick her. But okay.
No, and not. And again, you're talking about like true heels, like even with Nia, but it's tough. Even she's not in that tag team. I don't know. It's just
all right. So my women, the top 10 women I picked for this draft: JC Jane, Stephanie Vaquer, Roxanne Perez, Blake Monroe, Chelsea Green, Lash Legend. 7 was Lyra Valkyria. 8 was Raquel Rodriguez. 9 was Jade Cargill, and 10 was Paige.
And then my top 10, so Ruka, Io Sky, Naomi, Charlotte Flair, Alexa Bliss, Bayley, Kiana James, Jordan Grace, Julia, and Fallon Henley there. So
yeah, I don't know. I think the women's side's a lot more even. Especially because you have Rhea as champ and everything too. Like, it's a lot more even.
Yeah, this one you could kind of do, the booking is what's going to matter. Now, I'm excited for our 4th and final round. It's not even going to be that long. This is the NXT pick. Now, this is not if we were in charge of all this for real, half of NXT already moved up. So this is not for an NXT pick to just pick one person, put them on your show right now.
Yeah.
This is a supplemental pick. You pick that person, and whenever they're ready, we assume 2027. When they get the call, they're coming to your show.
I got to say, there's one person I really want. And if you pick them, I'm going to be upset.
I think for this one, we may have to do a coin toss.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think we have to do a coin toss.
Okay. It worked so well for. All right.
Heads.
It's heads. Shit. No, it's bound to happen at some point.
There are so many names, though, in
No,
NXT.
shut
There's
the
no
fuck
way
up.
that
Shut
I'm going
the
to pick
fuck
the
up.
person that.
Just do it.
There's no way. I'm not going to do it. Actually, I know I'm not going to do it. My pick for 2027, my pick is Jada Parker. But again, there's like five names I want.
Was that the name you were going to pick?
Yes.
Okay. She wasn't mine, believe it or not.
I have no idea who you're going to pick.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I actually don't know.
Okay. I think she's the only person on the entire NXT roster that actually has a character and has shown growth, and she's a current champion. Give me Tatum Paxley. I think when she gets to the main roster, if they keep this up the way she's been booked, she will get very over with the crowd. Because she has a character and it looks like she believes it. And she really gets into it. Did you know she was a power lifter? She was a power lifter.
Yeah, Izzy Dave talked about that in their story.
Yeah, and then she stopped because she didn't want to look like Jordan Grace.
Yeah, that was the story. Now we're only allowed one pick. If we were to do a second pick, the person I would pick is Carver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You like his aggressiveness.
I want somebody who's going to shut down my show.
Give me Mason Rook.
Give me we're done with this show. No.
No, I wouldn't. Honestly. Unfortunately, right now on the men's side, there's not like one person that I look at and go, yeah. I can't.
Carver's the only one.
And even then, I mean,
right now,
it's tough.
They're trying to hold him off.
You know what? Probably Deion Lennox. He would have been my guy.
Deion Lennox.
Yeah. Or if we could take the group, I would take Dark State, but eventually they're all going to break up, and it may happen soon.
They're starting to break up right now, which is, I think it's way too early, but it is what it is.
They're playing everything out just on the show. But, I mean, they have – Lennox could be a Braun Breaker type star.
Could be.
Just has to be able to do it. So we'll see.
I will say this, too, just on a sidebar. I mean, on the women's side, Izzy Dame.
Yeah,
is
she's got some talent, yeah. The
Yeah.
calling shit, she needs to get over that. I don't like it.
Kalani Jordan.
Yeah.
As a heel.
Yeah.
I think it's money.
Yeah. She's pretty damn good, too.
Yeah, as a heel, she's money. Now, I will admit, the Jada Parker selection.
Works out for you.
Spirit of couples.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes. So we'll post this on the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast, probably the Facebook. We'll post this.
I'll make a graphic.
Yeah, but we have our names and stuff. This was fun. I enjoyed it. Our first ever draft. This is what happens when WWE programming sucks. We do a draft, and it's probably 2-something in the morning if you're watching us live. And we thank you for.
Remember when the show was going to be the shortest one we ever did?
How long? How long?
Hour and 20. Yeah. Not average.
Yeah. All right. Do I have any more graphics? No, we're done.
No, just follow us. Yeah. Any other social media to see there, and don't forget also at InsideEdge Net for the entire network and InsideEdgeNetwork.com, our website. Check us all out. And don't forget, we're trying to set this goal. You need to start talking about it on Midnight Run, too.
I should.
10 sales off the website by the end of May, and then I get to cut Eli's hair on Unfiltered. That's going to be an episode. It's going to be barbershop talk. I know you're going to love that shit.
I know.
And let me tell you something. He ain't getting the fade.
Here's something to sweeten the deal. Use promo code or coupon code INSIDER for 20% off your purchase.
Insider.
That's coming from the owner of the company. So, Grandpa Pete himself.
Insider.
Insider. As opposed to outside of her?
Diana.
Insider. If you can't spell it,
then you're paying full price.
Diana.
I don't think you can spell that. Okay.
InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Make sure you add that in, and that's where you can actually go to our shop and all that stuff.
Great stuff, honestly, guys. Shirts, hats, polos, jackets. I know it's about to be summer, but, it's going to be winter again at some point, so take advantage of that.
Well, even just the shirts, like just the regular shirts.
It's great, yeah. Again,
yeah, the jacket on there, the only jacket we have right now is it's the champion jacket, but it's like a light raincoat.
Like a windbreaker.
There you go.
Yeah, so it's perfect for this time of the year.
Perfect.
Yeah, right. I mean,
yeah,
I know you're going to go to Cedar
glasses. Yeah, I think we
going to Cedar Point, too, so you want that jacket when you're out
different
there.
colors, the whole 9 yards, man. Rep the network and do us a favor and do me again, I talked about it on Unfiltered. This is the perfect birthday gift for me.
Yes, it is.
Going into June, if I can have a show where I ain't got to worry about any topics, I ain't got to worry about nothing. All I got to worry about is my buzzer charged. That's the best part. And then you get to see Eli with a buzz cut.
And no better fulfillment walking into a show with an empty rundown of haircut.
Let me show you what I have. 1, haircut.
Each segment.
In parentheses, shaky at best.
Yeah.
Not like, Michael J. Fox shaky, but just like the haircut itself would be a little.
Segment 1. I have one question. Are you nervous?
Do I make you nervous?
Oh, man. Thank you again. 5 days a week. Our shows are there. Make sure you like and subscribe at Inside Edge Net.
That's right.
That's right. That's right.
He's got a
gets it.
business plan. He's now the new assistant to the assistant program director.
That's what I call to action. Put that in my reports.
Stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
That's right. All right. If you're watching us on a normal Friday morning or over the weekend, have a great day. If you're watching us live, it's 2-something in the morning. Please
go to bed.
Go to bed.
Yeah. I don't care what that app tells you your ideal bedtime is. It's time now.
Right now.
Say night-night. Time for you to get a watch. Ha! Got him! Ah!